Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The latter appears to be Savannah's bodyguard. This is my daughter Savannah, this is Nina. Savannah's personal bodyguard who is an expert archer. The Elf King introduced the two men to Aaron. Hello. Savannah blushed as she glanced at Aaron. Then immediately lowered her head. Yes. She is indeed very shy and seems to have little contact with outsiders. Nina smiled and nodded at Aaron. Her eyes filled with curiosity and respect. Sif, pulling the light and frail Savannah along, nodded with satisfaction when she saw Nina, who had a good figure but was clearly stronger. She was even more satisfied this sprite should be able to take on more of the firepower, right? Aaron, I'll take Savannah and Nina for a chat first, Sif said. Seeking Aaron's approval, Aaron naturally agreed. Ulfheim is a beautiful and peaceful place, and I think it will remain peaceful forever. Aaron casually made a promise to the other party. The Elf King immediately smiled and replied, "With your Majesty's protection, on behalf of the elves of Ulfheim, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you." This one sentence is enough to ensure that Ulfheim is not invaded by outsiders and that no one will interfere in its internal affairs. The spirits of light excessively advocate peace. Despite their considerable magical abilities, their lack of military training over the years rendered them utterly incapable of effectively resisting the evil invaders. If it weren't for Asgard's protection, the Dark Elves would have wiped out these traitors first. With Aaron's promise, those ambitious individuals will have to carefully consider whether they are capable of dealing with the wrath of the most powerful god in history before the Spirit of Light. In a way, Aaron could be considered Ulfheim's son-in-law. You can't just stand by and watch your father-in-law get stabbed in the back. Can you, Aaron, and the King of Light exchanged a glance, both quite satisfied after drinking another small cup. The king wisely took his leave. Loki continued to introduce Aaron to guests from other countries. Wow, is he the ice demon from the story who eats children? Oh my god, is he going to eat me? A child hiding behind Vosteg peeked out with one eye and looked at Lahu in the distance. Laufey was taken aback when she heard This looked over and revealed a terrifying smile. The child was so frightened that he quickly shrank back. Volstagg, who was holding a large wine glass and telling everyone another version of Aaron's glorious victory over Surtur, immediately looked over warily. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The ice demon won't dare to eat my little cutie. Vostag held the child and comforted him, seeing the wary and fearful looks the Asgardians gave him. Laufey smiled silently, a bunch of annoying cowards. However, that's exactly what he thought. Uncle, this is Laufey, the Frost Giant King. He originally didn't want to attend your ceremony, but I persuaded him with reason and emotion, and he reluctantly came. Jotunheim is the only guest here without a gift. Laufey, who was swaggering towards the Asgardians, suddenly shuddered and slowly turned around. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,323,271. Looking at Aaron's scrutinizing gaze and Loki's constant embellishment, his heart sank. Laufey roared inwardly, then forced an ugly smile. Your Majesty, Aaron, greetings. This is a gift I present on behalf of the Frost clan. It is an ice dagger left behind by the Frost progenitor giant. Please accept it. We also have several Frost behemoth cubs prepared. If you are interested, please let Heimdall know at any time, and we will present them to you immediately. As he spoke, Laufey glared at Loki, that damned infilial son. Seeing this, Loki became even more smug. Oh right. The Frost Giants recently made some threats against us, saying they'd give Asgard what it wanted. Let me think, it seems they meant war. The camaraderie of soldiers. Laufey's smile became even more unsightly. Loki has my blood flowing through his veins, and he is the second prince of Asgard. He is the symbol of the friendship between the Frost Giants and Asgard, and the bond between the two races for peace and good relations. Odin, the Allfather, has always hoped for peaceful coexistence between the two races. So I believe that Jotunheim is fully capable of achieving peace and lasting friendship with Asgard. What? Laufey was speaking against his conscience when he could vaguely hear the hissing and laughter of Vostag and the others in the distance. Damn it, I've become the kind of person I hate. Loki wanted to say something else. Aaron stopped him from continuing. I've heard that you are extremely skilled in ice magic. I happen to know some myself. And I'll visit you sometime and ask for your guidance. What? Don't come any closer. Laufey felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of Aaron freezing Surtur into a sculpture at his peak and turning Muspelheim into an icy planet. We are not good at ice magic, especially in front of you. The Master of Ice who have no right to say such things. Your Majesty Arreniu are the true god of ice, surpassing our own race. We sincerely hope and look forward to you ruling Asgard and the 9 realms. These words even made Loki look over. Who says Laufey only knows how to fight and kill? That's quite a statement, isn't it, at least for this moment. Laufey actually resembles me a bit, he's got some ambition. Loki thought to himself. Aaron was quite surprised. But he didn't continue talking to the other person and instead looked in another direction. A tall, alluring woman dressed in a purple royal court robe approached gracefully, carrying a cup of purple wines. Aaron immediately abandoned the ugly Laufey and went up to her. Loki glanced at Laufey, who was breathing a sigh of relief, and quickly followed. Seeing this, Laufey cursed him inwardly as a lackey. How could he have given birth to such an idiot? Of course. All of this was just wishful thinking. Peikai and Aaron seem to have a pretty good relationship. We absolutely cannot afford to suffer such a loss. If someone were to whisper in Aaron's ear afterward, the distant Jotunheim would probably feel even colder. Oh no. It's also possible that the temperature could spike to thousands or tens of thousands of degrees in an instant, causing it to evaporate on the spot. He suspected that Aaron might not show mercy like Odin. And if he angered Aaron, the Bifrost would truly turn into a planet-destroying cannon. Unclethais is Queen Karnilla of Nornheim, who is also a great mage second only to me, however. Asgard does not recognize her self-proclaimed title of Queen of Norn, which has made Karnilla quite unhappy with us. Loki quickly explained the closeness of their relationship. This time, Loki didn't embellish the story. His eyesight is quite good, Laufey said it, and that's that. Looking at the entire frost giant race apart from him, there isn't a single one worth mentioning. It's as ugly as can be, utterly unsightly. But things are different now. The Nornheims are a race similar to those of Asgard and Vanaheim, with comparable physical abilities and a high level of magical development. There is even the famous Norn 3 goddesses. Even Odin highly praised it. Especially this woman in front of him, who calls herself the Queen of Norn, is said to be the most beautiful woman in Nornheim. And her magic is so amazing that it can be compared with Odin. He doesn't comment on appearance because he's not interested in women. Beauty doesn't matter to him. As for magic, he is the #1 mage in the 9 realms. Greetings. Your Majesty Aronth, newly appointed King of the Gods. As soon as she approached, Karnilla smiled sweetly. Her lips slightly parted. I am Karnilla from Nornheim, and it is a pleasure to meet you here. Karni stretched out his hand. Aaron squeezed, and suddenly his palm was hooked by a finger. This woman, Karnilla's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile. Your Majesty, are you all alone? Today is your day of glory, I think everyone. One might think that a great hero should have a beautiful woman by his side at all times. Loki was shocked. Good heavens. Was this a blatant attempt to poach his partner? Wait, wasn't she just insulting me? Am I not human? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Karnilla, you means? Karnilla slowly stepped forward and took Aaron's arm. Great hero Tilda. May I have the honor of being your companion for the next day and night? 11. She emphasized the last word. It even winked mischievously. Sif, come quick. If you don't come soon, your uncle will be snatched away by that wicked woman next door. Loki was so anxious that he wanted to use magic to remind Sif. When he tried to use his magic, he was horrified to find that it was ineffective. He glanced at Carnilla's meaningful yet dangerous gaze, which seemed to sweep over him unintentionally, and alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. This woman subtly interfered with my magic. I'm sorry, Sif, I've done my best. This was your own choice to give up your spot. Letting another woman have it for one night should be all right, right, Loki, of course. Wouldn't bring the matter to light after all. He was the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. The magic failed, that doesn't exist. He simply didn't want to disturb his uncle's good time. Seeing that Aaron hadn't stopped him, Loki remained silent. Aaron had already sensed the other party's utter sincerity and enthusiasm. A broad mind and a feeling of being fully satisfied. All natural, rich, and generous. She was dressed conservatively but her natural beauty, even when shrouded in this extraordinary purple dress, still made people want to explore its depths. Aaron readily accepted. I think this represents the unbreakable friendship between Asgard and Nornheim, he said meaningfully. Carnilla's body stiffened slightly as his arm moved slightly. It's vibrating, this feeling, Carnilla bit her lip, trying to suppress the tingling sensation, and smiled sweetly. Your Majesty is right. Nornheim is honored to have a stronger, younger, and more powerful king to lead and assist her, after all. Nornheim is not a fertile field waiting to be developed. Moreover, there dwell the 3 Norn goddesses, who hold sway over destiny and possess beautiful faces. Before I left, they spoke of your majestic figure and radiance to me many times. Meanwhile, I have the utmost respect for you. I believe His Majesty will be very interested. Carnilla said this with a pointed remark. Good news from Zhao, Aaron nodded repeatedly. I've always heard that Nornheim is quite wealthy and generous, and everyone who goes there to experience its scenery lingers there. Perhaps I have at least an afternoon to explore that beautiful and bountiful place. Carnilla paused slightly in. She looked at the bustling banquet center, where people were coming and going. It's only noon, and we still have to attend more social events this afternoon. Right, Carnilla was a little flustered. She hadn't received any assurances from Aaron yet. As the Queen of Norns, she paid close attention to Asgard and naturally knew that Sif was almost universally considered Thor's future wife and future Queen of the Heavens. However, after Aaron arrived, Odin immediately pushed Hillary into Aaron's arms. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,323,271. After learning that Aaron also possessed divine blood and might have an infinite lifespan, Carnilla then abandoned the idea of confrontation and instead thought of winning Aaron over. What you, Odin, can give, we can give too. We also have 3 goddesses who control destiny, and I believe no one would refuse to glimpse their own future. If they can win Aaron over and make him the king of Nornheim, then they will be completely free from Asgard's control and may even have a chance to truly rise to power. Even if that doesn't work, it would be better to settle for second best and become Aaron's lover or woman, allowing Nornheim to pursue true independence. Just as Frigga became Odin's wife, Vanaheim was still able to maintain its autonomy. Why can't she do Nornheim? But she was indeed prepared to give her first time. But what she originally planned was for the 2 of them to have a good chat in the afternoon and then consider the important matters in the evening. Queen Carnilla, don't you have time this afternoon? Aaron's warm breath pattered against her neck. Carnilla put on a gentle smile again, of course. I have time, I was thinking. We could go over there and have a duet. She gave Loki a warning look to get lost, then pressed herself against Aaron and pulled him away. On stage, the 2 sat ear to ear, laughing and chatting. Sometime later, the 2 quietly left. Carnilla was a proud woman. She looked down on everyone and believed that no man was good enough for her. Her magical abilities are quite high, even more powerful than Loki's. In some aspects, it can even rival Odin. In addition, he possessed a physique that was in no way inferior to that of an Asgardian. The combination of these 2 factors made her the most powerful being in Nornheim and successfully made her the Norn Queen, leading the resistance against Asgard. Aaron was the first person she had taken a liking to in all these years. His genes are perfect and his strength is considerable. So Carnilla decided to conquer him. However, while fantasies are beautiful, reality is cruel. Aaron immediately used sensory sharing. Even the most inexperienced novice can quickly improve their driving skills through sensory sharing and soon become an experienced driver. After repeated practice, one can master the perfect force and direction. In modern urban society, a novice driver, by associating with an experienced driver, can master driving skills that would normally take months to acquire in just a few hours, even surpassing the original driver and reaching a perfect state, the state of a sage. That is precisely why Carnillaho strives for perfection. Ends up being even more pathetic, however. While Aaron activated the autopilot, he also melted down the transparent engine oil. Encyclopedia of Magic Carnilla, you have mastered the magical properties of alchemy. Teleportation, interdimensional teleportation, instantaneous movement, object penetration, and magical shields. Magic gift, you can enhance your physical and sensory abilities by infusing energy yourself or others, thereby gaining different forms of superpowers, and unleashing energy attacks and creating energy shields. Good. Aaron was full of praise. Carnilla thought Aaron was satisfied with his movements, so he worked even harder, studying and practicing them diligently. She strives to share her senses, perceiving both her own feelings and Aaron's feelings, trying her best to ensure that both of them are at a common high point, and quickly accumulating various kinds of knowledge. Suddenly, Aaron infused him with magical energy, a magical blessing that could enhance his sensitivity in certain areas, making it easier for him to grasp the essence of things. Carnilla suddenly felt that her senses had become even more acute. It has increased at least fivefold. Oh no. Carnilla collapsed on the spot. Sif, aren't you really going to go find your uncle? That woman from Nornheim has already taken him away. If she succeeds in her plan and lures her uncle away, Asgard will become the biggest joke. Loki, who had been keeping a close eye on Aaron and Carnilla, immediately went to Sif. However, Sif looked puzzled and asked, I remember. Carnilla was a pure mage. Loki nodded. Is she as good as me? I mean in terms of physical strength. Absolutely impossible. You are the most powerful female warrior in Asgard. Loki said, puzzled. Sif smiled mysteriously. Keep an eye on the time. I bet Aaron will show up in an hour. Loki. Sif remained perfectly calm, showing no sign of panic. She wanted to laugh after hearing Loki's brief description. A mere female mage dares to face Aaron alone. She's utterly ignorant of her own limitations and she's even being so proactive. She knew all too well just how terrifying Aaron was in his blood rage state. According to Aaron's, Carnilla probably wouldn't last a single Felicia unit of time. That's it. Who can you possibly kidnap? Thinking of this, Sif's expression suddenly turned strange. I think it won't be long before we can completely conquer Nornheim. Thor, who had just walked over, heard this and, as if triggering a key phrase, immediately moved closer. Uncle is preparing for a full-scale war against Nornheim. When? How many troops? I am willing to be the vanguard, to fight for Asgard and to destroy Norn. Sif's expression became even stranger for some reason. She suddenly felt a bit tired of Thor's reckless behavior of constantly launching massive military offensives. This time, we can win the battle without firing a single shot. Thor and Loki were both dumbfounded. How can we take Nornheim without mobilizing an army and expect them to remain subservient forever? Especially Thor. Please forgive him for not being able to understand that scene. How can one perfectly conquer a country without war? Hearing this, Thor asked in confusion, what method is it? Persuade. Sif didn't say anything, but gave a mysterious smiling, then pulled Savannah and Na, who had voluntarily left the pilot site, away. Conquering a country doesn't always require defeating their army. Conquering one person is enough. Loki understood some things, but also didn't quite understand others. He shook his head. He couldn't understand. Is everything really okay? Loki glanced at the time and silently started counting down in his mind. Just 50 minutes later, Aaron returned to the scene looking full of energy. Loki was even more puzzled. However, nobody cared what he was thinking. After Aaron returned, he found Sif. Sif smiled mysteriously at Aaron. Between the fertile fields of Nornheim and the beautiful scenery of Asgard. Which is more memorable? CDBC. Aaron glared at Sif. Then looked at Savannah, who was curiously listening to their conversation, and pondered for a moment. Nornheim's fields are quite fertile and abundant, with babbling brooks and lush forests, especially the mountain peaks, which possess a unique and beautiful charm. Sif's smile faded and she looked down at herself. Damn it, she'd lost this one. However, Aaron added, Asgard's scenery is also quite beautiful. Although the forests are not very lush, they are well organized. It's just that the streams sometimes overflow, making the fields smoother and more compact after being irrigated, allowing for the planting of more seeds. Although the mountain peak is not as high as Nornheim's, it is quite beautiful overall. The scenery in Asgard and Nornheim is equally breathtaking. Sif smiled with delight. Princess Savannah, the light elf princess, and Nina, the female elf guard standing to the side, both felt that this description was a bit strange. Is it a good thing for streams to overflow and cause floods? Who would think so? As elves, they are extremely skilled at farming. They can tell at a glance whether a field is good or not. Anyway, the fields in Asgard are definitely not as good as those in Nornheim. Savannah didn't dare say such things. Sif was very kind to her. Savannah said cautiously, Your Majesty, Aaron. Just call me Aaron, there's no need to be so formal. Aaron gestured to her that she didn't need to worry about those formalities. Sif also said we agreed to call each other sisters. So what should you call me? Savannah's lips moved slightly after hearing this, but her voice was barely audible as she said sister. Brother-in-law. Aaron secretly gave Sif a thumbs up after hearing this. That's a good way to address me. Now that you and Sif have become sisters, you're practically my sister-in-law, so you can call me that when we're out in public. Savannah nodded after hearing this, her face flushed. The thought of having a super powerful hero god king as her brother-in-law made her head spin. Nina, Savannah's bodyguard, couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing this. Everyone says that Ren will be the most powerful being in the history of Asgard and even the 9 realms. Even Surtur at his peak was easily defeated by him. Moreover, his youth and good looks instantly made him the subject of everyone's discussion. In addition, the Elf King constantly instilled in him a perfect image of Aaron. Who doesn't admire, by the way? What did you just say? Aaron asked. Savannah, still speaking softly, said, Brother-in-law said, Asgard is incredibly beautiful, and Nornheim is equally stunning actually. She mustered her courage and looked directly at Aaron. Actually, Ulfheim's scenery is just as beautiful. The forests are even more lush, streams even gentler, and the mountains even more majestic and towering. Upon hearing this, Aaron and Sif exchanged a knowing glance and both laughed. Savannah, convinced and emboldened by who knows where, straightened her back, pursed her lips, and declared, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Aaron smiled and nodded, glancing at Savannah and Nina. Of course I believe you. My eyes can see the most beautiful scenery in Ulfheim. What you said is true, they are beautiful without a doubt. You must experience it properly if you have the chance. Savannah laughed when she heard this, however. She then realized that she had spoken so fiercely to a powerful god king, and her spirits dampened. It felt like I was shrinking into a ball. Nina awkwardly pulled Savannah along, saying, I'm sorry. Your Majesty, your princess is a little, I know, quail. Wealthier, a bit timid, but I believe that will change soon. Aaron walked up, patted Savannah on the shoulder, and looked down into her amber blue eyes. Brother-in-law, you should also share in my glory. From now on you can stand tall and speak loudly with people, instead of whispering like a quail. Otherwise, a coward like you, everyone would want to bully you. Savannah was even more confused. nodding blankly before realizing what was happening and saying, "No, my father is the king. My sister is the strongest Valkyrie in the 9 realms. And my brother-in-law, you are the most powerful man, the most mighty god king. No one will bully me, and what about me? Are you going to let me bully you?" Aaron suddenly wanted to tease her. The little coward was quite amusing to tease. Savannah bit her lip, quickly glanced up at Aaron, and looking into his beautiful golden eyes, nodded subconsciously, "Sister, you can bully me. Is it a deal?" "It's a deal," Savannah nodded emphatically. Aaron laughed even harder, drawing frequent glances from those around him. Other nations in the 9 realms, including the Asgardians, were amazed to see Aaron chatting so amiably with Savannah. Nin on the others. He secretly labeled Savannah as someone not to be trifled with. The light spirits had almost no intimidating power. But Aaron made the gods tremble. "All right, Savannah and Nina. You two will stay in Asgard from now on, however. I will be in Midgard most of the time. So you can come to Midgard to visit me and experience a different kind of life. If you have any trouble, just tell your sister Sif, and she'll take care of it for you." Aaron stopped teasing Savannah. Teasing her occasionally wasn't good. Too much teasing can even lead to a sense of guilt. This innocent, adorable, and timid little rascal deserves to be well cared for. If you get separated from your partner while out and about, you will almost certainly be kidnapped. They're the kind of people who get sold out and still have to pay the seller for it. Aaron said something to Sif, and then Sif led him away. Savannah and Nina went sightseeing. Savannah's little face lit up with a smile. She was very happy today. Nina was also very happy. Aaron, who was merely a supporting character to the flowers, could actually call her name correctly. Moreover, the noble Valkyrie helped both of them at the same time. This sense of importance made her feel exceptionally happy, and she couldn't help but hold her head high and puff out her chest. Her perfectly slender waist, shaped by long-term training, was particularly eye-catching. Of course, others can't see it. Beautiful flowers need careful care and watering, and they need plenty of warm sunshine every day. But they may not necessarily bloom in full glory, and they may even sprout out of the wall. But the supporting grass is different. Just a sliver of light squeezed through your fingers occasionally, or a few drops of water sprinkled inadvertently, and the grass can grow even more lushly. And they were exceptionally joyful and happy. After saying goodbye to Sif and Savannah, Aaron did not stay at the banquet any longer. He disliked such occasions, even though he didn't need to flatter or fawn over others. And no matter how he responded, there were always great scholars to debate with him. They would automatically fill in the blanks in their minds and dared not say a word. But Aaron still didn't like it. After trying all the fine wines and delicacies, Aaron then left the banquet. Although he, as the main character, has left, the scene was still incredibly lively. The atmosphere didn't cool down, on the contrary. It became more relaxed and cheerful because of his departure. Even Laufey, after Aaron left, drank cup after cup for the first time ever, and viciously ate chicken legs, as if he wanted to eat Asgard out of business in this way. Fandral held a barmaid in his arms while Vosteg, with his child and wife, told one story after another. Saul moved among the crowd with great ease during the banquet. Whether they were the strongest warriors, nobles, commoners, or foreign dignitaries, they all adapted very well to this environment. The Asgardians in particular had been living a life of unparalleled paradise, blessed with eternal technology and long lifespans since the peace treaty of Jotunheim in 965 AD. A life that was the envy of all. They lived a leisurely life. They are a paradise that other civilizations in the universe would envy. I'm falling into depravity day by day like this. Thor has made no progress in 1,000 years. Compared to when they were conquering the 9 realms, they were actually more like corrupt and decadent noble knights. They looked majestic, but in reality, they were more skilled at banquets and preferred fine wine and delicacies. Aaron glanced at it and then began to forge the so-called dagger left behind by the frost progenitor giant, which he had obtained from Laufey. Gigantification Frost Giant King Full Version, powered by the energy of the icebox. You will grow infinitely larger. Primordial Giant Power Remnant Fusion of Fire Giant. Frost Giant and Stone Giant, your physical attributes are further enhanced, allowing you to absorb energy more quickly from ice or fire. By absorbing energy, One gains greater control over ice, fire and earth elements. The results were acceptable. Aaron could sense that his body's cells seemed to have become more active again. The strength of each cell also increased again, although it's only a little for him now. Every bit of improvement represents a leap in potential and a multiplier increase in strength. On average, each cell is probably equivalent to several gods. Aaron, you don't seem to like this environment. You're the star of this banquet. Don't you want to enjoy your moment of glory for even longer? Together with your people enjoy fine wine and food, and raise a toast in celebration. Odin came from afar. He has experienced similar scenarios countless times. This is the first time that all 9 realms have celebrated together like today. But Odin had long since given up on it. He only cares about the future of Asgard now. I am a human being, not a god. Even if I had the power of a god, I would still maintain the mindset of a human being. Aaron reiterated that he was neither a god nor the son of Bur, nor the brother of Odin's. Odin nodded, indicating his understanding. You'll get used to it. We have a long life ahead of us. We always need to find something to do right. We must learn to live as God. Otherwise, it would be too boring and uninteresting. Aaron nodded. What he said was true. That was indeed the case. But even if he wants to enjoy a good life, he needs to be invincible first. However, during his invincible journey, he didn't mind enjoying the scenery along the way. We must not miss any beautiful scenery. As for bad scenery, get out of here. Moreover, Aaron preferred to explore landscapes that no one else visited, because those places belonged only to him. Perhaps one day, when he has reached the very top, he will return here and enjoy his retirement with them. But not now. To enjoy a godlike life, one must possess the power to fear nothing. Unfortunately, it's not here. Odin's pupils constricted. Aaron didn't spell it out clearly, but Odin vaguely guessed what he meant. Odin's eyes flickered slightly. But now the problem is solved. Ragnarok will not occur. Surtur has been torn to pieces by space and will never be able to descend upon Asgard again. He only told Frigga about this. Even Thor is unaware of this. However, Aaron was not surprised. Surtur is only one factor. The threats in the universe are not limited to him. Compared to the vast universe, what is intel? Odin remained silent. You see further than I imagined. If Thor had half your vision, how wonderful that would be. Thinking of his son, Odin sighed again. He's 1,500 years old. When he was that age, Hela would have been almost born. However, Thor's gaze remained fixed on the small place of the 9 realms. They hadn't even noticed that the world beyond the 9 realms was countless times larger than this place. Putting aside everything else, there are all sorts of amazing beings within the Milky Way alone. That omnipotent city where all the gods gathered. That Kree Empire hailed as the first empire in the galaxy. And then there's the elusive and powerful celestial race. The top-tier divine race, although the Asgardians, like the Greeks and other gods, are among the higher gods in the galaxy. They are far inferior to the Celestials, and just recently, a guy named Mad Titan ambitiously begins collecting the Infinity Stones. And at the center of that universe, there exists a great being known as the God of Gods. A being who is nearly omnipotent, eternity. Thor knew none of this. Thor only cares about the fine wines and delicacies of Asgard. He only has eyes for the mere 9 realms. However, even so, Thor is not even worthy of being called the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. He has not yet truly mastered the power of his inheritance. Even if he ascends to the throne, it's unlikely that many people in the 9 realms will submit to him. But Aaron, at the age of 22, he mastered his power. Sensed Ragnarok, and even 170 detected a hidden crisis in the universe. and by forcefully killing the eternal Surtur. He shocked the 9 realms and forced many gods to submit. This strength and cunning are truly admirable evildoer. She's even more monstrous than Hela. And even more so than myself, you're leaving. Can't you stay a few more days, Asgard? There are still people waiting for you. Odin wanted to say that the people of Asgard needed him more. But after thinking about it, I didn't say it. It has a suspicion of moral blackmail. Now Odin has to be even more careful when facing Eren. For fear of losing this powerful ally he had worked so hard to win over. There was no other way. Whether from the perspective of a father or the current king of Asgard, he had to find a way to pave the way for his son and people. Ragnarok haunted his mind like a nightmare, and Hela's, who will soon break free of her seal after his death, is also a big problem. Thor lacks the ability to clean up messes and handle problems. On the contrary, it may make the trouble bigger and create more problems. Loki, his schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute power, and he is powerless to resist the crisis. Otherwise, what harm would there be in letting him be king? Eren is the hope. Asgard may be freed from the nightmare of Ragnarok. I still have a lot to do. At least you're not dead yet, are you? Eren knew what Odin was thinking, but he didn't care. Sif and the others are here with just a thought. He could travel from Earth or even further to Asgard. Even across billions of light years. He can sense and communicate with them at any time. If Sif and the others encounter any trouble, all you have to do is shout Eren's name. And he'll be there in no time. On the other hand, Earth, although far inferior to Asgard overall, but that place contained many things he needed. Odin nodded upon hearing this. Take care. Asgard will always stand behind you. Eren nodded. Slightly dark energy surged, and he vanished from the spot. Odin looked at the empty balcony and gazed into the distance. He saw the waves at the border of Asgard, stirred by the sea breeze. Wave after wave crashed onto the beach, and the previous wave was quickly crushed. Odin became even more dazed. What a monster. Earth Osborne Group, New York, boss, you're back. Felicia, surrounded by a mountain of documents, noticed a familiar scent and looked up in surprise. Little kitty, did you miss me? Eren walked up behind her, glanced at the document, and saw it was a security document for the expo to be signed. Felicia nodded repeatedly, but feeling Eren's eager gaze, her face fell. Boss, I haven't finished my mission yet. Could you help me? Let's hurry. Eren raised an eyebrow. I'm the boss, you want me to do things. Felicia pouted, but this is your problem. God knows why she, mere secretary, was reduced to a heartless signing robot. They are also responsible for arranging various major events. According to procedure after Norman signed, she had to review the signature again. If it were someone else, they might just glance at it and sign their name. Felicia was very serious. The Osborne Group was Eren's property, and she is Eren's kitten. Isn't guarding the house for its owner its primary responsibility? This also led to, even with Spider-Man's abilities and physique, she was somewhat mentally exhausted because she did everything herself. Eren noticed her exhaustion and touched her forehead with his index finger. Boss, Felicia was confused, and the next moment, she felt her whole body lighten by several pounds. He was full of energy and vitality. Various hidden health problems disappeared. The mental strain from staying up late for several days seemed to have lessened considerably. I feel like I could work all day. Felicia looked at Eren with admiration. Boss, what kind of ability do you have? It's nothing. It just has the ability to instantly cure human diseases and hidden dangers at the molecular level. Eren raised an eyebrow, studying hard. Felicia nodded. Eren pulled Felicia along, and the two instantly arrived at the lounge. Come up here yourself. Eren sat down first, gesturing for Felicia to start eating. The latter had an I knew it look on her face. What could she do? She was just a lowly secretary. She would do her best to meet her boss's needs. Satisfaction in various senses. Subsequently, Felicia felt a very peculiar sensation. 5 times more sensitive shared senses. Wait, something's wrong. Stop. Felicia dreamt of the scene of the tragedy, 3 seconds. Felicia, I'm sorry I'm so bad. Felicia wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. As I bowed my head to apologize, I felt a bit hot. So I casually hung my coat on the handrail next to my body. And embraced nature. Aaron nodded. This is what an apology should do. I wasn't ready. But now it's time to start the real work. After Felicia got into the zone, he explained the latest work arrangements of the Osborne group with a serious expression. She's trying to distract herself. Aaron didn't expose it. His tilde boss while you were away. There were 9 espionage incidents within the company. One of them involved a mutant infiltrating. But they were discovered and expelled the moment they entered. The other 8 have all been arrested. And the FBI has taken over the case. Aaron interrupted her with a slight movement. And Felicia took a deep breath. Boss, is there anything you need to tell me? Are you sure it's the FBI and not SHILD? Felicia shook her head. It doesn't feel like it. Aaron snorted. How can they dare to invade his territory without giving an explanation? After thinking for a moment, he dialed Barbara's private number directly. Hello, this is Adeline. If you need to discuss tutoring matters, I'm sorry. I'm no longer working. Upon hearing this, Aaron immediately knew that Barbara had other people with her. And they were definitely from SHILD. I have 8 children here who need tutoring, Aaron said. Barbara was about to answer at that moment. Felicia accidentally tripped and fell, letting out a cry of pain, then with another loud thud. He landed hard on his bottom and it hurt. It's bright red with 5 stripes. Barbara's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at her phone and hung up immediately. I subconsciously picked up a glass of plain water and drank it to cool down. And opposite of her, Nick Fury's expression was strange as he glanced at the water dispenser next to him. I've never heard of you having a habit of drinking plain water. I don't have it, but that monster does. Barbara's expression remained calm. Aaron likes to drink plain waters, so I have to cater to his preferences, including the room temperature, the size of the door, and even my voice and actions. Nick Fury frowned upon hearing this. These rich people are all so strange. He didn't continue to doubt after Allah's a secret agent. The price and effort required to get close to a target far exceeded what outsiders could imagine. Sometimes if your partner has certain strange quirks, you can only grit your teeth and continue. The hardships involved are beyond what outsiders can understand. You came up with so many ideas on your first time doing this kind of task. No wonder you were the best student in the last cohort. Nick Fury nodded in approval, noting that even secret agents need emotional value. In order for a boss to better complete a task, they must pay attention to the status of their subordinates from time to time. It's all thanks to the director's excellent teaching. By the way, I need to apply for some assistance, which might help me carry out my next tasks. Upon seeing this, Barbara immediately made a request. Need people. Upon hearing this, Fury immediately became interested. I need a list of those 8 people. Given Aaron's character, he certainly wouldn't tolerate outsiders invading his kingdom's territory. If I could use this as a ticket, Nick Fury hesitated. This is a very troublesome matter. Time. Someone will give it to you in a moment. Upon hearing the name Aaron's, Nick Fury agreed without hesitation. There is evidence that the old bridge incident in New Mexico, Aaron traveled to the mythical Asgard with the legendary gods. These days, SHILD went to great lengths to figure out the identities of those individuals. Since this involves aliens and legendary gods, it cannot be taken too seriously. As for the people behind those individuals, compared to these things, what are they? He's not going to clean up the messes of those idiots. Nick Fury had just given the orders. A phone call came in. Nick Fury immediately became serious. Come on, there's news that Aaron has returned to Osborne. Upon hearing this, Barbara knew her opportunity had arrived and immediately said, I'll contact Carter now with questions about his studies. Nick Fury nodded. Barbara, you are SHIELD's hope. The future rests on your shoulders. Take him down as soon as possible and gain his complete trust. Barbara nodded outwardly, but inwardly she disagreed. She won him over. What makes her think she can win him over? Just because of that broken doll. She was completely taken advantage of. Her body and soul were taken over by the other party. Okay, I'm a disgrace to the spy world. After seeing Nick fury off, Barbara immediately contacted Aaron. Not long after, she drove towards the Ospington group. Not only SHIELD, but the entire world is in turmoil because of Aaron's return. But strangely, even though everyone knew what Aaron was about to do, they all stopped all their actions after Aaron returned. This includes major arrangements such as state visits. The entire Earth has become unusually quiet. Then suddenly several more scandals involving celebrities surfaced. Everyone was enjoying the show at this eerie moment. Aaron obtained the information from SHIELD. Instead of opening it immediately, looked at Barbara, who was wearing a white princess dress resembling a Barbie doll. I must say it actually has a unique flavor. Before Aaron could speak, Barbara glanced at Felicia, who was resting from overexercising, gave her a defiant glare and bit her lip. Her eyes brimming with tears and said, "I'm sorry, Master, Barbara just hung up on you. Please carry out the family discipline." Barbara pulled a whip from behind her back. Felicia's eyes widened. Aaron looked at her in surprise. "Woman, you really know how to play the games. Please don't show any mercy, punish Barbara severely. Barbara will work hard in the future and will never let you down." What could Aaron do, of course? He would satisfy his woman's masochistic desires. Let's treat it as dessert before the main meal. On this day, the sky was dark and gloomy until nightfall. Only then did Aaron have time to look through the information provided by SHIELD Sokovia mercenaries. Congressman Rudolph's private investigator. Member of the Ten Rings Gang's Al-Qaeda organization. A peripheral member of an unknown underground gang. Are there assassins from some unknown organization? Aaron smiled as he looked at the list in his hand. Suicide Squad or an unknown organization? Isn't this obviously SHIELD, or rather the Hydra? In the Marvel universe, if you can't find the culprit, you can always pin the blame on Hydra. Even if they didn't act directly, they definitely provided assistance indirectly with SHIELD's capabilities. Is confirming an identity really that difficult? Aaron didn't care about all that. Since you haven't figured it out, don't blame me for getting caught in the crossfire. Aaron knew. This list certainly has more than just this one problem. For example, who instructed the underground gang members? 5-8 Sokovia is a small country. Where would such audacious mercenary group come from to provoke such a powerful nation? Congressman Rudolph. Aaron immediately went online to search. He's just a newly elected member of parliament. Is he crazy to dare cause trouble for Aaron? Didn't you see all those military leaders and high-ranking U.S. officials supporting Osborne? Has he gone mad? Even if you want to die, this isn't how you die. Perhaps he was pushed out as cannon fodder by certain people. How do you think I'm a fool? Aaron was thinking. Suddenly I realized something. He looked up at the sky. His gaze narrowed slightly. It's finally here. At this very moment within the solar system, my water lily. I am about to descend upon your world once more. An oval-shaped white spaceship sped through the jump point, gazing at the distant blue planet. Igor sighed with a certain emotion. Master, please relax. If Meredith knew, she would be very happy. The mantis noticed Ego's turbulent emotions and whispered words of comfort. Yes, she'll be very happy after all. I come from a star in the sky, a fleeting shooting star, arriving with her beautiful wishes and then quickly departing. But she is the luckiest woman in the world. After all, she won the love of a god. It's such a pity that my daughter's child, Peter, was snatched away by some despicable plunderer, separating us father and son. A smile appeared on Igor's lips, as if he was still reminiscing about the past. However, in the blink of an eye, all tenderness turned into a ferocious face. No matter who you are, Anyone who dares to disrupt my plans will pay with their life. As the spaceship rapidly approached, Igor's anger was suddenly cooled by the ice water. He looked at the Earth with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. That's the aura of a god, no, that's my child. Igor couldn't be wrong. The celestial gods don't have the problem of being old and blind. People can deceive them, but their aura will never be fooled. Master, is your child still on Earth? Wasn't he taken away by the raiders? The mantis woman was puzzled. By the way, my child. He's grown up now, I'd say he's about 29. Perhaps he has already broken free from the raiders. After all, he inherited the genes of the greatest celestial being in the universe. After a moment's thought, Igor offered a barely plausible explanation. Although he didn't understand why the other party could awaken the power of the gods without his help. It's also incomprehensible why he could maintain this power even after being away from Ego Star for so long. Perhaps some other celestial being passed by, discovered his identity and enlightened him. Igor ignored him in any case. As long as the other party contains the genes of a celestial being and possesses the power of a celestial being. That's enough, my child, we've come, you are not alone. Igor steered the spaceship to approach rapidly. He couldn't wait to see his child. I believe he has perfectly inherited his handsome appearance and strong physique. The hair is reddish-brown. Or perhaps it's the golden hair of a water lily. Flowing and beautiful, he must love singing very much. Just like the water lily with its beautiful voice. She's also a fantastic dancer. She'd definitely be the North American dance king. His eyes must be just like mine, very bright and expressive. Perhaps even blue. His skin was definitely white. He was just as white as water lily. And he even had dimples when he smiled, after all. He was the only lucky one in thousands of years to inherit his divine power. So he would definitely be more like him, as Igor pondered. The lines that had been repeated over the centuries echoed in his mind. With just a slight name change, it can be used flexibly. There will be no problems. He had sealed away all his past memories at this moment. He kept only water lilies, which are now his only true love. Igor thought excitedly. His spaceship recklessly crashed into Earth. There was no invisibility, no hiding of oneself. Because none of that matters anymore. He came to Earth only to take his child away. As for this land, plant a seed and it will take root and sprout, becoming another version of yourself. What are the opinions of the 23 other life forms on Earth? He doesn't care, Chief. An unidentified spacecraft is rapidly approaching Earth at Mach 35. Based on our simulations, his ultimate goal is the United States, New York, Osborne Group. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was startled. When I heard the rest, my head started spinning. Where is Aaron? Nick Fury asked. Should it be the Osborne Group? Oh wow, barbecue is here. Why does everything have to do with you? The fact that it's clearly an alien spacecraft is troublesome enough. Now they're linked to the Osborne Group, no to Aaron. Could this be a good thing? Assemble your forces immediately and head to the Osborne Group. Nick Fury quickly went to the command center to coordinate with various departments. At this stage, regardless of Aaron's motives, he cannot afford to get hurt. Because he now represents not only himself, nor the Osborne Group, but the hope of all those in power in the world. Anyone can die. But Aaron and the Osborne Group cannot be allowed to die. Otherwise, wouldn't those in power go mad if they finally saw a glimmer of hope for immortality, only to have it cut off again? Whether it's a god or an aliens, dare to mess with the Osborne Group, very well. Then they'll face the wrath of the Earth-Human Alliance. No matter how unwilling Nick Fury was, he had to step in and help. When the military heard about this, General Ronald was the first to slam his fist on the table. I don't care about the other departments. The North American Air Force must strike. Let those damn aliens know that they won't tolerate trampling on American airspace. After a moment's hesitation, the Army commander dispatched troops from the surrounding areas to New York. The Navy commander acted swiftly as well. They happened to have a fleet patrolling nearby, so they headed straight for New York without hesitation. They weren't just helping Eren and the Osborne group. They were thinking about a new beginnings. Even if something were to happen to the Osborne group, they would still need to get their hands on the information as soon as possible. The quickest to act was undoubtedly Tony Stark, who also lives in New York. When Jarvis heard that he had detected an intrusive aircraft, he immediately donned the Mark IV suit and went into action. Not only that, even Heimdall residing in Asgard, upon seeing the spaceship rapidly heading towards New York, informed Odin immediately upon hearing this. Odin immediately left the banquet and rushed to the Rainbow Bridge. What's the situation now? Heimdall's golden light shimmered. This spaceship is of unknown origin. I have never seen it before. It does not seem to be a type of spacecraft currently used by mainstream cosmic empires. But its structure is quite unique, perfectly integrated. As if the whole is one piece, this is a work of art, Heimdall's expression suddenly changed. Odin's expression turned slightly grim. The next instant, it actively accessed Heimdall's senses. My child, I'm here. You must have suffered a lot while you were away for decades. Right, Earth Osborne Corporation. You work in this small place, you're a god. This is such a waste of your talent. Odin began to feel something was off as he listened. Earth Osborne isn't that Eren's company. Does the Osborne group have another deity I didn't notice? The father of the gods, could it be Eren, his majesty? Heimdall reminded him. Odin was already somewhat suspicious, and upon hearing this, he exploded with rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Eren is the son of Bauer, and the purest inherited power of Asgard flows through his veins. He is in no way inferior to Mana. He is even purer and stronger than me. How could I be mistaken? He must be the king of Asgard. This guy, he's just some wild god who popped up out of nowhere. A low-level god. Yet he dares to try and steal our Asgardian child. He deserves to die. Looking at Igor's ugly, gray-haired face and then at Eren. Could they possibly be from the same mold? They don't resemble each other at all. This guy is so stupid and ignorant. How could he possibly have given birth to a monster like Eren? Their Asgardian bloodline is truly exceptional. The women are beautiful and the men are handsome and robust. Eren is one of the best among them. Odin said through gritted teeth. Tell Thor to gather the army. No. Let the Queen and Sif continue to preside over the meeting. This matter cannot be complicated. I will personally lead the Golden Palace guards to show this wild god, who has appeared out of nowhere, that the mortal realm is not a place where he can run rampant. You dare try to steal someone from me, Odin. You're not worthy. Regardless, Eren is the son of Bauer, the ruler of the 9 realms. No one can take it away from me. Heimdall hesitated for a moment. What if what if? He really is the owner of another bloodline of Eren. For example, Tianbu. Odin laughed. I've never seen a god so small. You call him a god? Those big guys would be the first to disagree, at his age. In the celestial gods, Gruf is at most a newborn baby. Not much older than Yaren, and he's a god. And the previous and subsequent rulers of Asgard were all single-line successors. Odin's tone was leisurely, yet filled with murderous intent. If this guy is Eren's father, then who is Eren's mother? Born they are 2 male gods. Who is 1 and who is 0? Who will be the father? Who will be the mother? Is this something I can talk about? At least he had never seen Paul with a big belly. Oh no, it seems like he's always had a big belly. Heimdall opened his mouth, wanting to say that it wasn't impossible. Isn't it true that gay couples are all the rage on Earth right now? And gay relationships are everywhere. Then look at Zeus, the god of the omnipotent city. He is also a famous god who faces difficulties head-on. Although the idea of having offspring is indeed quite outrageous. Absolutely not, Odin was certain when we meet Eren. Everything will be clear soon. Upon receiving the order, Saul immediately rushed over. Loki with his sharp eyes followed suit. Odin frowned at the eager Loki but said nothing. To recount what is happening on Earth. Loki immediately turned hostile. What? Someone dares to steal our uncle. Stellar Asgardian king of gods, they are courting death. Father, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the Ad army to the central court. Thor quickly followed suit, saying, Father, let me take the lead. I can handle that wild god all by myself. Odin shook his head. No, this time I'll do it myself. Even if he is a god, he must understand that the 9 realms are our territory. And everyone here must obey my rules. Odin's tone was chilling, revealing the unmistakable might of the God King. The destroyer armor appeared in front of him instantly. Summon the heavenly horse Odin, fully armed and exuding an imposing aura, somehow concealed the signs of aging. A while later, a force of up to 1,000 men, the most elite of Asgard's royal guard, gathered on the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, it's time to march, Odin coldly gave the order. Heimdall felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to those days. Thor and Loki were both incredibly excited. Finally, it's time to go all out. Today's battle is called the Battle to Protect Uncle. Boom, the Rainbow Bridge shone brightly. Squads of guards entered in an orderly fashion. Odin and Thor took the lead, New York, Manhattan Street. This is where he is. It is quite tall, but it still does not conform to the status of a god. Perhaps I should build him a brand new castle. The spaceship remained high in the sky. Ego stood with Mantis in front of the Osborne Corporation building. At that moment, a familiar scent emerged from the building. Igor had a smile on his face. That was the aura he exuded. My child, you. Igor's smile froze as he looked at Aaron and blinked. Wow, Master, is this your child? He's so good. Even better than yours. The Mantis woman made an exaggerated expression. And he looks just like you. Like you were made from the same mold, Ace mold. Are you sure? Aaron's expression turned strange upon hearing this. What? Igor's smile gradually faded, alike not at all. Yellow skin, black hair, black eyes. Aaron is handsome. Extremely handsome, worthy of being called handsome. It is called perfect. But he bears absolutely no resemblance to Igor. Even more embarrassing is that he also bears no resemblance to Igor's water lily Meredith. A thought flashed through Igor's mind. Have I been cheated on? No, impossible. Why does he possess divine genes? How old are you? After holding back for a long time, Igor finally spoke. Aaron seemed to have guessed what Igor was thinking. 22 years old, 22 years old. My child should be 29 years old. Could it be my child's child, 7 years old? Even if it were the child of a god, it would be difficult for them to stand up at this age. Wouldn't it? I remember Water Lily died in 1988. And the child should have been 8 years old. Could it be that my seed stayed for 7 years and produced another one? Igor was dumbfounded. Even a god couldn't process what was happening, perhaps. Only by using the brain of that planet can we figure out the relationships involved. He thought about it that year. He must have slept with an octopus man. Hey, what's going on here? Do you need my help? Tony Stark, who had been nearby for some time, observed for a while before descending from the sky. To his embarrassment, however, no one paid any attention to him at that moment. Soon, SHI. ILD. Agents led by Hawkeye and Coulson also arrived here. Just as Coulson was about to ask what was going on, the Rainbow Bridge's light descended from the sky. Outlander god, this is Asgard's territory. Get out of here now. Odin's voice was loud and filled with boundless majesty. The celestial horse leaped out from the golden light. Next up are Thor and Loki. Squads of Imperial guards appeared in neat and orderly formation. They immediately surrounded the Area 017. This put Coulson and the others on guard, forcing them to confront the group of people who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Coulson, with his sharp eyes, spotted Thor and quickly greeted him. Hey Thor, remember me? We drank together. Odin frowned and Thor rode up to Coulson. He said in an unquestionable tone, guys, you can leave now. This place will be taken over by our divine realm from now on. You'd better not stay here, lest the wrath of 2 demigod kings. Fire is enough to destroy this city. Kalson's smile faltered 2.5 god kings. The legendary Odin and Thor who is half. Kalson was about to ask, Aronth protagonistel's ego. If you're looking for your child, I suggest you leave Earth. Your child isn't here, no, you are my child. Ego was momentarily dazed, glanced at Odin and the others. Showed no fear and said confidently, I can't be wrong. It must be a genetic mutation, yes, that's it. Your appearance may deceive people. But your genes and divine power can never deceive people. My child, I am your father whom you have not seen for many years. The god Ego. Aaron's brow twitched and veins bulged on his forehead. These days, I've seen people everywhere seeking godfathers and godmothers. But I never expected so many people to suddenly appear seeking brothers. Uncles and even children, this isn't one piece. Igor, do you really want to die? Upon hearing this, Odin felt reassured. Did you hear me? Get out of the courtyard right now. Otherwise, even if you are a god, you will surely die. No one may enter without permission. Igor turned around. The Aesir never heard of them. But I'm sure you've heard of the Celestials. I am a Celestial. Igor knew about the Aesir, but he didn't care. I'm here only to find my son, and I'll be leaving soon. If you don't want to provoke the wrath of a god, then please don't disturb me. Enough. Odin was furious. Aaron's bloodline flows with the purest power of Asgard. He is my brother, Odin's brother. He is the king of Asgard, the father of the gods. The lord of the gods, it is also shared by all 9 realms. You want to take my brother away, king of Asgard? Then you'd better see if the spear of eternity in my hand will allow it. Aaron never admitted to being an Asgardian. Whether he was or not, that was all Odin could say. If all else failed, they could become sworn brothers. Loki quickly summoned 2 small daggers. How dare you steal my unclothed god of wisdom, Loki's uncle. My god-slaying daggers will not stand for it. Seeing this, Thor brandished his axe and shouted, me too. Kill for the king of gods. 1,000 palace guards marched in unison. Their heavy armor made of Uru metal gleaming with a bloodthirsty, cold light. Igor's face was grim. He never expected that such a simple family reunion would bring out so many strange and monstrous figures. As for the other side, Tony Stark and Coulson were truly dumbfounded. No. We all agreed to be brothers. But you suddenly became the king of gods and the lord of the 9 realms. What the hell is that? Why did Aaron become the king of the gods after only 2 days away? What kind of large-scale anime convention is happening today? Tony Stark looked at Coulson and found that the other was also quite bewildered. They seemed to still be saying something. Sir, something terrible has happened. Aaron has become the king of the divine realm. What? A Trident Tower. Nick Fury sat up straight. His mind filled with questions as he listened to Coulson's words. No, I was just thinking about it casually. You really dare to do it? Instead of conquering New York in a week, you went and conquered Asgard. Good grief, so you look down on the US and the Earth. F***KU, this tastes just right. Coulson thought to himself, sir, what should we do now? The legendary Odin along with Thor and Loki are all here, along with about 1,000 other divine warriors. If a war breaks out, I'm worried about New York. Evacuate New York immediately. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately notified Agent Hill. Where's the military? Tell them to come and help us out. Sir, they've arrived. Coulson watched the fighter jets and attack helicopters hurtling towards them in the distance. This place is completely surrounded. He also heard the roar of engines belonging to armored vehicles and tanks. The small Osborne group has managed to gather forces from multiple parties in a short period of time. The military SHIELD. The Protoss and aliens have all arrived, owner. The Mantis woman looked at the suddenly changed situation with a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. Igor remained calm. He doesn't care about any number of humans. Only Aaron and Odin know, matter what, I'm taking you with me. Igor made up his mind, even if I just go back to be a battery. He wants to take Aaron with him too. Ego couldn't understand why Aaron possessed the same divine power as himself. Could it be that he had disposed of the divine seed? Theoretically speaking, the divine flower he left behind does indeed contain his genetic makeup and abilities. That was another version of him, an author version of himself. He simply couldn't understand how Aaron had done it. This is very unscientific, it's not theological either. Hearing this, Aaron also became a little annoyed. Your child's name is Peter Jason Quill. Even if you go and adopt Jason as your son, don't come looking for me. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Aaron vanished suddenly. When it reappeared, it was already behind Igor. The latter's expression hardened, and he quickly turned around to create a sturdy energy shield. Despite having withdrawn 99% of his power, because this was his own company, Aaron still easily broke through the temporary shield that Ego had created and kicked him away towards Odin's location. Odin reacted just as quickly, raising the Spear of Eternity and transforming it into starlight. Ego tried his best to control his body and dodge, but facing Odin, who had extremely rich combat experience, his left arm was still torn apart. Very well, you have angered the gods. Since you're unwilling to come with me, then I'll have no choice but to tie you up and take you away. Igor's amiable smile vanished, and a pale blue light surged from his wounds as his material reorganization ability allowed him to rapidly restore the damaged parts. You think this is a game? You still have time to spout nonsense. Aaron's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Igor's cold face suddenly froze. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and then a hand ripped open his chest. Holding a beating heart in its grasp, he stared in astonishment at his own heart, then at the gradually fading figure of Aaron right in front of him. Phantom clones, what a weak gods. With a slight exertion, Aaron's heart burst open with a bang. Then another kick sent Igor's mangled body flying hundreds of meters, causing a building to collapse with a crash. Coulson's eyelids twitched. That building was purchased by SHIELD to monitor Osborn's secret base. So you don't care at all that it's not your house, and you're just messing around with it. Excuse me, whose building is that? My secretary will contact him directly later. Aaron smiled and looked at Coulson. The latter's lips twitched. No need ye. You can talk to me directly about the repair issue. You absolutely did it on purpose, but what could Coulson do? SHIELD's tactics are useless against Aaron. He could only manage a forced smile in response. You have gone too far by showing no martial ethics. Amidst the swirling smoke, Igor emerged, dragging his body, which was only partially intact. Tony and Coulson were quite shocked. Are you an unkillable cockroach? The house is destroyed and you're still alive as a god. Even if it is just an avatar, Ego is not so easy to kill. All the injuries he sustained were from Aaron's claw and kick. These materials on Earth cannot cause him any effective harm. Ego's rage burned within him. He wanted to show these ignorant gods the power of the gods. Swish! Ego grunted and turned to look at Loki, who had appeared out of nowhere, holding a dagger and stabbing him in the kidney and liver. You're still not dead, Loki was greatly shocked. Igor was furious, truly furious. Earthlings are so unreasonable. Not only did they gang up on him, but they also managed to trick him twice with a phantom. I am a god. A flash of azure lightning illuminated the area, and a dazzling light appeared in Igor's hand. Loki's expression changed drastically. Before the lightning struck, Aaron waved his hand, and Loki suddenly appeared beside Thor, causing Ego's lightning to miss its target. You all deserve to die. Igor has gone berserk and his mental state is worrying. He came here with sincerity, but what he got in return was having his heart, liver, and kidneys ripped out. Even if he were an incarnation of a god, he couldn't withstand such torment. However, Aaron wasn't one to wait for the boss to go berserk. He flew straight into the sky. His hands transformed into machine guns, unleashing a barrage of particle beams that relentlessly bombarded Igor's body. Each ray of light tears apart a part of the body, one after another after several reorganizations. The recovery speed decreased significantly, and could no longer keep up with the rate of destruction. A asterisk hole, I kill you. In his impotent rage, ego was gradually wiped out. The world finally quieted down after the last mouth was wiped away. However, Carlson looked at his building, which was the only one that had been razed to the ground. Then he met Aaron's questioning gaze. He forced a smile. Perfect. We don't need to worry about demolition anymore. We can start rebuilding right away. What a tragedy. Aaron nodded, satisfied. I'll have Norman handle things with you. You'll get your money, not a penny less. Is this a question of whether it's a small or large sum? Does SHILD really need that little bit of money? This is a matter of face, even after Igor's death. The Golden Palace guards did not disarm. The Mantis woman was surrounded, looking in panic at the erased ego and the demon-like Aaron. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Faced with a group of fierce-looking men, the Mantis woman trembled with fear, completely at a loss for what to do. Should we take her back to Asgard and lock her up? Odin asked Aaron. Aaron pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, let her stay on Earth. She and Ego are inseparable. After saying that, he flew towards Igor's spaceship. Hands resting on the white oval spaceship, directly infiltrated the spaceship's network, having the ability to control data without Igor's control. The spaceship could easily be hacked by Lion. The coordinates of planet Igor are here. Aaron's eyes flashed with golden light, piercing through tens of thousands of light years away, and he saw a red planet that looked like it had a human face. It's not big, about the size of the moon. It would be insignificant even in the vast universe. Odin noticed Aaron's actions and his expression changed slightly. Are you going to cause him trouble? I don't want my mortal enemy to live past the next day. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep at night, Aaron replied, stomping his feet on the ground and drawing upon its power to restore his energy. Simultaneously, it pulled with both hands, opening a dark energy channel spanning tens of thousands of light years to the planet Ego. Wowza, a rhythmic alarm sounded. A secret agent was sweating profusely, his face contorted with fear. Sir, the energy index in New York is skyrocketing. Good heavens! Is he trying to blow up the entire United States? Nick Fury strode over and saw that all the screens in front of him simultaneously popped up red emergency warnings, with constantly flashing red lights and off-the-charts energy levels. Even someone as composed as Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Carlson, what exactly happened on your end? I don't know, sir. Carlson was also confused. He was just a bystander. How would he know so much about all this? Wasn't the otherworldly evil god Ego dead? Whom should we cause trouble for looking for a ghost? Aaron seems to have opened a black hole. Or maybe a portal. Anyway, it leads to another place. Carlson boldly speculated that these things defied his previous understanding. So Aaron opened a door and used energy powerful enough to destroy the United States. Nick Fury's eyes widened. What the hell kind of monster was this? Even a humanoid nuclear bomb couldn't compare to a fraction of your power. Odin looked towards the dark energy channel, secretly alarmed but kindly said, do you need the Rainbow Bridge's help? Odin did not want to use the Bifrost, a restricted planet-destroying weapon. But that doesn't mean he won't use it. If we can further win over Aaron's, destroying one or two planets would be no problem at all. Odin merely extinguished the fire, but the fire still reigns supreme. Aaron shook his head and stepped inside without looking back. I'll be right back. Seeing this, Odin glanced around. Then he looked up and shouted, Heimdall. The next moment, a golden hue also appeared in Odin's pupils. Thor and Loki joined in. They all looked toward where Aaron was at this moment. Igor Star with the complete death of the clone. Memories are also transmitted back to the planet in some way. The entire planet was engulfed in violent tremors. And in that thick underground, a brain shaped like a human was trembling incessantly, as the blue tubes resembling blood vessels surged. Another Igor hatched Earth, Asgard. How dare you defy a god? Igor was furious. He couldn't accept that he had made a wasted trip. As a god who has lived for tens of millions of years, ever since he created his avatars and traveled throughout the Milky Way, no one dares to be so arrogant towards him, but today. He met him, Igor, just as he was thinking about how to get revenge. He suddenly looked up at the ground and instantly moved outside. A black hole appeared. Aaron slowly walked out. Aaron, you've come to my planet after all. Igor was both surprised and furious. But more than anything, there was joy on Earth. With the help of the Aesir, it would indeed be difficult for me to do anything to you. But I never expected you would dare to come to my world. Igor wanted to burst out laughing. I searched high and low without finding it. Only to have it come to me effortlessly. He flew into the air. The entire planet was trembling. Did you see that? I am the god of this planet. In your earthly terms, I am the omnipotent god. Without your little friends, you'll just stay here obediently and be a battery for 1,000 years. While your poop slowly grows bigger, Aaron ignored him. He glanced at the Earth. The all-seeing eye and the X-ray vision combined to begin searching for the location of his brain. What are you doing? Igor suddenly had a bad feeling. Aaron seemed to know his source of confidence. Suddenly, Aaron locked onto his target. Alarm bells rang in Igor's mind. That's where his brain is located. How did he know my weaknesses? Igor's expression changed drastically. And with his thought, his brain consciously and rapidly headed towards the star core. At the same time, the Earth continued to accumulate together, becoming more solid and compact. All the gaps were sealed together, still trying to run. Aaron raised an eyebrow. It's time to show off the real skills at this moment. The energy of all the cells began to circulate wildly. His body grew rapidly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Soon he grew to 10,000 meters. The planet Igor is approximately 3.0 kilometers in diameter. Aaron's height at this point was already 1/30th of that of Ego. And it continues to grow bigger. Both weight and strength increased exponentially. Igor was stunned. Thor and Loki, standing in the distance, both gaped open. Even Odin's lips twitched. It's too big. If it keeps going like this, it might just smash Asgard to pieces with a single punch. Is this the true value of a deity in comparison? Igor also a god, I can't bear to look at it. Someone like you wants to emulate Whitebeard, you idiot. Loki opened his mouth, feeling that Aaron wasn't Paul's son, but rather Paul's father. Upon closer examination, Odin's logic simply doesn't hold up to scrutiny. He had always been skeptical about its authenticity. Not only hers, the other countries that attended the ceremony also had similar doubts. They don't even believe it at all. But what can you do if you don't believe it? Do they dare to say it? Was Odin's fist a disadvantage? The army of Asgard was not yet completely corrupt. Most importantly, Aaron has already used the title of the Asgardian god king, Ma Wangzhou. Nobody believes it, but everyone has to believe it. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,353,411 U. How could this be? This is a move I haven't even learned yet. Igor was dumbfounded as a god. He does not possess the ability to grow to enormous size. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. After all, strictly speaking, he only has one brain. It's still not a fully developed mind, normally. The seeds of the gods are scattered throughout the universe by the supreme gods, merging with planets that show signs of life. As stars grow over hundreds of millions to billions of years, they continuously absorb the energy of planets, while also absorbing the soul power of billions of intelligent beings, to complete their final divine manifestation. As Igor grew uponly, his brain remained drifting through the universe. They could only rely on themselves independent, and grow little by pulling materials from the surrounding piles of rubble. Even now, it has not yet completed the accumulation that other gods had when they first became pregnant. He only has a brain now, not a body giant size. Dimensional armor only in my dreams soon. Igor realized what Aaron was about to do. His brain could certainly change position at will within the star core. 10. Aaron is about to blow up his entire planet. Igor only the size of the moon. Its diameter is only 1/10 that of Earth. And its mass is only 1/80th that of Earth. Destroying a planet like Ego is undoubtedly much simpler than destroying Earth. Then, Aaron's entire body suddenly burst into countless high-temperature flames. He did not transform into Surtur's lava body, but he remains a humanoid sun, a giant of fire. Aaron's every move could trigger a massive earthquake on Ego. In Aaron's hand a sword appeared, the Twilight Blade. Loki muttered to himself. Odin's pupils constricted. No, it's the Sword of Doom. This is the very image that has troubled Odin for years. The image that would awaken him every night only. Aaron was much larger than Surtur and even more powerful. When Aaron raised the Doomsday Sword, which was tens of thousands of meters long, Igor stared, his eyes wide with fury. No. Hundreds or even thousands of lightning chains, each thousands of meters long, emerged from the planet Ego. Like vibrant tentacles, they nimbly coiled around Aaron. However, Aaron ignored all the tentacles. With a gentle tremor of its massive hand, the Doomsday Sword, carrying the force of gravity, shattered hundreds of tentacles and pierced deep into the earth. To ensure the sword could penetrate deep into the Earth's core, he used gravity control, combined with the immense force of billions of tons. Even a vibranium planet would have to be cleaved in two with a single strike. With a rumbling sound, the ground suddenly cracked, and red flames burst forth and burned fiercely. The scalding lava burned everything. Wherever the sword tip touched, the surrounding matter was instantly sublimated by the high temperature. In just a few seconds, the Doomsday Sword had penetrated tens of thousands of meters into the earth, and a terrifying lava pit was spewing flames. Igor's face turned ashen. No matter how hard he tried to solidify the earth, he could not withstand the devastating power of that sword strike. Closer, deeper, but Igor suddenly burst into laughter. How the hairs isn't long enough, yes. Aaron's eyes flashed with dazzling golden light, and with a flick of his wrists, an even greater surge of energy erupted from the Doomsday Sword. Igor's perception was the strongest. He noticed that the material activity on the planet was unusually frantic. Aaron manipulated those microscopic particles, causing them to coalesce into a terrifying divine power. The next moment, the entire Doomsday Sword turned golden, and countless particles of energy rays intertwined with crimson flames, creating the last dazzling light in the world. Boom. A crimson gold light mixed with red pierced directly through the stars. The energy did not stop being released instead. It was detonated by Aaron. It's over. Aaron released his grip, and at the instant the explosion began. He was teleported through the passage to the shattered brain. After removing a piece of tissue, it teleported to the starry sky. He looked down at the star, and in the dark universe he turned into fireworks. After being infused with energy, Ego Star exploded, and its remaining brain was completely obliterated by the flames. Igor only had time to let out one last roar. The universe fell silent once more. Besides the countless fragments of stars in the sky, it's as if no planet or life ever existed here. Aaron did not leave. His sharp gaze swept over her again and again. Only after confirming that Igor was beyond dead did they begin to melt his brain tissue. Heart of the gods, similar abilities have been detected to have merged. Your brain has been further developed, granting you near immortal vitality, allowing you to live forever even after leaving your physical body. Energy control, similar abilities have been detected to have merged. Your proficiency in energy control has further increased, allowing you to almost perfectly manipulate any type of conventional cosmic ray in the universe. Matter manipulation, similar abilities have been detected to have merged. Your ability to manipulate microscopic particles has been further enhanced by 170, allowing you to more easily recombine matters. Aaron recalled the scene of absorbing the flower of the gods. The properties after smelting were actually the same. Only the effect was stronger. But thinking about it, it makes sense. One is Igor's true form, and the other is merely a dormant clone. They are not comparable at all, speaking of which. There is a sleeping god named Tiamut at the core of the earth. How about we just swallow him, Aaron thought to himself. Based on developmental progress, Tiamut will be able to grow into its complete form in a few more years. Moreover, Tiamat is far more special than Igor. Not only in terms of developmental level, but also in terms of divine genes. They are worlds apart. The former is one of the most special gods, and in the main universe 8 can even surpass the supreme gods, possessing the potential to become an omnipotent being. Even if Igor were to fully develop, he would only be an ordinary god. If we could melt Tiamat together, his strength will undergo a dramatic change. No, we have to wait a little longer. Aaron thought for a moment and decided that melting down the defenseless Tiamut was no problem. But this will inevitably clash with the supreme god Aristom. The fact that Tiamat in this universe could be petrified by several Eternals working together suggests that, even if it wasn't on guard against them, it can also be seen that Tiamat is no match for Aristom. Aaron now has a high chance of winning against a normal, fully formed celestial being, but Aristom, even if they manage to fuse Tiamut, they still don't have much of a chance of winning. That's the kind of being that can toy with the Milky Way, even if it doesn't exist at the level of a single universe. It is definitely a god at the level of a cosmic structure. As expected, I'm still too weak, Aaron sighed. Turned around, opened the dark energy channel and left. A few seconds later, Aaron returned to the Osborne group. He immediately saw the various industry giants staring at him in a daze. Odin is silent, Thor is in a daze, and Loki is worshipful. Tony Stark, Coulson, and the military representatives remained bewildered. Who are we? What are we supposed to do? Aaron gestured for them to proceed, a kind smile on his face. Everything's settled now, anyone want to come over? A moment of silence fell. Everyone present looked at each other. I suddenly remembered that I have other plans. So I'll stop here for now and talk to you later. After Coulson finished speaking, he quickly led his team away. Seeing this, the others also made excuses to leave. Although this crisis was quite chaotic, it's good that it's been resolved. They need to go back and process the massive amount of information they received. Then I'll think carefully about how to get along with Aaron in the future. Is it an equal dialogue or a dialogue on one's knees? Now that the gods have been dealt with, I'll be leaving now. The banquet still needs someone to continue hosting it. After a moment of confusion, Odin spoke. Thor, Loki, you two take this alien and follow Aaron. The rest of you come with me, Odin nodded to Aaron. He then summoned Heimdall to open the Rainbow Bridge and leave. Uncle, what should we do about her? Loki approached with a forced smile. That's a real powerhouse. Aaron did not refuse Loki and Thor's offer. He glanced at Mantis and approached her amidst her fearful gaze. He reached out and touched the antennae on her forehead. The praying Mantis woman retreated shyly. This can't be touched. She looked at Aaron with a mixture of fear and curiosity. What did you do to Master? She had a vague idea of what Aaron had just been doing. She just couldn't understand why things had turned out this way when they had come here to find someone. He has completely merged with nature. Aaron raised an eyebrow. You could say that he has completely achieved the eternity he has longed for. It's everywhere in the body, how could it not be eternal? Loki and Thor's lips twitched slightly. Only an idiot would believe such a lame excuse. However, the Mantis woman jumped up with joy. Really? Master actually achieved eternity and fulfilled his greatest wish. Loki patted his forehead. There really are brain-dead people. Aaron was not surprised by the Mantis's reaction. The other party had never had contact with outsiders and had been taken back to the planet by Igor and raised since childhood. Use her abilities to help yourself sleep. His nominal assistant was actually just a pet kept by Igor. Pets aside from helping you sleep don't need independent cognition or values. So right now she's practically like a newborn baby. Not only do people who get sold out not pay the seller, but they also thank them. However, her abilities are truly remarkable. Aaron reached out and gently stroked her arm. Ah, is this my blood? The mantis woman didn't understand Aaron's actions. Are you trying to hurt me? But I didn't feel that you meant to hurt me. The mantis woman possesses the ability to resonate with emotions. She can sense the other person's emotions and detect whether the other person harbors any ill intentions simply by touching them. Although she may not understand what constitutes a bad idea. Aaron didn't say anything, took her blood, and gently pressed it. The wound healed instantly. The mantis woman's eyes widened as she gestured repeatedly at her wound. Wow, your hands are amazing. They healed my injury in an instant. Aaron ignored the mantis woman's praise and melted the blood with a backhand. Emotional resonance. You can clearly perceive the other person's emotional state through contact. And at the same time, you can share your own emotional state with them. Mind control, mental power. Similar abilities have been detected. You can forcibly control the other person's mind by touching them, causing them to fall into a deep sleep, really. Compared to emotional resonance, Aaron values mental control more. It's important to understand that he obtained the mental power of ego and the mental power of the warlock's eye. Everything below the Heavenly Father can be forcibly controlled. However, after fusing with Mantis's abilities, it was actually enhanced even further. He truly deserves to be called the strongest close combat support in the MCU world. When he finally made his move, took control of ego, the Celestial in his planetary state, and Thanos, the Infinity Stone, it played a huge role on both occasions. If it weren't for Star-Lord's punch, a punch that was comparable to a mortal's despite his godlike CDCJ physique, the Infinite Wars will likely end immediately. But there are no ifs, you should know. In another Illuminati universe, when Professor X's Illuminati faced Thanos, they could only rely on the Book of Vishanti. This shows that, in terms of hard crowd control, it is at least effective against boss-level opponents. Mantis is probably no less impressive than Professor X, the #1 player in close-range hard crowd control. I can tell you're happy. Why is it because of my blood? Or because it healed me? The Mantis woman was somewhat puzzled. Because your master gave you to me. Aaron made it up without hesitation. And the Mantis woman actually believed him. She didn't refute but just lowered her head sadly. However, it quickly returned to normal. Because she simply doesn't understand what sadness is. Everything is imitating others. Thor walked over and looked at Mantis with a puzzled expression. Then pointed to his head. What exactly is wrong with her? Is there something wrong here? The Mantis woman didn't feel insulted by this behavior. She even touched her head, seemingly puzzled. Her. Igor's daughter, a tool for sleeping or perhaps a pet? Ov's on the other side. Odin was distracted the entire way back to the banquet. Fragaho was waiting at the entrance of the banquet. Saw this and hurriedly asked what was going on. Odin muttered to himself, perhaps we've all been mistaken. The prophecy wasn't about Surtur destroying the Golden Palace, but about Aaron destroying ego. It is indeed the twilight of the gods. But it is the twilight of the heavens, Aaron. He killed a celestial. The familiar scene made Odin doubt the truth of the prophecy. Both are castles, both are fire giants and the Sword of Doom. Similarly, the greatsword was plunged deep into the underground core. Then with a bang it shattered into pieces, turning into cosmic dust. Aaron's strength is even greater than Surtur's at his peak. Odin had no chance of defeating Aaron. Even if he risked his life, he had no chance of winning. Frigga was quite puzzled after hearing this. He killed a god, wasn't he a god too? Odin shook his head. It's because Aaron refused Ego's offer to take him away, which angered Ego, who then tried to forcibly take Aaron away. At this point, Odin couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, when he first approached Aaron, he wasn't forceful. Otherwise, Asgard might have been the first planet Ego. However, recalling what just happened, a question arose in Odin's mind. Frigga noticed his unusual behavior. What's wrong? I'm wondering if I guessed wrong. Odin glanced at the still bustling and lively banquet hall and slowly said, I used to think that Eren might be the son of Bauer, or perhaps an Aesir god from another universe. But just now, after I saw the Twilight Sword in Eren's hand, I thought of another possibility. What's possible? Odin hesitated, opening his mouth several times only to swallow it back, seemingly finding it difficult to utter these words. Do you think? Is it possible that Eren isn't my brother but my uncle? Frigga was shocked seriously. Is he going to evolve from a younger brother-in-law to an older brother-in-law? What do Nather and Loki call them? Ancestors. Grandfathers. Frigga shook her head. How could that be? Odin also felt that his idea was too outrageous. But he was still very puzzled. Eren possesses the power of Odin, and also the power of Thor. These inherited powers are a gift from our ancestors, and only Paul's generation could possibly master them. Odin paused for a moment, then continued. But I feel that he also seems to possess Surtur's power, which is why he can use the Twilight Blade and the Eternal Flame at will. This makes me think of a possibility. Odin was torn. Eren, perhaps he is the incarnation of the World Tree. Frigga was utterly shocked. Odin took a deep breath. He was surprised by this guess. But then again, this guess isn't impossible. The 9 realms are special miniature universes united by the World Tree. There is such a conjecture in the records of the Asgardian ancestors. The power of the 9 realms comes from the World Tree. The energy resources of Asgard, Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and other countries are all related to the World Tree. Asgard gave birth to the Aesir gods and possessed the power of inheritance. Every king is bound to Asgard. It can also be seen as an alternative dimensional demon. Looking at it this way, the World Tree gave birth to 9 great realms, each of which gave birth to its own divine race. If Eren really is the incarnation of the World Tree, so in terms of identity, Eren can be considered the de facto ruler of the 9 kingdoms. From a gestational perspective, calling them ancestors wouldn't be wrong. Proving this is actually not difficult. We can find out by simply seeing whether Eren possesses the inherited power of the 9 kingdoms. If Eren's power characteristics encompass all the characteristics of the gods, that would be a huge problem. Odin recalled that when he first met Eren had said that he could copy the power of others. He is also considering this possibility. But after thinking about it, I realized it was too outrageous. Earth doesn't have a Celestials, so how could he replicate their power? Thor's lightning power is contained within his hammer. So how did he replicate that power furthermore? He possessed Odin's power and the authority of the Asgardian god king. Eren had never met him before. So how did he acquire these powers? Did it come out of thin air? Most importantly, how did Eren manage to create so many Thor's hammers out of thin air? Each one possesses the same type of lightning power. Indeed, others who gain the hammer's approval can obtain the power of Thor. And Thor can also use the Thor calendar at the same time. For example, Jane Foster wielding the hammer, Thor wielding Stormbreaker, or Captain America with the hammer could all acquire the power of Thor at the same time. But their power all comes from Thor himself. How did Eren manage to create 4 hammers that each grant the user that power? An incarnation of the World Tree, or perhaps an incarnation of Asgard? Odin thought about it and became more and more confused. Could it be that an ancestor has suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Ancestors above, please accept Odin's bow. Ouch. I can't bear to look. Let's stop thinking about it. Let's continue the banquet. The banquet in Asgard was only just beginning to get down to business. It is now 9:00 a.m. on June 5th on Earth, New York, USA. Located in the most bustling area of Manhattan, an expo hosted by the Osborne Group has officially begun. On this day, high-ranking officials, powerful figures, tycoons, and celebrities from all over the world gathered here. Those who are chatting and laughing are either rich or noble. If Al-Qaeda were to launch a terrorist attack at this time, a single explosion could trigger a global earthquake. But no one dared to defy public opinion and cause trouble at the expo. For this expo, New York State troops are concentrated here. The police officers worked overtime for several days in a row. Even Hell's Kitchen not far away has been unusually quiet for several days. No matter what kind of underground emperor or supervillain they are no match for the state apparatus, even SHIL. West Point is responsible for security around the area. It can be said that the level of security here far exceeds that of a presidential speech or other international summits. Compared to the Stark Industries Expo held not long ago, the Osborne Group is undoubtedly several levels above. Aaron, the true protagonist of this expo, with Felicia serving him at close range. He slowly made his way to the expo site outside the gate. The moment Aaron was seen, the most famous media outlets from all over the world swarmed over like zombies unleashed from their cages. They ran frantically, each carrying a microphone. The photographer was even more impressive. He carried dozens of kilograms of equipment and managed to keep up steadily with the lightly dressed reporter. "Mr. Aaron, when did you and Miss Lalicia get married? What a lack of tact, getting married, are you crazy? Find a woman to trap you. Why do people say settle down and then establish a career? Because if you establish a career first, you won't settle down and start a family next, Mr. Aaron. I heard you found the legendary fountain of immortality in the cosmic kingdom. When can you return the water to us? It belongs to us." "Oh no, I've run into a lunatic." Aaron said to Felicia, "Don't let the dogs in anymore. Just give them a couple of bones and let them gnaw on them." Felicia nodded seriously at the reporter's badge and made up her mind to no longer allow this media outlet to participate in any of Osborne Group's events. After Aaron led Felicia into the Osborne exhibition hall, surrounded by a group of security guards, Norman's secretary immediately led Aaron through the backstage area to the front of the stage. At this moment, under Norman's direction, the exhibition has begun to introduce other research products from the Osborne Group. For example, high-strength spider silk derived from the latest super spider. There are also individual flying vehicles that resemble skateboards and can fly at full power for up to 3 hours. These things are quite extraordinary even under normal circumstances. However, at this time, the dignitaries from various countries in the audience, however, were not interested in these things. They appeared to be smiling and focused, but their eyes were actually unfocused, glancing from time to time at the time in the lower right corner of the large screen, or looking towards the direction behind the curtain. Norman, who was passionately describing various products, paused for a moment and a smile spread across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, upon hearing this, thousands of people in the hall straightened their backs and leaned forward slightly, listening attentively. Now please welcome Mr. Aaron, president of the Osborne Group, who will introduce our group's latest biomedical research and development product. A great invention that is poised to change human history and benefit all mankind. Rebirth. A burst of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted from the audience. Most of those present had gray hair, including many elderly people wearing oxygen masks, with withered faces and an aura of death. And they all applauded Aaron from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. Their faces were flushed and they were in high spirits. Even though the Osborne Group's research and development achievements have been confirmed through various channels, these powerful figures are still unable to calm down at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Aaron, who was walking onto the stage accompanied by Felicia. Facing countless eager eyes, Aaron calmly snapped his fingers. Professor Connors walked up quickly, carrying a high-end suitcase with a Phoenix Rebirth symbol printed on its surface. In his right hand, this scene seems familiar. It's exactly the same as the trunk Tony Stark used back then. When the suitcase was opened, light green and blue reagents were revealed inside. Aaron could clearly feel the breathing in the room suddenly become rapid. Everyone's heart rate increased significantly, so much so that some people fainted on the spot. The doctor who was accompanying the patient immediately began emergency treatment on the spot. However, others ignored this scene. They stared intently at the reagents. If it weren't for the immense power Aaron had previously displayed, Perhaps these people won't sit here obediently like good children. Following the rules he set, I think at this moment. No one wants me to say too much nonsense. And no one wants to know right now. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. With everyone's hearts pounding, Aaron recklessly pulled out a light green reagent. This is the No-1 anti-cancer drug, as its name suggests. It can effectively isolate and eliminate cancer cells, regardless of the type of cancer, even if it is in its late stage. As long as you persist in injecting or taking this reagent, you can still snatch a life from the clutches of death. Cancer does not discriminate between ordinary people and the wealthy. In today's society, anyone can get cancer. Most of these cancers are incurable. Even if they are very rich, they can only live longer than other poor people. Aaron scanned the surroundings, his sharp gaze instantly assessing the health of the attendees. He waved his hand and pointed to one of the middle-aged men, whose face was somewhat pale and who was slightly overweight. "Mr. Sultan, would you like to experience its taste?" Aaron doesn't like beating around the bush. He only plays it real. The middle-aged man being pointed at had a cloth over his head. He looked all right on the outside, but in reality, he was terminally ill and wouldn't live for more than 2 years. "Of course, sir, I would be more than happy to. How many US dollars do I need to pay to get it?" Sultan was a prince of an oil-producing country who possessed immense wealth and had once held great power in the country. But at the age of 80, he was plagued by illness. Every year he spent a lot of money fighting against death. However, despite seeking out renowned doctors worldwide and receiving the so-called most advanced medical technology, he could still sense that his life was rapidly slipping away. He didn't want to die. He used his power and wealth to finally obtain an invitation, all in an attempt to buy a new life. I thought this would be a fierce battle, but I never expected the surprise to fall on him so quickly. Aaron shook his head. "No need. But you need to go into a machine so that everyone can witness a miracle." Sultan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Aaron clapped his hands. The staff quickly pulled back the curtain, revealing a display panel that looked like a medical pod from a science fiction movie. This machine can accurately detect the internal condition of the human body, leaving no room for cancer or other diseases to hide. There's only one of its kind on Earth, because it is not Earth technology but comes from Asgard. Next to the machine, a woman in a white coat was busy at work. Aaron looked up and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Bing Bing?" "Who is she?" Felicia was clearly prepared. "Her name is Wu Jiakishes from Daxia, and she's a medical doctor. She previously worked at XX Hospital in New York and has a close working relationship with our Osborne Hospital." Felicia pulled out a document from the file. Aaron glanced at it and immediately thought of the scene in Iron Man 3, where he removed the shrapnel from Tony's body. So Fang Jia is now an employee of the Ospington Group. And the Osborne Group is mine. To round it off, is Wu Jiaki one of my people? Felicia turned to another page. Name, Wu Jiaki, age 25. Marital status, single, no dating experience. Wow, they're all prepared. You brought all those things for the premarital checkup again. At this age, to earn a medical doctorate and to be hired by New York's largest private hospital with outstanding grades, one must be completely dedicated to their studies. A true academic star. I, Aaron, admire academic superstars like this the most. Look at Dr. Zhao Heilun. She's only been with the company for less than half a month, and she's already the head of a department. This shows how much importance is attached to it. Furthermore, he always paid close attention to the other person's physical condition, carefully checking on them every day to ensure their physical and mental well-being. A boss like him is a rare find. Facing Aaron's astonished gaze, Felicia remained calm. A week ago, I had her submit a very comprehensive pre-employment medical examination. And there are absolutely no problems, Aaron nodded. I think I'm currently lacking a private doctor to ensure my personal health status is monitored in real time. And this medical doctor would be a good fit. Felicia nodded as if she had expected this. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Have a look. This is truly the CEO's considerate little secretary. It's time to make progress. Only then did Aaron gesture to Sultan, who was already waiting near Bito lie down. Sultan dared not say a word or even glance at him, and obediently did as he was told. She didn't take off her clothes. Asgardian technology is just that advanced. Wu Jiaqi was clearly studying and researching diligently according to the instructions Aaron had provided. Although somewhat unfamiliar with the machine, he operated it with perfect accuracy. Under the expectant gazes of others, a 3D image of Sultan's internal cellular structure appeared in the void. Aaron pointed to a spot and zoomed in. An unusual cellular image appeared before everyone's eyes. That was a malignant tumor. Please wait patiently for 3 minutes, and you will witness the 8th wonder of the world. Aaron chuckled. Tony Stark, sitting in the front row, raised his hand. It should be the 10th wonder of the world. My Iron Man and arc reactor should be ranked 8th or 9th. Aaron neither confirmed nor denied this. No one else spoke up to Tani. Instead, many glared at him, signaling him to be quiet. I admit that your creations are highly technologically advanced and could even trigger energy reform. But your research cannot be popularized among the masses, much less save us from death. Normally, they might have flattered Tony. But now, sorry, you'd better shut up upon seeing this. Tony immediately felt that the person had left and the tea had gone cold. 3 minutes passed quickly, but at this moment it felt like an hour had passed. Asterisk, 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 finally it's here. My God, what is that? Everyone leaned forward as far as possible. Those in the back even brought out their own binoculars. Osborn was quite well prepared in this regard. In 3D images, some strange. The transparent liquid seemed to have eyes, quickly enveloping the tumor tissue. Visible to the naked eye, the once vibrant tumor gradually showed signs of activity. Aaron glanced at Connors, the latter explained knowingly. This is an anti-cancer drug produced by the Osborn Group. It produces a high molecular weight hyaluronic acid that precisely locates cancer cells, encapsulates them and binds them to the cancer cells. Normal cell isolation after complete isolation. It will cut off the external energy supply to the part, causing cancer cells to lose energy and stop dividing until they die. Our research shows that patients with precancerous conditions can eliminate cancer cells and regain their health by consistently taking 5 doses of the new Life No. 1 series of anti-cancer drugs. Patients with mid-stage cancer only need to take 10 doses to basically recover to normal. As for patients in the later stages of cancer, it will take about 30 doses to achieve a complete cure. Given the unique location of some cancers, which may have already led to organ failure, it is necessary to combine them with another new series of drugs we have developed, limb regeneration agents. Connor's expression became visibly agitated as he spoke. He raised his right hand high, and another 3D projection popped up next to him. That was him before he joined the Osborn Group. As everyone knows, I am left-handed. His intact right hand and the image of him with only an empty sleeve on the right side are completely different. A month ago, I wasn't a disabled scientist. I have always been committed to creating a flawless, perfect world. Imagine a world without defects and deformed children, Connors sighed. But I've spent half my life researching limb regeneration, and I've had little success. Until recently, I was fortunate enough to be invited by Mr. Aaron to join a biological research project called Miracle. Under Mr. Aaron's guidance, a miracle occurred in less than half a month at this moment. Connor's eyes were already filled with tears, and he shook hands with Aaron firmly. Aaron deliberately patted his intact right hand. Dr. Connors, you also deserve credit for this miracle. Your dream has come true. No, it's all thanks to you. You created this miracle single-handedly. You are the savior of mankind. The father of modern biomedicine. Connors was emotional. Only he and those involved knew the true origin of these miracles. Aaron single-handedly created this miraculous corporation, changing the future of humanity. These PhD experts seemingly involved in the study of miracles, actually only did some insignificant things. Many people at the scene were moved to tears. Someone quietly lowered their head, took out eye drops from their pocket and put them in, then stood up excitedly and gave Aaron and Connors a warm round of applause. "Mr. Aaron, you are a miracle. If there is a God, then you are the God of miracles, Mr. Miracle." Aaron glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and, good heavens, it was Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries. He had no recollection of ever having such a good relationship with the other person. Aaron glanced subtly at Felicia and Norman. The latter all shook their heads. They did hire people to act. But while the other person was still trying to build up their emotions and shed tears, Hammer beat them to it. The key point is that Hammer's emotions were spot on. His actions were spot on. And even his words were quite beautiful. Hammer is truly professional. Tony pursed his lips. He had always looked down on Hammer, and at this moment he looked down on him even more. But deep down I have to admire Hammer's skill. He's truly a genius. 014601323 Failu, 123,373,171. A quick-thinking journalist captured this touching moment. At the same time, everything here is broadcast to the outside world in real time. Many people were amazed by the miracles Aaron had created. The disabled in particular shouted loudly, "Mr. Miracle and God of Miracles." No one doubted its authenticity. After all, Professor Connors is standing right here. No need for further explanation. Everything is conveyed in the image. Connors waved his hand vigorously to prove the authenticity of his right hand. He even went so far as to stab it. Bright red blood flowed out. Now no one questions it anymore. Connors then took out another vial of medicine, which was the Rebirth series super healing medicine. After he took a portion, the knife wound on his right hand healed quickly. "Rinse gently with water and wipe away the bloodstains. My arm is completely unharmed without even a scar." The camera gave the wound a close-up. Do you see that? This is the third miracle that Mr. Aaron has bestowed upon the world. A super healing potion. A powerful recovery technique that can help people recover from injuries quickly and without any aftereffects. As long as you carry one with you at all times. Even if you suffer a major arterial hemorrhage, drinking one will quickly stop the bleeding and restore your health. No scars, no regrets, you deserve it. Hammer stood up again and clapped excitedly, "Mr. Miracles, you are a god forever." Hammer stood up and applauded. Everyone present gave them a warm round of applause as a gesture of respect. Many people were shouting "Mr. Miracle" loudly. They gave Aaron plenty of face. Air Force Commander Ronald applauded as he stood up abruptly. "Mr. Arona's a partner. I am delighted to further our cooperation. The military needs these life-saving drugs. Our brave young men who protect national security and shed their blood need this super healing agent to save their precious lives." He then looked at the president in the row in front of him. "I believe that the president and members of Congress would also be heartbroken to see those soldiers who should have had a chance to recover lose their precious lives, because there is not enough medicine." The U.S. president's lips twitched slightly, wanted to say, "I can bear it, this thing looks incredibly valuable. They send so much money to the military and the military ends up spending tens of thousands of dollars to buy a bag of ordinary screws. If he could, he would never want to spend more money feeding these insatiable bloodsuckers. But of course he's president. I have a responsibility to every brave and skilled soldier. They deserve the best treatment. And Osborne Group's Miracle Regeneration series is undoubtedly the best treatment." The president replied with a smile that he couldn't afford to offend the military. And he didn't want a coup to happen during his term. If he dares to refuse, those veterans and active duty soldiers will tear him to pieces. Let's leave this mess to the next president anyway. He only has 2 years left in his term, so he won't bother with all this. We should trust the wisdom of future generations. Aaron pressed his hands down, and the applause stopped abruptly. Those interested in cooperation can discuss it with Mr. Norman, after the meeting, the number of places is limited. So it's first come first served upon hearing this. Everyone present stared intently at Norman. All I could think of was Aaron's words, limited quantity. First come first served. Norman felt his scalp tingle under so many sharp gazes. He felt he was in deep trouble and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These are people no one can afford to offend, however. The boss is even more vulnerable to being offended. Fortunately, it's a seller's market now. No one dared to step forward at this moment. Especially after the Battle of Igor. Few dared to underestimate Aaron. Now we will get to the main event of today. Aaron continued speaking, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone's breathing became more rapid. Everyone here is here for this so-called main event. Because that represents a true rebirth. No one even noticed Sultan, who was still inside the medical pod. Connors took a golden reagent out of his suitcase. It looks so extraordinary, like the blood of a god. Its golden color is mysterious and noble. Just looking at it gives one a sense of peace and tranquility. Many people clenched their fists. The last shred of reason in their brains allowed them to barely control their bodies. I'm going crazy. The media captured this scene clearly and uploaded it to all networks in real time. Everyone was surprised by the reaction of these powerful figures. Although they didn't know what this golden yellow reagent was. But it absolutely surpasses the previous 3 reagents, containing a power that drives people mad. I think many of you here have already guessed its name. That's right. It's an anti-aging drug that can help everyone live to at least 120 years old and keep people young for 100 years. I imagine Mr. Ronald and Mr. Stark are quite familiar with its effects, aren't they? After Aaron said that, all eyes and cameras turned to the two of them. Especially Ronald, General Ronald, who is over 60 years old this year. Looked about 10 years younger when he appeared in public some time ago. Although Tony Stark has only just started taking it. The effects are already visible. As for Tony Stark, who was born in 1970. He just celebrated his 40th birthday on May 29th, attending a large party with female models while wearing his Iron Man suit. His somewhat aged appearance now seemed noticeably younger than before. She looks about 5 or 6 years younger. And this is just the effect of one injection. The New Life No. 1 series of anti-aging drugs. 1 dose per month can help people regain their youth and prevent aging for thousands of years. With proper care, living to 120 is not a problem. And some can even live to 200. I can tell you with certainty that from now on you can buy time and lifespan with money. Of course, I think death would really hate me. Aaron's last sentence elicited knowing smiles from everyone. If there really were a Grim Reaper on Earth, her business would definitely suffer a significant decline. I'm afraid you'll have a heart-to-heart talk with Aaron, the culprit, that very night. But what does that have to do with them, their lifespan? Their time were in Aaron's Hansen, that tiny test tube. The golden reagent is more expensive than an equal volume of gold. And it drives people crazy. After Aaron gave a brief introduction to these items, he left all the subsequent arrangements to Connors and Norsha. They will provide further explanation to everyone in the room. For example, the medication has 0 side effects. For example, the civilian version of Newborn No. 2. Anti-cancer No. 2, anti-aging No. 2, super healing No. 2, limb regeneration No. 2. Even after dilution, the effect is still quite terrifying. The difference won't be too big. And the price is quite favorable. Of course, number 1 will definitely make more profit. For Aaron, however, the amount of money was not the issue. As soon as Aaron stepped out the door, a crowd of people surrounded him outside the expo. They were about to speak. Time and space seemed to have been paused, and everyone remained motionless in their original positions. An elderly bald man sat in a chair as a woman with long, flowing red hair and a red dress walked through a passage cleared by onlookers. Behind them was a man wearing glasses and trying to look cool, and a black woman with snow-white hair. Seeing this familiar lineup, Aaron raised an eyebrow. Isn't that Professor X Charles? He had originally planned to visit Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters, where the mutant genes could greatly enhance his abilities. Hello, Mr. Aarons. I'm sorry to have to use this method to meet you. Mainly because the threshold here is just too high. Charles said with a wry smile, as a member of a wealthy family. He also has assets of at least $1 billion US. In the United States would definitely be a famous tycoon. But this Osborne Expo was different. In terms of wealth or status, he didn't even qualify to enter the Osborne Exhibition Hall. Unless you're worth hundreds of billions of US dollars or a high-ranking official in a major country, don't even think about getting an invitation to the exhibition hall. They can only move around in other peripheral exhibition halls of the expo at most. Even so, on the periphery, Charles's wealth was nowhere near the top. Left with no other choice, Charles had to have men guard the outside. Aaron scanned his surroundings. Felicia was unaffected, while the others remained motionless. What appears to be a stop in time is actually an illusion caused by a disruption in thought. You're the professor at Xavier's Academy of Gifted Youngsters. UB******D. Aaron glanced at the four people, his gaze finally settling on Chin. Scott Summers' expression darkened upon seeing this. He was currently pursuing Jean Grey, and Aaron's attitude made him feel a strong sense of crisis. He was about to make a move. Aaron suddenly spoke up. This young lady must be Miss Jean Grey. I can sense a powerful force emanating from you. She is dangerous. Ginger was somewhat puzzled, and Charles's expression changed slightly. Are you aware of her situation? If you know me, you should know that no one can hide anything from my eyes. Aaron's eyes flashed with golden light as he tried to see through Jean Grey's body. However, because of the phoenix, he could only see most of the area clearly. In Chin's mind, there was a barrier through which a blurry phoenix silhouette faintly flew. Suddenly their eyes met. Chin vaguely felt that something was wrong with her body, as if something was growing in her brain. This feeling quickly disappeared as Aaron looked away. Very nice. Aaron was very satisfied, and said something with a double meaning. Chin's face flushed slightly for a moment just now. She felt as if she had been seen through. Hey, what were you just doing? Scott sensed something was wrong. He felt that something was happening that was beyond his comprehension. I'm examining her. Do you have any objections? Aaron glanced at Scott. Brother, I saved your life. This woman is too fierce. You can't handle her. Let this humble monk handle it. Scott's expression changed, and after glancing at Jean, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, he felt something was amiss, but unable to express it. They could only retreat in frustration. Charles asked with a hint of inquiry, Mr. Aaron, how is Jean doing now? She is dangerous. Although that mental barrier is quite good, it doesn't solve the problem. Instead, it will only make her more insane. If this continues, we will only be playing with fire and bringing about our own destruction. Aaron and Charles were speaking in sign language here, which puzzled everyone including Jean. Scott retorted, Jin's checkups have always been normal. Don't exaggerate. Don't think you're something special just because you have money. Sorry, having money doesn't make you any special. Aaron replied kindly, and Scott's face twitched. How awful seeing this. Charles quickly interrupted Scott. Scott, you go down and take care of the other students. We need to have a good talk with Mr. Aaron, Professor. Scott was astonished. Charles didn't say anything, just waved his Honda key. She could only turn and leave. His back view looked like that of a defeated dog. Mr. Aaron, do you have a way to solve the problem with the piano? When I first met her, I sensed the terrifying power within her. It was so savage, so terrifying that I had no choice. I built a mental barrier to keep it inside. But lately I've been feeling increasingly powerless. It's growing and will break free one day, Charles sighed. To outsiders, she was like a god, capable of controlling the life and death of others with a single thought. But in the face of that unknown power within the zither, he was just an ordinary mortal, imprisoning a god with mortals. It was all predetermined, Professor. Chen was even more confused. She tried hard to recall what happened, but at that time her abilities were too weak to detect Charles's tricks. Of course I have a way to solve her problem, this is Austria. The S-Ben group if we can't solve it. Then no one in the world can solve her problem. With the primordial forge, Aaron didn't think that a mere phoenix fragment could stump him. Not to mention, even if Qin were to fully awaken at this moment, what difference would it make? It's just a fragment of a phoenix. He was still confident that he could forcibly control it. Charles and the others nodded in agreement with Aaron's words. Charles is a world-renowned expert in genetics and can be considered a top professor. That is precisely why. Only then did he clearly understand the extent of biotechnology involved in the drugs that Osborne had developed. That's not a product of this era. The Osborne Group's research in biomedicine is at least 20 years ahead of current mainstream laboratories on Earth. If it were Stark Industries, Charles wouldn't have taken it to heart. But he had to visit the Osborne Group. He needs to figure out Aaron's stance on mutants. He couldn't imagine the terrifying disaster that would ensue if such a massive biomedical conglomerate took notice of mutants and began researching their genes. Exchange. But he didn't have a chance to continue asking about the stance, and instead hurriedly asked, so how should we proceed? I have a feeling that this power isn't something she was born with. It seems to be some kind of special alien life form. Charles was unsure of the nature of the phoenix, but that vast ocean of the spirit filled him with a deep-seated fear. Faced with that monster, he might not even be able to put up a fight. He harbored considerable doubts about Aaron's abilities. Although he knew Aaron seemed to possess extraordinary power, the monster inside Qin could absolutely be called a demon god. It possesses the potential to destroy the world. Don't doubt my abilities if you trust me. Then Qin will stay with me for the next while until I completely resolve her problem. Aaron absolutely has to get his hands on the Phoenix Force. But Chingli he wants it too with Jean's talent. It would be a complete waste for her to stay at Xavier's School of the Arts. Jean was able to become the Phoenix's host because she possessed Omega-level mutant potential, even far surpassing Charles himself. But even such a promising individual, her mental abilities are far less developed than Charles's. Controlling just 2 missiles was quite a challenge. His actual combat ability is that of an ordinary level 3 mutant. Isn't this a joke? Aaron always avoided waste. He was confident that under his tutelage, Ragnarok would have a real breakthrough. Charles hesitated for a moment. He was not at ease. Qin was like a time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Staying near yourself is tricky, but staying near others is even more dangerous. If someone were to try and exploit this power, the consequences would be unimaginable, Mr. Aaron, what are your views on the mutant groups? Charles considered it for a moment, then tentatively asked. He would absolutely not agree if Aaron showed any dissatisfaction, even at the risk of offending the most prestigious and powerful person in the world. He would not allow Qin to stay by his side. Mutants. You're asking me what my opinion is. Aaron's expression was strange and he replied. I have no opinion. Charles was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever heard such an answer. Don't you think mutants are dangerous? They possess immense power, even superhuman strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Some mutants have extremely distinctive appearances, making it impossible for them to interact normally with others. Charles put it mildly, but the main point is that some mutants are really ugly. Like fish in the deep sea. Because it's too dark for anyone to see, they are completely free to create all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Very dangerous, is it? Aaron held a ray of light in his right hand. As bright as the sun, am I in danger? Charles stared intently at the ball of light in Aaron's hand, sensing the terrifying power it contained. No need to look at it. You can think of it as that thing on Tony Stark's chest. You're saying this thing is nuclear fusion. Charles turned pale and instinctively wanted to run, but then realized he couldn't. Is this the power of the sun? Charles looked up at Aaron with a strange expression. No wonder you're not afraid. Turns out you're the most dangerous person in the world. He had no doubt that this one thing was enough to blow the entire Osborne Expo, or rather the entire Manhattan Districto smithereens. Charles chuckled and pointed at the small sun lamp. Shall we put it away first? Aaron shook hands and the little sun vanished. So are you in danger as much as I am? Charles, Jean Grey, and Storm all shook their heads. So do I really need to discuss some pointless issues? Charles remained silent. Even though Aaron put away the little sun, Jean and Storm still took a step back, looking somewhat hesitant. Charles remained where he was, noticing the movement. His eye twitched slightly. Could you take me with you when you retreat? Okay, I asked a stupid question. You're not afraid of mutants at all, compared to you. Mutants are all docile and adorable little white rabbits. Even 10,000 mutants couldn't match the destructive power of a single blow from you. He thought of the Black King Shaw that he had fought alongside Eric. The fact that the other side was able to control and absorb the nuclear bomb was already astonishing. However, compared to Aaron's, who would rub his little son with his hands at the slightest provocation, Black Emperor Zio was practically harmless. What's even more terrifying is that the person in front of you is the world's richest man, capable of causing a global earthquake with a single stomp of his foot, and can do almost anything he wants. Now that he has money and has demonstrated invincible power, doesn't that mean he can act with impunity? However, in this way, Charles was no longer so worried that Aaron would use the piano for something. If Aaron really wanted to do something, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. He is enough for himself. Chin is probably safer and more at ease with him by his side than at the academy. No matter what happens, Aaron can stop Jean. Thinking of this, Charles thought about it carefully. Then looked at Chin and asked, Kin, what do you think? Me. Chin asked, puzzled, how can I see it? Just stand there and look. She still doesn't know what's going on at this point. Charles communicated with her directly through telepathy. Chin's expression changed slightly, and she nodded secretly. Aaron maintained a calm smile, seemingly patiently waiting for the three to answer. In fact, Charles had already sensed this when he was communicating with Jean, but he didn't say anything about it. What they can talk about is obvious even to a fool. It was simply to check if Osborne was conducting mutant experiments, and if anything unusual was found. They would leave immediately, of course. Charles would definitely have to explain the matter of the Phoenix to Jean beforehand. Jean is a top student, but she trusts Charles completely. And for her own sake and for the sake of the mutants, she would never refuse him. None of these things mattered to Aaron. Researching mutant abilities, does he need it? Chin was quickly convinced and nodded, saying, Mr. Aaron, I'll be troubling you from now on. It's a pleasure to work with you. Aaron reached out and shook hands with Kin. Wait a minute. Chin was about to stop when she heard this. While she was puzzled, she cooperated and did not move away. She felt a sharp bird cry in her mind. Her whole body was burning up, and her body was becoming increasingly abnormal. Zither, Charles and Storm looked over with concern. Aaron frowned slightly. The resistance is quite good. It's worthy of the Phoenix Force. The primordial furnace can absorb everything, but it is best to absorb things that cannot be resisted for the time being. It's not that it can't absorb the power of the Phoenix. Even if a complete Phoenix enters its stomach, it would have no chance of escaping. The main point is that while the Phoenix Force can't defeat the primordial force, it can escape. The two sides clashed within Chin's body, and the Phoenix Force crumbled upon contact. They suffered repeated defeats and retreated step by step, realizing the terror of the invaders. The Phoenix Force wanted to flee. However, Aaron suddenly let go at this moment, seeing this. The Phoenix observed for a while and then stayed there for the time being. A host as perfect as Chin is a rare find, moreover. Due to anger towards Charles, this part of the Phoenix personality harbors deep resentment and is naturally unwilling to leave easily. But Aaron had already gotten what he wanted. Phoenix Force Remnant, a similar ability has been detected to have been fused with yours. You have gained the characteristics of the Phoenix Force, possessing powerful vitality and mental strength. and can easily perceive the emotions of all beings or read minds, etc. Phoenix Judgment, Phoenix Fire Remnant. Similar abilities have been detected. Flame Control. Flame Elementalization. You can transform into a body constructed from Phoenix Fire, possessing the characteristics of ionized flames while also existing in Phoenix form. You can soar freely even in oxygen-free spaces. Burning eternally. Your rage is enough to incinerate most macroscopic existences and some microscopic existences. Eternal Phoenix Core. Similar abilities have been detected. Fused Eternal Core. The miniature sun within its body possesses the characteristics of all three. And while burning indefinitely, it will also possess the terrifying power to incinerate and decompose everything. Psychokinesis. Similar abilities have been detected and integrated. Your psychokinesis has been further enhanced and is now synchronized with your physical strength in proportion. Teleportation. You can use the power of your mind to teleport to any visible place. Distance depends on the strength of your mental power. And even break through cosmic barriers to travel through the multiverse requires a large amount of mental energy. Matter recombination. Similar abilities have been detected to have merged. Matter manipulation. Particle flow control. You can freely manipulate matter at the subatomic level, smaller than an atom. Change its composition and properties according to your will, and easily turn lead into gold. Warning: the Phoenix Force is an emotional force, a fundamental component of the Marvel Infinite Multiverse. Once generated, it will possess self-awareness. Do not overuse or create this force before you become powerful enough. Otherwise, there is a risk of it going out of control, i.e., being corrupted by the emotions of all beings and returning to the universe. Perhaps due to the deep fusion of the power of the Phoenix and the Harp, Aaron not only gained the characteristics of the Phoenix, but also forged and obtained the energy characteristics of the Harp. Aaron closed his eyes carefully, sensing the vibrant, burning new eternal Phoenix core deep within his cells. Within that round intangible sun, it seemed as if a small phoenix was hatching. This is his Phoenix power. That is also the limit that he can safely control. This wave saw Binglun gain a huge boost. The improvement is even greater than the boost from absorbing Igor's brain. Matter manipulation has transformed into matter control, directly advancing from the molecular level to the subatomic level. His mental strength was enhanced, far surpassing his former self and even surpassing Charles's current self. Of course, he might not be as good as Charles, who uses a brainwave enhancement machine. But Aaron can smelt that thing is a good one too. Charles's mental power is limited, but once he uses the brainwave enhancement machine, he can directly control the life on a planet. Even if they are just ordinary people, it is still quite terrifying at this level. It can even be barely compared to a typical fully formed celestial. It's definitely several levels better than the eternal druid Jacques. In addition, his telekinetic power and physical strength are proportional. Doesn't that mean at least several cubic tons? What if it keeps getting bigger? Can mental abilities continuously increase? Aaron saw the warning. The primordial furnace surpasses the Phoenix Force in rank, and can arbitrarily create recorded data, including even the Phoenix Force, in violation of the law of conservation of energy. Theoretically speaking, Aaron has only obtained a portion of the Phoenix calendar. The complete Phoenix possesses even more astonishing power and a wider range of abilities. But this power is far beyond what he can currently withstand. The Phoenix represents the emotions and spirit of all living beings and possesses self-awareness. Even if Aaron used the primordial forge to create such a massive Phoenix, perhaps in that instant, he could advance to the omnipotent universe level. But then, the power of all living beings can enable this Phoenix to return to the universe. Perhaps a single spit could burn Aaron's place to ashes. No, not even a trace of ashes, but although I cannot directly control the fully formed Phoenix power right now, with my current strength and mind, the Phoenix power it controls definitely surpasses the size of the harp itself. Right. Aaron carefully sensed the Phoenix within the core of the eternal sun. I made a comparison with what he saw. If the phoenix in Chin's mind is a chick, then his phoenix is an eagle. The eagle eats the chicks one bite at a time, phew. At least in terms of my mind. I'm now comparable to a fully fledged celestial being. Or even surpass him, right? Once the physical condition is further improved, we can proceed to the next step. Aaron felt incredibly strong once enraged. It could probably burst and destroy the earth like a balloon in just a few breaths. Even though this power is more manifested in the mind, it is still terrifyingly strong. Moreover, he can completely detach from this fragile body, transform into a fire elemental, and thus perfectly unleash the power of the Phoenix Force fragments. Very tempting. But Aaron did not want to transform into a phoenix just like that. His current mental strength is not yet able to compete with the emotions and minds of all beings in the universe. If you really go all in, you might end up going crazy. Moreover, even a fully formed phoenix cannot pass the tribunal of life. It's a classic case of losing the big picture for small gains. A losing proposition. He's not a golden-winged rock. He doesn't have the hobby of being someone else's mascot. Calm down, calm downs. I need to control this power, not be controlled by it. Aaron blew himself a little cold air and came to his senses. That moment seemed to last an eternity. But from the outside, it only lasted a few seconds, Mr. Aaron, what happened to Chin just now? Charles looked suspicious and began to doubt whether Aaron had the ability to heal Chin. Before meeting Aaron, although Jean was on the edge of time and space, the problem was not too serious. But after just meeting Aaron, glancing at him and shaking his hand on Sesh, almost flew into a rage. Even Aaron himself seems to be having some problems. Aaron shook his head. The little guy isn't very big, but he has quite a temper. However, it's not a big problem. I can easily resolve it with a little discipline. I have a lot of experience dealing with these naughty, mischievous and misguided little devils. Under Charles's suspicious gaze, Aaron made a promise. A mighty eagle training a chick. That's like trying to easily crush it. What, you're not listening? Then I'll use Bird Path to annihilate you and wipe you out. Even without Phoenix, Jean is still an Omega-level mutant. Her potential might be lower, but her ability to perfectly control her power can increase like a rocket. Upon hearing this, Charles had no other choice. Now that we've reached this point, it's no longer a question of whether he agrees or not, but whether Aaron is willing to let go. Even if it's a desperate measure, we must find a way to solve Chin's problem. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Aaron. Aaron nodded. Is there anything else? Charles thought for a moment, opened his mouth but then shook his head. He gestured for Chin and Felicia to follow. We're about to leave at this moment. Aaron suddenly thought of something and said meaningfully, by the way, Professor X, if there are any mutants in your school who don't like their abilities, you can bring them to me. I might be able to help her solve this. Charles's heart skipped a beat, and a terrible thought arose in his mind. Does Aaron possess the means to erase the abilities of mutants? Or perhaps their research on mutants has reached an extremely advanced level. Charles subtly gave Gint a wink and the latter. He nodded secretly. No problem, I just hope Mr. Aaron won't conduct any experiments on them. They are human beings too. Charles tried to be as tactful as possible. Aaron raised an eyebrow and said, human experimentation. I would never stoop to doing that with that. Aaron continued walking away, leaving Charles with a dashing and mysterious silhouette. Professor, maybe he's right. Maybe they really don't need to conduct human experiments. Storm recalled the human detection technology showcased at the expo earlier. With that technology, there would probably be no need for such primitive methods. Right? Charles shook his head, looking worried. He naturally hoped it would be so, but who knows? Charles suddenly shouted at Aaron's retreating figure. Mr. Aaron, are you a mutant? No. Aaron spoke without turning his head, then disappeared from sight with Chin and Felicia. The next moment, the people around them snapped out of their daze, scratching their heads wondering why they were there. They had forgotten the fact that Aaron had appeared. and they shook their heads and scattered. Now it was Storm's turn to push Charles around. After seeing Scott and others who were taking care of the students on the periphery. "Professor, where is Chingley?" Scott looked around, his expression changing slightly. "She went with Aaron." What? Scott was shocked. The goddess he had secretly loved for years had left with another man in just one day. Is a gift from heaven better than a childhood sweetheart? Where exactly did he go wrong? "No, I'm going to find Chingley." Scott had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly collapsed. "Professor," Storm realized something. "Don't provoke Aaron's. I have a feeling he's countless times more terrifying than Magneto." Charles sighed, wondering if coming to see Aaron this time was the right thing to do. "I just hope that Chin can successfully gain the other party's trust. At least if this man, who tops both the wealthiest and most influential men in the world rankings, could slightly shift his views on mutants, it would be enough to alleviate their difficult situation." The environment on the other side. Following closely behind Aaron, Chin hesitated, wanting to speak but not daring to, however. Before she could open her mouth, she saw a group of reporters who had been lying in wait at the expo swarming over. "Mr. Aaron, I've heard that the O Group is about to change its name to the Asia Group. Is that true, Mr. Aaron? There are rumors that you will be relocating your headquarters to another region. Is it really true? As some people in New York State are after your company's secrets." As some suspect, Aaron glanced at the PR ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** safe here. The reporter's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he tried his best to showcase his assets, licking his lips. So you think the New York State Police are wasting taxpayers' money? Wow, you're really good at climbing up the ladders. Your journalism degree is definitely at a PhD level. Aaron ignored him and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. The reporters who were swarming over looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. Aaron looked into the distance and saw the Hulk and the Abomination fighting each other thousands of meters away. Chin asked curiously what happened over there. Aaron looked away. As I just said, New York isn't very safe. Aaron turned and instructed, "Tell Norman to inform everyone present that the expo is temporarily suspended." Never mind, they already knows. As soon as they finished speaking, many dignitaries in the Osborne Group showroom received news from the outside world. They glanced at him, their expressions a mixture of rage and fear. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,383,471. The U.S. president even picked up his phone and made a call, giving that bald guy a good scolding. As for Air Force Commander Ronald, he also turned on his phone with a grim expression. There is another message above Ross, General Ronald. I have the situation under control and will be able to handle the trouble soon. Almost at the same time, Tony Stark also received the news. With a solemn expression, Mark V picked up the briefcase beside him and automatically began to dress. At the very back of the venue, among the bodyguards guarding the main entrance, Coulson, dressed in a black suit and standing like a lackey among the burly men, also received an urgent notification. His face fell. This is a huge problem, this expo, which has attracted global attention and is poised to change the future of humanity, is truly remarkable. The event was initially very successful, but it had to be cancelled halfway through, because it's just a few streets away from here. Hulk and Abomination are naked and embracing each other, staging a primal hand-to-hand combat between men. When everyone knows this news, they then realized what Aaron meant. New York really is not safe. See if we say FSHIELD is primarily responsible for security after the Hulk and Abomination incidents came to light. The person who is now even more uneasy is undoubtedly the mayor of New York City. Aaron's statement that New York was unsafe had an unprecedented impact on the city. Many businesses are even considering whether to continue operating in New York City. Didn't you see the massive Osborne Group, with its hundreds of meters-tall buildings serving as branch offices, is also planning to move its headquarters to another location? Right now, it's just the Hulk and Abomination. What will be next? Aliens invade New York City. It sounds ridiculous, but this is Marvel. It's one thing to fool the common people, but these powerful and wealthy individuals who wield power and capital know that extraterrestrials exist on Earth just in case. Just in case if one day aliens really did invade New York. Wouldn't all their hard work have been wasted? If the headquarters is gone, it's gone. The biggest loss is when someone dies. Some people have even started inquiring about where the Ost group, or rather the Asia group, plans to move its headquarters. With Aaron's keen eye, the new headquarters location should be quite sapphirite. The mayor of New York City was sweating profusely, looking at the interpretations of Aaron's words popping up in various news outlets. And reading the comments, I felt utterly disoriented. Compared to the mayor of New York City, Nick Fury also has a big head. Such supernatural events are the responsibility of SHI. DLD, however, they failed to address the issue promptly before it occurred. Instead, it has jeopardized the global elite. One slip could trigger an international crisis. Far worse than 9/11, he really can't take the blame for this. Certainly besides them, the most desperate person is the culprit behind the capture of the Hulk, which sparked a huge public outcry, led to the temporary suspension of the Osborne Expo, and caused a large number of dignitaries to flee in disarray. Air Force Lieutenant General Ross Treasury. Ross hung up the phone, his face contorted with anger. He was verbally abused by General Ronald over the phone, who then cursed his entire family for 18 generations. Then came the president's call. Anyone who dared to shit on his head received a friendly greeting. Under normal circumstances, if Ross did this, relying on his military status and backing, he could at most minimize the damage or make a big deal out of it. He might even use this as a credit later, and through various power struggles, become the Minister of National Defense. But now, he needs to consider whether he needs to retire early and step down from his position as Lieutenant General. If things go wrong, you could even face a military court. An ordinary trade fair has escalated into an extremely serious international diplomatic incident. Someone always has to take the blame, damn it. Find a way to get Bronski to take Hulk away from Manhattan. Or else send him to meet his maker. Ross was furious and started yelling. He knew about the Osborne Fair and that so many high-ranking officials and dignitaries would be attending. They even knew that the expo would open on June 5th. But what he never expected was that Bronski ignored his orders and injected himself with an increased dose of serum, thus becoming an abomination, and it's on this special day. It's still in Harlem, in the northern part of Manhattan. It's only a few kilometers away from the expo site. The key point is that Bronski continued to ignore his orders. And after gaining immense power, he transformed from a highly decorated commando into a Homelander Plus version of TVXQ. They wreak havoc everywhere to attract the Hulk. They wantonly slaughtered their former teammates. This resulted in numerous soldier casualties. After Hulk appears, the two sides resumed their street fighting in the bustling streets. Everything was out of his control. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was actually powerless to control the situation. Stop Bronski. He doubted that even an armored division could stop this thing. A group of soldiers risked their lives, driving military jeeps and shouting at Bronski through loudspeakers. However, what followed was a fist bigger than a sandbag. I have the power to control my own destiny. No one can command me, no one, Abomination. Relying on its greater strength and extensive fighting experience, and punched Hulk away, they headed towards the jeep again. A rocket trailing a plume of flame hurtled towards them. However, the rocket that Abomination could destroy a wall with a single grab and squeeze only emitted thick smoke after exploding. Hatred's yet utterly unharmed. With a single punch, Hatred smashed the entire jeep flat. When Hulk attacked, he grabbed Hulk by the neck, let out a beastly roar, and then threw him like a punching bag towards Manhattan. Now I am an invincible god. Hatred pounded against his chest like a diamond. His roar echoed throughout the entire street. But no one could refute him, Mr. Miracles, you are a god forever. Who? He was enraged upon hearing this. Who dared to slap him in the face? I turned to look at the large screen in the square Hammer. The owner of Hammer Industries stood up and clapped and shouted. His eyes narrowed instantly with hatred, fixing him firmly in his memory. Then even more people stood up in a roar. As Aaron offered his blessings. Aaron is the god of miracles, no. His eyes reddened with hatred as he stared at Aaron's face. Filled with intense jealousy, Aaron, president of the Osborne Group, the most dazzling jewel in America, the Einstein of the medical world, god of miracles. Before becoming a scourge, Bronsky was merely a colonel-level officer who fought with his life for wealth and power. Even so, a mere Lieutenant General Ross could arbitrarily reprimand him. But what about Aaron at the age of 22? He was surrounded and flattered by everyone. He saw Air Force Commander Ronald, the U.S. President, the Secretary of Defense, high-ranking officials from the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, and CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations. While he was fighting to the death with the Hulk for the sake of American security, these good-for-nothing bastards are actually flattering another man. They're still hailing Aaron as the god of miracles. What's even more infuriating is that, let alone him, even someone of Ross's rank as Lieutenant General would find it difficult to step into the exhibition hall. Previously, Bronsky was jealous of the Hulk's power, so he defeated him. But then he began to envy Aaron's wealth and fame. There can only be one god, and that is me, Bronsky. Manhattan, tremble, you great gods, we have come. Abomination immediately changed its target, defeating the boring Hulk with another punch. With its objective clear, it headed towards the Osborne Expo in Manhattan. Upon witnessing this scene, Ross felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Damn it, stop him at all costs. Right there on the rooftop of a building, Aaron's, who should have been at the center of the expo, teleported to the site with Felicia and Jean. Everyone was sitting on small stool-shielding watermelons, eating melon seeds, and looking forward to watching a real-life Hollywood superhero blockbuster. However, in the blink of an eye, good grief, I've got myself caught up in the drama. Boss, this big guy really wants to go to. Is it our company? Felicia stared blankly in that direction. Directly in front, the Osborne Group building stands out so prominently. Like a lighthouse in the darkness, it illuminates the way for those who are lost. Aaron stood up. He's seen people eat shit. But this is the first time I've seen someone go to their death like this. Felicia was eager to try. Boss, how about I go and deal with him? You're not ready yet, Aaron shook his head. In addition to Spider-Man's abilities, he later bestowed various other abilities upon Felicia. For example, super flexibility, Kato's hand, temperature control, muscle control, and other abilities. Felicia lived up to expectations, mastering these skills through repeated hard work and practice. His combat abilities have increased. He can even fight Aaron at full power for 3 minutes. But to be honest, at this point, Felicia can only restrain hatred at best. Asking an agile hero to fight against a tanky hero with high melee damage output is simply asking too much. Felicia lowered her head in regrets, and Aaron patted her head. If you behave well, I will give you even better things in the future. Felicia nodded emphatically upon hearing this. Her eyes filled with fighting spirit and determination. Aaron nodded. College students are great. They're good at S*X and easy to calm down. If you have the chance, visit universities more often. I'm going to buy some oranges. You all wait here and don't move, I'll be right back. Okay, Dad, Kin stared wide-eyed at Felicia. What did I just hear? Felicia disagreed. Isn't this just normal work for a considerate secretary? These are all minor incidents. There's no need to make a fuss about them. You'll find out about the more elaborate stuff later. Perhaps thinking of something, Felicia unconsciously squeezed her fleshy legs together. Hey buddies, who are you looking for? Tony Stark descended from the sky wearing the Mark V armor. He spoke flippantly, Watching the abominations rushing about, get out. Tony Stark, who was also a rising star, became a star of yesterday after Aaron's meteoric rise. Hatred didn't even bother to glance at him, casually smashing a fire hydrant and throwing it out like a cannonball. Tony quickly dodged his right palm open. A ball of energy gathering, all right. Looks like I need to beat you up first before we can have a proper talk. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm cannon released a burst of high-temperature light. However, Abomination neither dodged nor avoided the attack, and took it head-on as it ran. He glanced down at the unscathed handwriting, smiled dismissively and said, "Is that all you've got? Are you trying to tickle me?" Tony raised an eyebrow as he looked at Jarvis's report of the injuries. "The defense is pretty good, then you should try this." The Mark V's chest opened, and an even larger mass of energy gathered. The pulse cannon fired at full power, and with the assistance of the intelligent fire control system, it struck the Abomination's chest with a whoosh. He patted his still unharmed chest, filled with hatred. A mocking smile disguised spread across his Chinese letter Zhengning, meaning ferocious or hideous face. So-called Iron Man is nothing but a pile of scrap metal in the face of gods. Seeing this, Tony Stark could no longer maintain his composure. Maybe I need a more powerful guy. Damn it, I should go back and get a Mark 6 set first. The Mark V is a suitcase armor, a portable armor created by Tony specifically to deal with emergencies, which can be quickly assembled in any location, however, in order to compress it into a suitcase size for easy carrying. Its armor protection had to be reduced, compared to the double protection of other armors. This one only has one layer of armor, moreover, in order to reduce size for easy portability. The Mark V's only weapons were the palm cannon and the pulse cannon, and their power was not high. Dealing with ordinary minor villains is no problem. However, when facing an abomination of the same level as the Hulk, it's undoubtedly more humiliating than physically damaging, as the giant bear is splattered with a small water gun. Tony didn't even dare to get too close. His fragile armor couldn't possibly withstand a fist smaller than his head. Jarvis, write this down immediately. The next armor weapon system should be further upgraded, with self-flight capability and rapid donning. The armor should also be further upgraded, ideally capable of absorbing lightning. It also needs to be able to withstand high-temperature heat vision. Freezing Brett hand super powerful punches. Tony, are you designing anti-abomination armor or anti-Aaron armor? Tony was speaking when a familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. The abomination below roared furiously, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Tony's back. Okay, so he was trying to get back at you. What did you do to him? Did you sleep with his woman? Or did you kick him to the curb? Tony knew who the voice belonged to without even turning around. It was none other than Tony Stark's lifelong nemesis, Aaron. However, all of this was Tony Stark's idea. Aaron never intended to put Tony on the list of competitors. The reason is simple: he doesn't like it. Oh no, at least when it comes to picking up girls. Aaron stated that Tony had a head start. But it's okay, he'll surpass him sooner or later. Because Tony has already hanged himself from a tree, right? Maybe it's because I'm more handsome than him. Aaron thought for a moment, then said more seriously. Tony Stark's face dark compared the two men and said, I'm more handsome than him. But you're not as handsome as me, damn it. Tony Stark rolled his eyes, furious. He stubbornly replied, 20 years ago, I was a well-known handsome young man in the surrounding villages. You can't compare to me. Appropriate self-confidence is a virtue, but excessive self-confidence is arrogance. It's fine to fool netizens, but don't deceive yourself. After saying that, Aaron landed directly in front of Abomination. Aaron, you've finally arrived. I didn't expect you to be no ordinary person. But no matter how mysterious you are, you are no match for God. He grinned wickedly, his invincible body, brimming with Hulk blood, was already burning with lust. Although it was quite unexpected that Aaron could fly, but he still felt confident of winning. Whether it's the Incredible Hulk or the once-proud Iron Man, they all seem as weak and powerless as children in front of him. Having been injected with the Super Soldier Serum and the Hulk Serum, he has grown into a Super Avengers giant who surpasses Captain America. Hulk and Iron Man, tell me in this world who else is there? Then do we need to kneel before God? Aaron raised an eyebrow, haha, of course when facing God. One should naturally kneel down and beg for his forgiveness. Bronski grinned as he imagined Aaron, who was being praised by Lee Dejao's global top executives, kneeling before him. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil. This was God. If you were now, then kneel down. Bronski glared angrily about to speak, when Aaron suddenly appeared in front of him. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,393,321. He made no other move. Bronski felt his elephant-thick calves shatter with a crack, and his legs involuntarily buckled to his knees. Aaron's relatively short but upright figure stood before him, calmly accepting his nailing. Tony Stark stared, startled. Jarvis, did you see that clearly? No, I slowed down the footage 100,000 times, and I still couldn't make out his movements. It seems like Mr. Aaron teleported. Tony Stark thought for a moment. Write that down. The next suit of armor will also need a powerful reaction system to quickly detect the surroundings and take countermeasures before I have time to react. He glanced at Bronski's calf and added, the armor keeps getting thicker. But it's not thicker than an elephant's leg, yes sir. By the way, did you capture this moment on camera? I have to say, he looked really cool at that moment. I was filming the whole thing. There was absolutely no problem, Tony nodded, however. Bronski was confused. This wasn't the scene he had envisioned. Director, you've made a mistake. This isn't my script. Let's do it again. Just then, Hulk's familiar roar came from afar. But upon seeing the abomination kneeling before Aaron, both Hulk and Bruce Banner's consciousnesses froze for a few seconds. He fell flat on his face but didn't forget to look up. This roar startled Bronski awake the next instant. He subconsciously ignored Aaron's elusive methods. Extremely ashamed and angry, he raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch carrying the force of 1,000 tons. However, the fist stopped abruptly just centimeters away from Aaron. Bronski stared in horror at the out-of-control fist, which suddenly veered and struck his own head. Bang. It's crisp and clear, just hearing it makes it a goodbye. Tony Stark fell from the sky. He was stunned for a moment as he watched the abomination send him flying more than 10 meters away with a single punch. What kind of trick is that, you do not know? Aaron glanced at him in surprise. Should I know? Tony was completely baffled by Aaron's surprised gaze. I think you must not have paid attention to Xavier Academy of Geniuses. Tony thought hard for a moment, searched for some information, and his expression changed slightly. A mutant this is. Professor X's telepathic ability. You've taken control of Abomination's body. Tony's face darkened instantly. He had thought Aaron was monstrous enough, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. Jarvis, sir. The data entry is complete, but I must remind you that I don't have enough data to support the design of the next suit of armor. With current technology, it's simply impossible to make one. Jarvis doesn't lie, he said sincerely. Tony raised an eyebrow. Nothing is impossible for me. Just write it down, and with a little bit of my intelligence, I can definitely figure it out. After speaking in a low voice, Tony tried to get information out of him. Hey buddy, what else do you have up your sleeve? Want to show off a bit? Aaron knew what the other person meant and gave a mysterious smile. Want to build the anti-Aaron armors? You'd better find the gem of wisdom first. Take your time to study it. I hope you won't despair in the end. Roar. After struggling to recall what had just happened, Bronski let out another roar this time. Instead of rushing forward rashly, he grabbed a car with one hand and threw it over. They picked up another bus and threw it out. Aaron slightly raised his eyelids, put his hands behind his back, stood tall, and an invisible force enveloped the car and bus, making them float in the air. Aaron moved forward step by step, Bronski in a panic. Kept throwing anything he could find at the scene. Up to 7 or 8 cars and streetlights were floating in the air. Aaron strolled leisurely among the floating heavy objects. Elegant and noble like a nobleman, impossible. Looking at Aaron's handsome face and terrifying power. Then he thought of the other party's immense wealth, which was comparable to that of a nation. Bronski let out a defiant roar. There is no justice in this world. Then Bronski will shatter this sky. Bronski stomped his foot like a bull, causing the ground to cave in instantly. His entire body was like a cannonball being fired. Gathering all his strength in one hand, attempting to break through Aaron's terrifying telekinetic shield. Aaron nodded slightly, and a pale blue light screen appeared 5 meters in front of him. Bronski threw a punch, but was bounced back several meters by the recoil. With a resentful expression, Bronski walked up to the light screen and threw punch after punch. Dozens of times in just a few seconds. Each punch could blow up a tank. Each strike was comparable to a missile attack. Aaron continued forward. The light curtain remained stable and motionless soon. Aaron slowly walked up to Bronski and looked up at the other's hideous face. Bronski also stopped throwing pointless punches and looked at Aaron's petite body, his red eyes narrowing. Despite his efforts to control his emotions, his inner fears were still evident. The two looked at each other through a barrier of light. One tall and one short, one fat and one thin. The light screen disappeared at some point. Bronski remained motionless, extending a finger without encountering the expected resistance. But he remained timid and dared not reach out, even though he believed he could crush a human into dust with a single finger. Tony Stark watched this scene and felt a strange sense of shock wash over him. It should be a scene of demons and gods slaughtering mortals. But why does it feel like Aaron is the demon god? And the nearly 3-meter-tall abomination is the trembling little white rabbit. This world must be insane. Aaron spoke up, "I hate it when people look at me like that." Bronski was startled, as if he were recalling the scene from just Noah and his legs, which had not fully recovered, instinctively knelt down. Thump. Aaron raised an eyebrow, about to use a combination of gravity and telekinesis to forcefully press the other person down. Bronski was so obedient and cooperative, which made him feel very unaccomplished. "Shift your gaze upwards," Aaron frowned again. Bronski looked at the still upright figure, even kneeling. Then at Aaron's displeased gaze before Aaron could speak. He braced himself with both hands on the ground and lowered his head. "Great God of miracles, I was wrong, Whatfeck." Tony is shocked and Hulk agrees to buy it. "What's wrong with it?" Bronski thought for a moment. "You are the eternal God. And I am just an ugly monster. A fool who doesn't know his own limitations. I'm the best commando, please spare me. I have shed blood for the people. And I have rendered meritorious service to the country. But what does it have to do with me?" Aaron shook his head. Looked at Hammer, looked at Loki and said, "You still have a lot to learn about flattery." In the end, they still had to add unnecessary details. "Do I care?" Upon hearing this, Bronski, who had been looking down, suddenly looked up and lunged forward. A triumphant smile appeared on his face, which was contorted with intense fear. The giant hand, much larger than a normal person's head, clenched into a fist and accompanied by a sonic boom, slammed straight into Aaron's chest. Boom, CDCC. Bronski stared wide-eyed at Aaron, who remained as steady as a mountain, completely unmoved. "No, impossible. You will never know what the power of God is." Aaron reached out his hand. "Wait, I was really wrong, please forgive me." "I forgive you, fine." Before Bronski could even feel relieved, Aaron placed his fingers on his chest, and a terrifying beam of particles condensed, instantly blasting through that indestructible body that surpassed even steel. "Come find me in your next life." Aaron stopped, and Bronski's eyes gradually lost their light, filled with disbelief as he collapsed heavily. Even a being as resilient as the abomination, once its heart is shattered, ready's beyond dead, God hath. Aaron glanced at his right hand. a subtle glint flashing within it. However, Aaron shook his head in disappointment. Waste. After forging the body of abomination, his strength remained unchanged. They don't have a single useful skill. And this guy dares to call himself a god. Then Aaron looked at Hulk. Hulk was initially puzzled as he watched the imposter he hated fall to the ground and die. When he met Aaron's gaze, he instinctively roared. "Oh damn it, don't yell at him, you'll get me killed." Bruce Banner's consciousness within Hulk immediately reprimanded Hulk and attempted to regain control of the body. Having witnessed Aaron kill Abomination with his own eyes, Hulk would be asking for death if he dared to provoke such a ruthless person. Roar Hulk the strongest. Hulk was quite dissatisfied with Bruce Banner, who immediately backed down upon meeting him. To retreat without a fight is a disgrace. Hulk, even if he dies in battle, will never admit defeat. You say you're the strongest. Aaron appeared in front of Hulk the next moment and looked him in the eye. You seem really annoyed with me. Hulk revealed his ferocious blood-red maw, his muscles bulging all over his body. Wait. We were just kidding, Hulk is just a mischievous kid. We meant no harm. Bruce Banner then frantically seized control of the body, adopting the Hulk's face and smiling ingratiatingly. Its enormous size and large face smiling like that gave people a sense of eeriness. We'll leave now and absolutely won't disturb your exhibition. Bruce Banner maneuvered his body to leave. Oh damn it, don't argue. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bruce Banner's consciousness was knocked away, and Hulk re-entered the game. Hulk, Aaron frowned. Keep it quiet. An invisible force descended from the sky, landing evenly on the ground within a radius of several meters, causing the entire area to sink several tens of centimeters deep with a loud boom. Hulk felt as if a giant mountain had suddenly landed on his back. Even someone as powerful as him was forced to his knees in a single exchange. Hulk struggled with all his might to get up, however. No matter how hard he tried, even if he used the force to tear the ground apart, he could not escape this absolute suppression and control. Hulk get up. Although Hulk is not human, he also uses some of Bruce Banner's consciousness, knowing that kneeling before others is a disgrace. Aaron snorted. This force intensified once more. This time, Hulk simply lay face down on the ground, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't resist that powerful force. Hulk had just finished yelling when Bruce Banner appeared. Shut up. After saying that, he quickly explained, Mr. Aaron, please listen to me. Hulk is still a child. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him. Naughty children need to be disciplined even more. Aaron didn't indulge Hulk just because he was intellectually challenged. What if they become a bratty kid? Ignoring the terrifying gravity and telekinesis, Aaron lifted the powerless Hulk up in one swift motion. He punched me twice in the face. Bruce Banner immediately handed over control to Hulk. After 2 punches, Hulk felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if he were floating in the sky. I don't know when. Gravity and telekinesis have disappeared. Hulk shook his head, trying to break free from the large, pincer-like hand. But that small hand contained unimaginable power. Then Aaron threw 2 more punches. Hulk simply shook his head and stopped struggling. Are you still going to call out? Aaron asked a question. Hulk remained silent. Another punch. Hulk rolled his eyes, and it took him a while to realize what was happening. Should we call him or not? Aaron asked. Hulk shook his head repeatedly. Then Bruce Banner came online. Hulk said he admits it and he'll never yell again. Banner quickly said this is his body. They hit Hulk, but he's the one who's in pain. After 5 punches, he felt his head was heavy and his vision was blurry. Aaron let go after thinking for a moment. He decided to directly melt Hulk's blood. Infinite rage flawed. When you are in a state of rage, your overall physical attributes will continuously improve at a slight rate, and your mental abilities will also slowly increase. Super intelligence, your sensitivity to certain fields of physics, biochemistry and engineering has been further enhanced. Energy absorption, gamma rays, similar abilities have been detected and fused. You can absorb gamma ray energy. slowly strengthening all your cells and continuously elevating your life level. Wow, genuine products are definitely more reliable. Aaron had just tried it out casually, the Hulk exploded. Infinite Rage, that does match the setting. It's somewhat similar, but it's an incomplete version. How much of the effect will it have compared to the original? Aaron was not surprised to see the word incomplete. Looking at Hulk's performance in the MCU, the difference in Hulk's strength at different times is enormous. When he was at his best, was the MVP of the game, and even made the Avengers shout that they had the Hulk. When they are weak, they have no fighting spirit and can be bullied by anyone. Due to issues with mindset and emotions, Hulk's power level fluctuates greatly, and he even lost his presence at one point, Thanos' punches. In particular, completely stunned Hulk, rendering him unable to move. The Hulk's ability to exert his full potential is greatly influenced by his emotions. If it were the original Hulk with his constant rage, he would never be such a useless piece of trash, regardless. This is a feature that increases the maximum strength by a percentage. We may never have the chance to use it in the future, but it's better than nothing. Super intelligence. This is clearly a characteristic of Bruce Banner. But Aaron has evolved many times and is more intelligent than Banner himself. Therefore, the improvement only enhances sensitivity in a few specific areas. Bruce did put a lot of practice into practice, and Aaron had a high potential but without practice, he could only talk the talk. What Aaron values most is undoubtedly the gamma ray energy absorption. Because the atmosphere blocks gamma rays, there are not many gamma rays on Earth. But space is different in particular. Gamma ray bursts can sometimes release energy levels equivalent to those released throughout the entire lifespan of the sun in just a few seconds to a few minutes. If energy absorption is further enhanced, then the entire universe will become nourishment for his growth. Aaron clicked his tongue. Maybe it'll evolve into a cosmic devourer someday. Shaking his head, Aaron ignored the now useless Hulk, and his gaze suddenly turned to Tony Stark. He had never considered smelting Tony, but now it seemed. It might even bring some slight improvement in intelligence. However, Aaron felt that the biggest gain Tony might get from the smelting process was the experience of having slept with 3,000 women. What are you looking at? Noticing Aaron's seemingly malicious gaze, Tony instinctively took 2 steps back and crossed his arms. I didn't yell or scream, I'm not interested in men. Aaron's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the chaotic battlefield. The rest is up to you. As he spoke, he vanished from the spot. Tony blinked, glancing around. Wait a minute, am I now the floor sweeper? 18. Seeing Aaron, that formidable man, leave, Hulk muttered something and immediately transformed from his Hulk form into Banner. Banner's expression was strange. He vaguely saw a small green child squatting silently in a corner deep in his consciousness. Look how much they're praising this child, don't be silly. However, Banner touched his slightly swollen face and exclaimed, ouch, that hurts. Aaron returned to the rooftop of the building. The trouble is over, there's no more show to watch, let's go. Jean, who witnessed the entire battle, blinked and looked at Aaron with utter bewilderment. She had always thought Aaron was a magician, but it turned out to be Adolf. 2 punches were all it took to defeat the incredibly strong Hulk and Abomination. The impact was so powerful that Chin was deeply moved. What a strong man. What terrifying power is contained within his body? Chin didn't understand, so she could only obediently follow Aaron and Felicia into the dark energy channel that Aaron had casually opened. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the seaside villa in New York. Excuse me. What do we do next? Kin asked tentatively. Just as Aaron was about to say something, he suddenly looked towards the direction of the villa's private garden. Your room is the first one on the left on the 2nd floor. Rest for a while, I have important things to do. After saying that, Aaron gestured for Felicia to follow, and the 2 of them went to the garden together. Chin felt that something was wrong, but given his status, she nodded silently and walked towards her room. As soon as she entered the house, she heard a surprised female voice. Chin looked curiously towards the window. If you quietly approach and look down, you can see the garden and the swimming pool next to it. Upon seeing this, Chin's eyes widened in surprise. The small garden was filled with all sorts of exotic flowers and plants, which seemed to shimmer and sway in the sunlight and breeze. Among the flowers and plants, many colorful butterflies fluttered about. Dancing like fairies, they wandered around freely. And occasionally one of them, which looked like a mythical deer, would peek out. Shifting gaze. Chin saw a woman in a white princess dress and a woman in a green dress. Excitedly talking to Aaron, they were so pure and holy, blending perfectly with the surrounding fairyland-like manner. Like a beautiful painting, my God, is this paradise. Chin covered her mouth. She really wanted to go down. But a feeling of shame and inferiority arose in my heart. She couldn't go down and disrupt this harmonious moment. Looking at the two women who seemed to have stepped out of a mythical wonderland talking to Aaron, Chin felt a pang of unease, not to mention Chin. Even Aaron felt a sense of unfamiliarity and amazement at his own garden. Although the garden was specially designed by a designer, it was just average. But what about now? The small garden has been transformed into a dreamlike realm, where the plants seem to be imbued with special magic, each leaf shimmering with a faint light, and the flowers gently swaying. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas are sure to tantalize your taste buds. Anyone who sees this will be amazed. It's like a computer-generated wonderland. Everything here is clearly the work of Savannah and Nina. They are spirits of light, skilled not only in magic but also in decoration and planting. The morning he left, the two then worked together to completely transform the place. Even with Aaron's enhanced sense of smell and perception, he couldn't find any problems. It's as if the combination of floral fragrance and color has been carefully crafted. A gentle breeze blew by in the sunlight. The fairy princess Savannah's skin was as fair as moonlight, and her amber blue eyes shimmered gently, blending perfectly with the painting. Following behind Savannah, Nina, dressed in a green dress, smiled charmingly, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes, as she watched Aaron step into the garden. Savannah, Nina, is this a gift you gave me? This is the best gift I've ever received. Aaron was truly amazed. Despite possessing the divine power to turn the rotten into the miraculous and having the most powerful mind, he was still amazed by all of this. Savannah blushed slightly. I'm glad you like it, brother-in-law. I just feel that this garden is not worthy of your status. Nina didn't speak, her gaze following Aaron as he leaned forward. He mentioned himself in every single sentence. Is Ulfheim as beautiful as this place? Aaron became curious about the homeland of the light spirits. If I consider retirement in the future, perhaps I could go and live in seclusion in Ulfheim. Savannah raised her head slightly and said proudly, Brother-in-law, I told you that the scenery of Ulfheim is absolutely no less beautiful than Asgard and Nornheim. Right. Whether it's the forest, the mountain, or the stream, everything has been carefully tended by us, making it beautiful and charming. Aaron's gaze shifted subconsciously and he nodded, saying, It is indeed very beautiful, and you can tell it has been carefully protected. Nina then spoke up, Your Majesty. Actually, most of the scenery in Ulfheim is not as beautiful as this place. The princess is the most talented mage among the light elves, and also the most talented designer. The forests designed and decorated by her are the most beautiful places. Aaron became even more interested upon hearing this. Then I must have the chance to experience it properly and see if my sister-in-law's nimble and smooth little hands are really as good as they say. Savannah smiled, pursing her lips. By the way, what brings you all here all of a sudden? Aaron calculated the time and said, The banquet should have just begun. Given its scale, it will last at least 2 or 3 months. For a typical small-scale peacekeeping and counterinsurgency operation, Saul and his men would spend a month celebrating. For a coronation ceremony like his King of Gods, 3 months is just the minimum and 6 months is the norm. Savannah became a little embarrassed at this point. Nina smiled, staring straight at Aaron, and boldly said, Because our princess found the banquet boring and has never been to Midgard before. She wanted to come and see your majesty's hometown. This is not my hometown, Aaron didn't say that, but nodded and said compared to Ulfheim. Isn't Earth disappointing you, it must be said? Compared to Jotunheim, Muspelheim and others, Earth is definitely better. Compared to places like Ulfheim, which are equivalent to gods, Earth's scenery and environment are incomparable. Whether it's the abundance of vegetation and flora and fauna, or the quality of the air and the clarity of the waters. It's like comparing heaven and earth. He even doubted whether the spirits of light could adapt to Earth's terrible environment. Won't the air here poison them when it really comes to that? We'll need to give them a superadaptive property to help them adapt to Earth's harsh atmosphere. Savannah shook her head. Although the scenery here can't compare to my hometown, it has its own unique charm. Nina smiled knowingly after hearing this, a unique flavor. Isn't that just His Majesty? Which girl doesn't dream of love? Aaron is a legendary god, said to be even more powerful than Odin, who easily slaughtered a peak-level fire demon. He is young and handsome and quite capable. She also had a pleasant scent. Even the most discerning light spirits couldn't find fault with him, and even subconsciously wanted to get closer to Aaron. This may be a difference in the level of life. The spirits of light love beautiful things, and in Savan's Ice are the most beautiful beings. Oh right. Sister Sif said I can stay at my brother-in-law's for 2 days. King Odin also asked me to relay a message in my brother-in-law's name. He has granted a general amnesty to the 9 realms. 3 days later, most of the criminals in the Asgardian dungeons will be pardoned. Let everyone remember your kindness, brother-in-law. Savannah deliberately spoke in a soft, sweet tone, mimicking Odin's, which made Aaron want to laugh. As for Odin relaying these words, he understood what the other party meant. It's simply a way for Aaron to win people's hearts and gain more recognition. After all, Aaron has been away from Asgard for a long time, and his legend will only circulate in the 9 realms. Over time, people may feel unfamiliar with him. These people, who were also beneficiaries of Aaron's coronation, would naturally express their gratitude for his great kindness. Although Aaron didn't care about the fames, he wouldn't refuse Odin's kindness. He suspected that Savannah's quick descent was due to Odin or someone else guiding her from behind. But he wouldn't refuse if 2 great beauties took the initiative to approach him. Elf, I've heard so much about it. Might as well try something different. Brother-in-law, who is that woman's? Savannah sensed that Chin was watching and whispered, Is it another sister? Aaron followed Savannah's gaze and saw a red figure flash by. Not yet, but it will be soon. Aaron's expression was unreadable. Savannah understood it was her fiancé. She didn't mind that Aaron had so many women. Her brother-in-law was so capable. What was wrong with having more women? Isn't this the right of the strong? It would be utterly ridiculous to try to constrain Aaron with the mindset of a mortal or a typical god. Savannah took a deep breath. It smells so good. What smells so good? Aaron suddenly asked. Savannah immediately looked down at her fair, delicate toes. The spirits of light do not like to wear shoes in the mountains and fields. They prefer to be close to nature. Their not-so-weak physiques were enough to protect them from sharp stones. I only wear comfortable shoes on formal occasions. Savannah had been busy in the garden for so long, but her jade-like feet remained white and smooth. Aaron glanced at its such beautiful jade feet. It was such a waste to use them to step on mud. Wow, 2 pairs. One white and one green, they have a unique charm. Aaron was thinking. Suddenly I received a phone call. What's wrong, your hand? Seeing Aaron suddenly frown, Savannah's heart tightened and she quickly asked. Aaron relaxed. It's nothing, just ran into some clueless ants. Felicia, I am here. Felicia, who had been staying outside and deliberately creating opportunities for Aaron, immediately crossed the path upon hearing this. These are Savannah and Nina. They are spirits of light. You greet them first, get to know them well, and help them understand this earth as soon as possible. I have some minor matters to attend to. Felicia nodded, looking curiously at Savannah and the other woman's pointed ears. Shift your gaze downwards. Her lips were red and luscious like cherries. Her blue-amber eyes were clear and beautiful. And when they turned at thee were like dazzling stars. Captivating all who saw them, the elf bathed in sunlight. Was enveloped in a golden halo. Her skin as white and flawless as snow. She is very beautiful and innocent. How I wish I could see them rolling their eyes in a pitiful and ashamed manner. Felicia thought strangely. They took the initiative to greet Savannah and Nina. She is my secretary. You could say she is the king's assistant. Responsible for some of the daily chores. And absolutely reliable. Aaron gave a brief introduction to both parties. After thinking about it, Savannah and Nina's shy demeanor. He touched their eyebrows for a moment. This endows them with super adaptability, allowing them to easily adapt to various extreme environments. Generally, the gods possess similar super immunity and adaptability, making them immune to most diseases and toxins on Earth. But he wasn't sure if the light spirits had this ability. Wouldn't it be a great loss if such a pure and gentle spirit were to be corrupted? Certainly, Aaron also took the opportunity to refine their abilities. Encyclopedia of Magic Savannah, you have mastered the magical properties of illumination. Healing Tracking Plant Revival Grothan Light Barriers. Power of the Light Spirits, you have inherited the power of the Light Spirits. Increasing your affinity for nature Light Plant Sec. Allowing you to recover your strength faster in special locations. And unleash more powerful magical trait abilities. Archery, your archery skills are unerring. You have reached the pinnacle of mastery. Aaron nodded to himself, having gained another divine inheritance. With the addition of the Frost Giant's Fire Giant's Asgard, and the Light Elvesphere of the 9 realms are represented. With a little effort, you can collect all 9 Dragon Balls. However, he forged Savannah and her harp-like qualities. Is there some kind of blood-related connection between him and them? You can't think like that. There's absolutely no blood relation. After all, that's too much to bear. After a simple reception, Aaron walked out of the garden in a few steps, without a sound. His figure had already disappeared into the flowers and plants, as if he had never appeared at all. But the lingering fragrance he left behind remained unforgettable for Savannah. Thinking of this, Savannah couldn't help but feel apologetic towards Hillary. My sister is so good to me, yet I still yearn for her. Savannah's face flushed even more. Felicia could tell at a glance that this person was in the throes of puberty. Princess Nina asked, puzzled. Savannah snapped out of her daze and forced herself to remain calm, saying, Miss Felicia, I'll leave the rest to you. Osborne Expo site Norman Osborne, who was organizing the evacuation of personnel, was sitting on a sofa under the protection of a group of bodyguards, receiving treatment from 2 on-site doctors. Although there were no medical equipment available, the 2 unfamiliar doctors, under Norman's insistence, performed surgery on the spot to remove the bullet. Blood flow was not immediate, but Norman gritted his teeth and drank a dose of the super healing potion. In just over 10 seconds, only bloodstains remained at the wound site. The wound had healed and recovered. With a gentle wipe, the skin remains completely undamaged. Even Norman's face flushed slightly. What's the situation now? Aaron walked through the path automatically parted by the crowd, looking at the chaotic scene around him, feeling slightly annoyed. Someone dares to make a move on him, and they attacked his most prized cattle and horses right when he was in a good mood. Very well, since you won't make me happy, then nobody can be happy either, boss. Someone is trying to steal our newly developed product while we are relocating. To avoid falling into their hands, I shattered the new life form, forcing them to retreat immediately. Norman lowered his head, like an employee who had made a mistake, waiting to be disciplined by his boss. Aaron glanced around and saw that only a few people were injured, but no one had died. Are you able to confirm the other party's identity? Norman shook his head. We've already asked Agent Carlson of SHIELD for help, but there's no definite result yet. Just then, someone next to them raised their hand and said, Boss, I just saw someone with a strange symbol on their wrist. It looked like a bunch of circles together. The Ten Commandments gang, or perhaps the 10th ring. The 10 Rings are the Al-Qaeda group that kidnapped Tony Stark. In addition, there is the fake organization formed by Killian, who fabricated the 10 Rings gang. As for the 10 Rings gang, it was an underground dark force that Wenwu established 1,000 years ago and once dominated the world. The first target can basically be ruled out. So it's either Killian or Su Wenwu. Norman hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer and said, "Boss, I think there might be a mole among us. They are very familiar with the layout here, and may even have scouted the place. They have also undergone professional training. And if their attack fails, they will immediately flee thousands of miles away." It's confirmed Hydra. Upon hearing this, Aaron's mind raced, and his gaze immediately locked onto Hydra. As is widely known as HIELD, is actually a fishing operation, where Hydra uses the nation's money to cultivate talent for itself. Over the decades, SHIELD has been thoroughly infiltrated. Hydra is responsible for part of the outer perimeter security and part of the inner area. With this information, it is not difficult to determine a safe evacuation route. Although most of Killian's group are veterans, when it comes to infiltration, they are not as good as professionally trained agents. Certainly, it's all speculation. But Aaron didn't care about all that. Hydra is definitely going to take the blame for this. If the scapegoat doesn't take the blame, who will? Lice don't itch, debts don't bother you. You don't need a pot to fill your stomach. It's a good time to settle both old and new scores. Get things settled here. Then call Harry to come find me later. Aaron gave Norman a word of advice. Norman is doing a good job as a tool. He can handle things and pressure. He should be given more responsibilities. Those who are capable should do more work. Such talent cannot be lost so easily with his appearance. The original Green Goblin is gone. But that doesn't mean another Green Goblin can't appear. Aaron knew he wasn't a conscientious entrepreneur. But he had one redeeming quality. As long as you work diligently with me, we'll have bread and milk. The promises others make may not be true, but the promises he makes are definitely not fake. Norman was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had a feeling that the boss might give him unexpected benefits this time. And Harry, Norman picked up his phone and made a call. In less than half an hour, Harry arrived from school completely bewildered. Then Norman dragged him to the top floor of the Osborne Group building. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar office, Harry's expression was complicated. This used to be his father's office. Harry actually harbored some resentment towards Aaron. In his view, Norman, who was originally the head of the Osborne Group, fell from grace in an instant because of Aaron and became a worker without any equity. Moreover, his words revealed his immense admiration for Aaron. Harry wasn't even allowed to say a bad word about Aaron. Harry was very dissatisfied and often talked about it with his new friend Peter. He repeatedly stated that he would never meet that man. But now, "Father, may I not go in?" Harry was conflicted. "I don't want to see that man," Norman frowned. "No, remember to call him uncle when you go inside." Harry rolled his eyes as far as he knew. The other person was only 22 years old. Wouldn't that make him feel like he was a generation younger than him? "I'm not going in, he stole everything from you. That's enough when you go inside later. Remember to smile and be happy, don't embarrass me." Harry pouted. "You want me to greet that man with a smile, huh? I'd rather jump off this cliff and die than show him a single smile." "Hello, Uncle Aaron," inside the president's office. Under Norman's kind gaze, Harry forced himself to call out. Then he stood there motionless, expressionless, like a wooden statue out of the corner of my eye. I glanced at Aaron's excessively young and extremely handsome face. Harry felt very uncomfortable. What makes someone a winner in life? This is it. "Is this your son, Harry? He's quite handsome." Aaron looked up and casually offered a compliment, Norman. Upon hearing this, looked disgusted and said, "What's so handsome about him? He's not even half as handsome as you, boss." I'd be grateful if he just didn't cause me any more trouble. Just a few days ago, he was expelled from the private school and forced to go to a public high school, which is giving me a lot of headaches, with Aaron's example. Norman, who had initially been quite satisfied with Harry, now shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Harry was extremely embarrassed upon hearing this, and after carefully glancing at the comments, he lowered his head even further. If someone else had said that, he would have been smug. Aaron said he was handsome, but I felt a little uncomfortable. It felt like he was trying to make me look good. Seeing Harry's expression, Norman couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Boss, I'll leave Harry to you from now on. I just hope he grows up healthy and can take over my position and continue to work for you. I don't want to work for him, Harry thought to himself. Aaron didn't say anything. This is such a good tool. It's easy to use others, no need to replace it for now. Norman could work for 1,000 years without any problem as long as he disagreed. As for Harry, he walked a few steps to Harry. What are you trying to do? Harry stared in horror at Aaron's outstretched hand. He then looked at Norman, his face filled with shock. Seriously, I'm your only son. Are you using me as a stepping stone to get a promotion? In Harry's eyes, Norman was smiling happily and seemed quite satisfied with everything. No, I can't be like that. Peter flashed through Harry's mind. All right, Harry opened his eyes and saw Aaron gently pat him on the head. He felt as if something had been pulled from his body. Then it felt like something else had been added. Thank you so much, boss. Hammer was right this time. You truly are a god of miracles. Oh, Norman gripped Aaron's right hand tightly in gratitude. Harry was filled with questions. No, can anyone tell me what happened? My father, you haven't been fooled, have you? He didn't do anything, you're thanking him already. Was the Osborne group really tricked into falling into Aaron's hands in the first place? If word gets out, I'll probably never be able to hold my head up high again. As long as your partner undergoes a health check, your family will no longer need to worry about hereditary diseases. The primordial forge can fundamentally melt down these diseases. No matter how ferocious the virus, there is absolutely no chance of it escaping. Aaron felt that even if he were to fall into a quantum virus zombie universe one day, he might become the true savior. Norman became even more excited upon hearing this. All right, let's put these things aside for now, Norman. I have high hopes for you, so I'll give you some of the rewards you deserve. Aaron didn't waste any more words and went to Norman's side. They also reached out and stroked the top of each other's heads. In an instant, Norman felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. His body, which was still somewhat weak due to the gunshot wound, was now full of strength. The body is like an inflating balloon, gradually expanding and becoming stronger. And the muscles that had long since become monolithic due to excessive scientific research have once again become solid and hard. My body, Norman clenched his fist tightly. He felt as if he were omnipotent. And that 3-meter-high roof seemed so close, as if it could be reached with a gentle tilt. He suddenly looked to the side, where there was another insect flying, however. His keen eyes could easily capture its flight path and the flashing traces of its wings. Carefully experience the new power I am imparting to you. If something like this happens again in the future, at least you won't have to worry about being powerless to fight back. Aaron sat back down in his boss's chair. It possesses super regeneration at the level of an axolotl, super strength at the level of an ant, lifting 40T, dragging 100T, dynamic vision super sensitivity, and super endurance. The combination of these abilities in Norman is enough to create a superhuman far stronger than the Green Goblin. Moreover, it has no side effects, and combined with Norman's wisdom, it can unleash even greater power. Ordinary firearms could not inflict fatal wounds on him. Even if you are shot in the brain, you can recover, although there is a certain chance of losing your memory. After all, it's only a treatment at the level of an axolotl, so we can't expect too much. Harry pouted, looking mischievous. Norman's face was filled with surprise and delight. Super Soldier Serum. This is a military version of a human enhancement drug that he had previously researched. Aaron can turn an ordinary person into a super soldier simply by gently stroking their head. This boss, I love him, don't worry boss. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely manage the Norse group well for you. Faced with such a grand gift, words are utterly inadequate. Norman knew he had to prove his abilities through his actions. Harry, hurry up and thank your Uncle Aaron's. Norman said something with a stern face, and Harry could only thank him helplessly. Aaron waved his hand. Norman immediately pulled Harry out. Hearing the door close, Aaron, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed, tapped his fingers on the solid wood table. It's time to improve the skills of my women. Aaron thought to himself. Although he now possesses a wide range of abilities, combined with his all-seeing eye super hearing, spider sensing and other techniques, even if his women are in danger, he can sense it immediately and arrive at their side. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If they are capable themselves, then they are safer. If they travel to other universes or special spaces in the future, there's no need to worry too much about their safety. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,423,001. Aaron sent a text message to his woman. Then he called Barbara Morse. Darling, I miss you. Don't be ashamed yet, contact Baldy. I need to have a serious talk with him, hard-boiled head. Barbara was taken aback for a moment, then realized what Aaron had said and immediately agreed. So darling, the location is right here. Barbara licked her lips. She was missing Aaron's homemade milky ice cream. Aaron nodded. You can arrange it, okay. Barbara hung up the phone with great joy, glanced around, and felt something was missing. Oh right, we're out of stockings. She used them very frequently, tearing up several pairs each time, mainly because the stockings from that brand were of poor quality. But Barbara likes this kind of thing. I went shopping full of anticipation, and then I remembered to contact Nick Fury. On the other side, there was another knock on Aaron's office door. Enter. Connors came in with a document. Looking somewhat embarrassed, boss. I have an invitation letter from Imperial State University here. They would like to organize some students to visit the Osborne group. Connors placed the invitation and a list on the table. Imperial State University. They have in-depth collaborative research with the Osborne group, and Dr. Otto previously worked at the university. Upon hearing this, Aaron thought he should let Felicia handle the arrangements. It's just a visit, nothing serious. He was too lazy to put his mind to these things. Out of the corner of my eyes, I glanced at the document below, and my eyes lit up slightly when I saw the name at the top. Gwen Stacy, she's also at Imperial State University. Aaron became interested since they are partners. You and Otto should take charge and let them experience the company's research atmosphere. Maybe they can provide us with more research talents in the future. Connors was overjoyed and nodded, saying, yes, boss. I'll contact them right away. Extract a photo of Gwen Stacy from the file. Aaron carefully reviewed Gwen's background and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, a truly versatile secretary. Aaron's love talented people. Considering that Felicia has been working too hard lately. The kind-hearted old man, Aaron thought of hiring a few more female secretaries to help Felicia relieve the pressure. In terms of ability, how many women are as capable as Gwen Stacy? She's beautiful and capable, unlike those pretty faces. With the intention of finding something worthwhile, Aaron looked at the remaining files. Unfortunately, the expected results did not come. Come to think of it, the world is not lacking in beautiful women, but it lacks women who are beautiful, capable, and have other strengths. Aaron was pondering. After Norman and Harry left, they did not leave the company, but instead headed to the highly secure and important research floor. Harry, still somewhat bewildered, followed Norman, who was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Downstairs, father, where are we going? Don't speak, come with me. Norman suppressed his excitement and led Harry to a secret chamber made of reinforced alloy. This secret chamber was temporarily converted at Aaron's request to serve as a place for biological experiments. It is not yet in use, but they've already placed a lot of things like sandbags, barbels and iron plates. Norman had initially wondered what kind of biological experiment would require such an explosion-proof sealed chamber. Looking back now, I realized that the boss was truly farsighted. As a subordinate, Norman felt ashamed of the doubts that had arisen in his mind. A boss is a boss. How can you possibly fathom their intentions? Father, what are we doing here? Are you wondering why I'm so respectful to the boss? I didn't, Harry denied it outright. Norman shook his head. How could he not know what his son was thinking, to be honest? Anyone who saw his attitude towards Aaron would find it outrageous, and might even look down on him, thinking he was being overly obsequious. Others laugh at him for being too crazy, but he laughs at others for not seeing through him. A boss like Aaron is hard to find even with a lantern. Harry, look at me. Harry looked over in confusion, his eyes widening in surprise. Norman ripped open his suit jacket, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles. Harry's eyes widened. He knew that Norman had completely given up his muscles after his marriage. He has become increasingly thin in recent years, and looks rather sickly, Harry was just thinking. Norman then bent down and lifted a barbell marked as weighing 200 kilograms with one hand. That's not all, Norman smirked and released 3 fingers, even with only the thumb and index finger remaining. There's still no impact. Dad, today isn't April Fool's Day. Harry rubbed his eyes and stepped forward to test the color. Without a doubt, this thing is a barbell made of paper. And it actually looks quite realistic. However, Norman, who was full of excitement, easily swung the heavy barbell with just 2 fingers, as if he were wielding a magic staff. While Harry stared in disbelief, the rustling sound of something cutting through the air shattered all of Harry's illusions. He swallowed hard. This thing, guaranteed authentic. Norman was dancing with great enthusiasm. The 200-pound barbell was child's play for him, and he felt nothing when he lifted it. He threw the barbell dozens of meters away, landing on a steel plate several centimeters thick, and punched it with force. Boom! With the force of tens of tons amplified by his entire body's muscles. A single punch dented the steel plate, leaving a very clear fist mark. The screws securing the steel plate were bent by the hammer, and flew off, crashing heavily into the alloy wall. Due to the excessive force, Norman's knuckles cracked from the immense force. Blood stained his fists and even splattered on Norman's face. But the latter didn't care at all. He didn't even care about the intense pain coming from his nerves. He laughed loudly, the sudden surge of power causing a continuous release of dopamine. And he ignored all pain at this moment. He was like a demon. Wow, Dad, you're Superman. Harry was somewhat worried about Norman's mental state, and also somewhat agitated. His dad is Superman, so isn't he Superman's son? As a little superhero, how should he interact with his classmates, Superman? No, I'm not, Harry, do you see that? This is the power the boss bestowed upon me. Now I finally understand that saying from the Dragon Kingdom, an immortal touched my head, and I received eternal life. The boss we serve is a legendary immortal, a god. Norman was in a state of near madness due to excessive excitement. The exaggerated facial expressions made even Harry a little afraid. There's something I haven't told you. Our family has a history of some kind of hereditary disease. My father died shortly after I was born, and I was never supposed to live much longer. Chinese letter. I've been obsessed with researching human enhancement drugs in an attempt to restore my health. But I've failed. At that moment, Aaron arrived. He is the legendary deity who solved the problem that had plagued our family for hundreds or even thousands of years with a wave of his hand. You and I have regained our healths, and now we have endless possibilities. Norman picked up a towel and wiped away the blood. The wound on his fist had already healed. Super strength, super resilience, super control, and powerful dynamic vision. Norman carefully sensed the completely different body. It was unfamiliar yet incredibly powerful, even if he perfected the original human enhancement drug. According to the experimental simulation results, it would still not be as powerful as he is now. This kind of recovery ability, it could probably even quickly recover from organ damage. Norman took out blood to perform a comprehensive test on his body. He gave Harry some instructions. Harry, you remember this from now on. Our Osborne family will only serve one person, and that is Lyons. If there are any others, they must be his women. As for the others, Norman just smiled dismissively. Harry was deeply shocked. The bad news, he's not Superman's son. Good news, his father is loyal to a god among men. He might even become Superman. Harry silently processed the information Norman had given him. Confused, I reached out my hand to feel that moment before. It seems like something else has appeared inside him. Harry approached the severely deformed barbell. Try bending over. It was very heavy, but he still managed to lift it. Can I lift a 200-kilogram barbell? Harry was surprised. And although it took him a while, he was certain that he was definitely not the great king before. Norman laughed heartily. It seems the boss also slightly enhanced your body. Even though you're far inferior to me now, you've still surpassed mortals, Harry. The boss values you highly, and I hope you can serve him as well as I do. This is the greatest honor for the Osborne family. This will completely change the fate of our family and our personal fate. Harry was somewhat lost in thought, thinking of Aaron's overly youthful face. The thought that he was a god and she was just a mortal swept away all her previous grudges. Actually, calling him uncle isn't necessarily a bad thing. He took a few steps to the side when he saw the test results for Norman's physical fitness on the computer. He was deeply shocked. Dad, I want to apologize to him and thank Uncle properly. Harry looked up and said with a smile, it smells so good. In an apartment in Manhattan. Upon receiving Barbara's message, Fury rushed over from the branch office without stopping. However, when he arrived at the apartment, the door was already locked. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. As a secret agent, Nick Fury naturally couldn't just stay outside. This is a safe house that Shield deliberately and secretly rented for a long period of time. He also has a key. However, when Fury took out the key and inserted it, the door lock has been changed. What is Barbara up to? Fury, his face dark, glanced at the door. The door has been replaced too. It was replaced with a very hard alloy next to the door. He found a note. People are out shopping and will come back shortly. Shopping? Fury was shocked. He had rushed over in his Quinjet after receiving the call, precisely to obtain first-hand intelligence. Barbara acted mysteriously on the phone, leading him to believe she possessed some important intelligence. After calling him, I immediately went shopping. Fury was somewhat displeased. Barbara's actions were a bit against the rules. He waited patiently for more than 10 minutes finally. Barbara walked out of the stairs happily, carrying a large pile of things in both hands. Hey, you're here. Barbara was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation and quickly greeted the other party. Could you help me carry these things? Fury took it with a dark expression, and after glancing at it out of the corner of his eye, his face darkened even more. Put on shoe covers when you come in later, so you don't get the floor dirty. I just cleaned it. A clean floor will be very useful later. Barbara thought to herself, and immediately changed into a pair of clean slippers. Fury glanced at another pair of men's oversized slippers neatly placed to the side, and his expression darkened even further a moment later. With a solemn expression, he sat down on the guest sofa under Barbara's guidance. Barbara, on the other hand, sat on a super luxurious, soft sofa that had just been washed. Fury glanced at the two, his anger rising. As the bureau chief, I'm sitting on a second hand, worn-out sofa while you're sitting on a clean one. Do you even respect me as your bureau chief anymore? Fury took a deep breath and looked at the 2 glasses of water Barbara brought over. His eyebrows twitching. I don't drink plain water. Chief, this isn't for you. 23, what about mine? Barbara said apologetically, I'm sorry. I know you don't drink waters. But I don't have any other drinks here, F***KU. Even if Fury was stupid, he sensed something was wrong. Barbara used wait for me to make a call. And Binglun will be there right away. Barbara took out her pink phone and busied herself with it. Fury's anger instantly cooled. And he forced down the flower in his throat. Sitting upright with ears perked up. Hey honey, when are you comings? Yeah, I'm home now, 3 minutes. Okay, I'll change your water in a bit. Upon hearing this, Fury's anger vanished completely. This rhetoric he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It's done, it's done. Barbara put her phone away and nodded. How much do you know about him? Nick Fury asked excitedly. Barbara recalled the details, length strength. Temperature preferred posture diameter. Nodding subconsciously, lots. No wonder it's a mimicry bird, Fury was overjoyed. Tell me quickly, Barbara glanced at the time. Thought for a moment and said it can vibrate. Regulate temperature is extremely flexible. Fury made a mental note of it, but something still felt off. These abilities he genuinely didn't know. But it all seemed rather unprofessional. He can also fly, teleport, and his methods are very brutal. I listened patiently, but they didn't say anything at all. Everyone knows about the abilities they possess later. So what's the point of mentioning them? Fury frowned and continued listening. But there was no response for a long time, that's it. That's all I know for now, Barbara shrugged. Fury sighed inwardly. It seems he still doesn't trust you enough. No, he really likes me. Barbara was a little angry when she heard this. But suddenly her voice changed and Natasha's voice came through. He is the strongest man in the world, driving people crazy and making them unable to resist. Then her voice changed again, becoming another female voice. This is Aaron's love for me. He gave me the ability to imitate any voice. Fury's eyes widened and Barbara switched to another voice. This time it was Agent Hill. Aaron can grant superpowers to others, but only to one of his closest people. Is this the work of the gods? Fury was secretly alarmed. However, he quickly changed his mind. Isn't this a good thing? If we could plant other people around Aaron's, wouldn't we be able to get superpowers for free? If you seduce a few more women, you can build an absolutely loyal squad. Isn't this much more reliable than casting a wide net across the world and selecting from a group of uncertain potential criminals? He naturally trusts a group of people who have been trained since childhood more than candidates with compulsive behaviors or personality disorders. Fury subconsciously ignored Barbara's rude behavior towards him. Barbara didn't say anything, but Fury imagined it all. The other party clearly wanted to meet with Aaron's. So how could she possibly be nice to another man? Even her superior. No normal man would like his woman to be nice to another man. Especially a black man, or even to him, unless he's a B*******D. Fury touched his bald head, gaining a deeper understanding of Barbara's actions. Based on previous speculation, Aaron is a god among men. Superman, perhaps we're looking this way right now. We must not expose ourselves. Fury wanted to slap himself when he thought about what he had just asked. I was careless. Miss Morse, I'm here to see you on behalf of your cousin. Barbara was taken aback by Fury's sudden change in attitude. After thinking for a moment, she vaguely knew the reason for his change. My cousin. Yes, your cousin, Ms. Sharon Carter. Didn't do very well academically and barely graduated from university. She heard that you're doing quite well in New York, so she also wants to come and develop her career there. Barbara was confused, didn't recognize Sharon Carter. Only Peggy Carter. Barbara is not stupid. She was selected as a special agent after starting her career late in life and graduated with excellent grades in just a few years. Whether it is her personal strength or intelligence, she can definitely be considered an elite among humans. Although I've been dealing with Aaron's inner turmoil a lot lately, making my brain a bit rusty, I can still quickly get into the zone when I'm calm. She guessed what Fury was thinking and was about to refuse. But then she changed her mind and handed him the document. Barbara said seriously, I happen to have a special job here. But the requirements are quite high. Applicants need to be absolutely clean and healthy. With no bad habits. Clean and healthy words have a heavy intonation. Fury thought for a moment and immediately understood what she meant. He wasn't surprised, many men like this kind of thing. Of course, there are very few people like this in the United States. She might prefer the more promiscuous type. Don't worry, I've looked into it. Although Miss Carter's grades aren't ideal, she's very self-disciplined and a Christian. Sharon Carter certainly doesn't believe in Christianity. But she could absolutely choose to upon hearing this. Barbara exclaimed happily, that's perfect. Speaking of which, I'm about the same age as her. Nick Fury understood. We haven't met since we were 22. She is 22 years old now. Barbara was speechless, so I only met her once. It's been so many years, I can't wait to see my cousin. I'll talk to my darling about it later. Fury was extremely satisfied. Barbara is reliable. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Aaron directly activated the dark energy channel and entered the room. Honey, Barbara instantly put on a warm smile. Snuggled up to Aaron and led him to sit on the main sofa. Then she offered to change his shoes for him. Nick Fury's brow twitched as he watched. He understands, but do you really have to be so humble? You are the pride of our bureau. One of the few high-ranking agents I can trust. Why do I always feel like you're just one of Aaron's countless humble lovers? Oh well, this is the best outcome yet, Mr. Aaron. Hello, I know Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, Aaron. As if he were at home, picked up his water glass and took a sip. I was just about to go to SHIELD to find you. You haven't given an answer regarding what happened before. Well, perhaps I need to speak with the president about whether SHIELD is still necessary. Fury was furious upon hearing this. As expected, you came for me. He certainly hadn't forgotten Aaron's request to source goods from within SHIELD. He kept trying to delay, hoping to drag it out until the very end, but now. I glanced at Barbara, who was being as attentive as a lapdog. Fury sighed inwardly. Was there really no way to avoid it after all? After thinking for a moment, Fury argued. It's not that we don't want to agree with you. But we don't have anything that can help your research on human enhancement drugs. I won't lie to you, SHIELD has a secret base called Slingshot Land. There is a rocket launch silo there that has been in operation for decades. You guessed right, although SHIELD has collected a lot of things over the decades. Those things would be quite dangerous if they fell into anyone's hands. So the first thing we do when we get them is send them to the land of the slingshot. And then use rockets to send them toward the sun. So that they will sleep in space forever until they are turned to ashes by the sun's flames. Aaron knew of the place where the slingshot was. But he also knew that Nick Fury liked to keep little gadgets. It's no secret that SHIELD wastes taxpayers' money. For example, intercepting development funds to secretly build aircraft carriers. Launching some empty rockets is also an option. Aaron just looked at him and said, Nick Fury, let's be frank. I need to pick some things. No, Fury said decisively. Really, then I'll collaborate with others. Fury frowned. They won't cooperate with you without my orders. That's not necessarily true, Aaron chuckled. What do you know? Fury felt that Aaron's words had a hidden meaning. How about this, let's make a deal. I'll tell you some things you're interested in, and you. Let me pick out a few 84 objects. Nick Fury frowned, glancing instinctively at Barbara. Was she the one who told Aaron about 84? Object 84 represents an object of unknown origin. It can be an object, energy, or a person, Aaron's file in SH. IDLDIS also 84 Superman as a U.S. intelligence agent. My education does not allow me to do something that would betray national interests. Aaron chuckled. Fury. Do you think I'm consulting you when I'm saying this to you? Nick Fury immediately sensed something was wrong. Aaron's face darkened. Remember, no one can stop me from doing what I'm about to do. Fury, his face grim, was about to say something. His phone suddenly rang again. Fury tensed instinctively. Vaguely guessing what was going on, "You're doing it again." "Pick up the phone and answer it," Nick Fury does shie. "LD even want to continue existing. Are you ignoring my words? Perhaps I should consider finding a better candidate. Like Mr. Aaron. I haven't settled accounts with you for the Hulk and the Abomination yet. So don't disappoint me again, and don't disappoint Mr. Aaron either, otherwise you're fired tomorrow." Beep beep. Nick Fury's face darkened. And he didn't dare to say a word the entire time. Because the other party is the president, SHIELD. Holds a superior position, even surpassing the CIA and FBI, directly under the president's jurisdiction. But this also means that if they displease the president, he can really fire them. Fury pinched his nose and replied, "I agree." Aaron scoffed, "You're asking for it, Nick Fury. Didn't you say your education forbade you from doing something like this?" Fury's lips twitched. "So you're America's rising star. Damn it, someone like that can be a rising star. Nick Fury is a rising star, isn't he? Is there any justice left in this world, dirty politicians? Damn billionaires, great. I think tomorrow will be excellent, what do you think?" Aaron didn't bother with small talk and settled the matter directly. Nick Fury nodded. What could he say? He had no choice but to accept it. "By the way, about the deal you mentioned earlier. I'm sorry, you'll need to exchange it for something else." Aaron gave a cold laugh. Fury took a deep breath and said in a kind voice, "Mr. Aaron, I think, wait a minute." Aaron ate a grape that Barbara had kissed and fed him. Snapped his fingersand, a mirror appeared in his hand. Facing Nick Fury head-on, "Let me get back to normal. I still prefer your rebellious side from earlier." Nick Fury's brow twitched heavily. He didn't know how many times it had twitched today. But he knew for sure that today was the worst day in decades. That damn B*******D. Has anyone ever told you that chatting with you is boring? Looking at my reflection in the mirrors, my face was contorted with emotion. A facial expression I couldn't quite control. Calm down, Nick Fury, you're the king of spies. How can you be so easily breached at least? You've successfully planted a spy next to Aaron." Nick Fury reverted to his former rebellious self. With the coldest tone, he said the most cowardly things. "Mr. Aaron, what do you want, a person or an object? Perhaps you can choose several things. And we will do our best to accommodate you." "That's more like it," Aaron smiled. "Since you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for giving you the cold shoulder. It's a deal then, whatever I want, you have to give it to me." Nick Fury suddenly had a bad feeling something was wrong. This was a trap. I, the king of spies, got scammed today. He wanted to take back his words. But when he heard Aaron's next sentence, his expression changed drastically. "There's a mole within SHIELD, impossible." Nick Fury immediately retorted. But the image of the B*****D, who had given Aaron the fake document, flashed through his mind. "You know about the Expo attack, right? You mean Bronsky." "What happened next?" Nick Fury frowned. "We're still investigating. This is being handled by the most professional agents. And we'll have results soon. Besides, this doesn't prove anything," Aaron chuckled. "By the time you find out, it'll be too late. How can someone arrest their own people? Just by looking at Fury's buttocks. Alexander Pierce could tell what kind of fart he was going to let out." "I bet the 10 rings will be the final result," Aaron laughed. Nick Fury's brow furrowed even more. SHIELD is not a suitable name. I suggest you change it. The name is simple and easy to understand." Nick Fury countered. That was also the advice of a SHIELD advisor, Tony Stark. "No, I think it should be renamed SHIELD. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? The English words for Hydra and snake are naturally quite different. Even though Hydra is very special, it's still just a snake." After repeating it to himself twice, Nick Fury suddenly sensed something was wrong. Snakes and Hydra, is there a connection? Fury pretended not to understand. "I don't understand what you're trying to say." No, you understand you're not wrong, it's Hydra, Aaron. Without using his mental powers, discerned Fury's fleeting shock through micro-expressions. It seems the so-called king of spies isn't as amazing as people say. Mr. Aaron, although you have a lot of influence with the president, don't slander SHIELD's position, SHIELD. Is SHIELD or do you think I'm useless? Letting a bunch of outsiders take over. Aaron was astonished, so you knew too. Fury's lips twitched, what do you know, I'm useless. I have worked diligently at SHIELD for many years and my contributions are evident to all. His abilities are evident to everyone. Who dares say he can't do it, today it's Aaron an outsider. Who dares to speak ill of him, very good. I'll let it slide since it's your first offense. Nick Fury had a vague feeling that something was amiss within SHIELD, but he didn't think it was a big problem. Which organization doesn't have internal traitors? People are fickle-faced with external temptations. It's understandable that a small number of people will succumb to temptation. But Nick Fury won't admit it if he did. Wouldn't that imply his incompetence? He would rather go back and examine himself slowly, Mr. Aaron, I can assure you that SHIELD is not a snake agency. If I am lying, then you will be the directors. Nick Fury is stubborn and refuses to admit it. Aaron scoffed. Come on, being the leader of a bunch of little snakes. This crappy organization. Even a dog wouldn't want to be in it. So you're saying I'm not even as good as a dog? Yeah. Why is it that this person is so handsome, but his mouth is just so disgusting? He really wanted to tear that mouth apart. Or you can sew it on directly. Nick Fury remained silent for a long time. He really wanted to stand up and leave defiantly, leaving Aaron with his back turned 1B. Fury softened his stance, what do you know? The ability to bend and stretch is due to medicine. He went to great lengths to extract more information. Barbara was still peeling grapes for Aaron. The two frequently showed their affection. And Nick Fury was already full. Why do I always feel like Barbara took her on-screen romance too seriously? Could it be that they've been forced into submission? Fury couldn't help but feel alarmed. He secretly planned to have Sharon take over as soon as possible, while also monitoring whether Barbara would betray the enemy. If it's true, 543 HMPH, then don't blame him. Forget it, Aaron chuckled, leaned back against the all-natural soft cushion. Just like a pomegranate seeing this. Nick Fury kept giving Barbara subtle winks. But she ignored his hints, left with no other choice. Nick Fury could only add perhaps we can cooperate further. Regarding the Osborn Norm Group, we will absolutely not interfere. And will even provide the necessary protection. And even share intelligence. Aaron closed his eyes contentedly, how about this? I suggest you have someone absolutely trustworthy investigate Pierce Alexander thoroughly. In addition, there are personnel departments such as the Rapid Response Special Forces and the SHIELD Academy. That's all for now. Hope you have sweet dreams tonight, sweet dreams. I'm afraid I'll have to take sleeping pills to get through the next few days. Fury gritted his teeth inwardly. He somewhat regretted coming to see Aaron. Listen to what they said. Pierce Alexander was his mentor and the former director of SHIELD, and is now working at the United Nations Security Council. Still the chairman of the council, although he has left SHIELD, he still has his own private office there. The Rapid Response Special Forces are a special forces unit of SHIELD specifically responsible for field missions. Each member is an elite among elites, and they are one of SHIELD's most important armed forces, and the SHIELD Academy is even more remarkable. It is mainly divided into the Academy of Science and Technology, the Academy of Communications, and the Academy of Operations. The Institute of Science and Technology is primarily designed to cultivate and mentor the world's brightest minds. Without an IQ of 120 or higher, a doctoral degree, don't even think about getting in. The Communications Academy is primarily responsible for training talent in data analysis, Communications and networking. Once graduated, they will be immediately recruited into HILD and assigned to branch bases or even headquarters around the world. The Operations Academy is primarily responsible for training personnel in combat, including commanders and frontline special agents, and has an extremely high attrition and mortality rate. For decades, the Academy has supplied more than half of IELD's agents. If the guys Aaron mentioned have problems, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. There are also other human resources departments that recruit externally. If Hydra has indeed planted people in these departments, is SHILD truly under their control? The scope of the impact is so vast, and the number of people involved is so large. Wanting to investigate is simply unrealistic. Even Nick Fury was at a loss as to how to proceed. No. To be precise, it's simply impossible to investigate completely. If you find one cockroach in a room, then there are countless cockroaches lurking in the darkness. It's hard to tell the difference, but it's also hard to make sense of it. We might as well just tear the roof off and all worship together. Nick Fury didn't know how he left. Looking at the still bright sun in the sky, I felt no warmth at all, and my whole body was shivering with cold. Is what he said true? Or is he just trying to make me overthink because he doesn't like me? Nick Fury's expression was unpredictable. That's the downside of being a secret agent. Even if someone says something unintentionally, even if it's outrageous, they still have to keep thinking about it and speculating. Whether true or false, it must be verified. If it's fake, it will leave a thorn in your side. If it's true. Nick Fury glanced instinctively at the armored car parked by the roadside. Could it be hiding a bomb? A bus drove by on the side of the road, seemingly heading in his direction. Sir, should we leave now? A bald man wearing glasses walked over, glancing upstairs with a respectful smile. He is Jasper Sitwell, an agent of SHIELD. More importantly, he is also a graduate of an academy. He is now a level 7 agent of SHIELD, with high authority, and is also a field agent at SHIELD's hub headquarters. He was temporarily transferred here due to the Thor incident to assist Coulson. Nick Fury instinctively became wary of him, always feeling that this bald man didn't seem like a good person. He sees problems in everyone now. There are always treacherous subjects trying to harm me. If it were anyone else, Nick Fury would only have some doubts. But the one who spoke was Aaron, the king of gods and God among men. Do you believe what God says? Even if this God was somewhat wicked, he dared not turn a blind eye. Damn it, Aaron, you're really inhuman, sir. Sitwell still wore a gentle smile. Should we still deploy Quinjet fighters or no? Go to 219 West 47th Avenue, New York. This was the headquarters until the Trident building was completed, at which point the headquarters was moved there. However, this base was not abandoned and remains one of SHIELD's 3 most important branches. Nick Fury was about to get into the car when he stopped abruptly. You stay here and wait for further instructions. I'll go alone. Sitwell nodded and watched the other person leave. Fury was genuinely scared before getting into the car. He glanced around, discreetly followed traffic rules, and drove around once to check the rearview mirror. They also used the reflective surface of their leather shoes to inspect the underside of the car. Only get on the bus after confirming that everything is okay. It took quite a while before we started eating. Sitwell was puzzled but not surprised. In the world of espionage, those who aren't vigilant have already taken a one-way flight to heaven. Of course, he might go to hell in the future, who knows? Sitwell calmly adjusted his headset. I'm right here. Everything's normal while driving. Nick Fury kept his eyes and ears open, and also contacted his most trusted men, instructing them to arrive at the New York base as soon as possible. This includes Agent Hill, who is located in the Trident building in Washington, D.C. As for others such as high-ranking agents like Sitwell, they were not within his consideration. Don't trust academics shortly after Nick Fury left. Barbara was also shocked, but she didn't think about it in detail. She's no longer with SHIELD but Aaron's woman. More importantly, honey, I've prepared some nice things. Barbara kissed him, turned around, bent down to get the shopping bag, her back facing Aaron, revealing her perfect waist and hip curves. When she bent over, Barbara's long dress clung tightly to her body, clearly revealing her shapely figure. Aaron raised an eyebrow. I've also prepared some good stuff. Aaron snapped his fingers, and a green figure suddenly appeared. This is Master CDDB. The mantis woman looked at the two of them with suspicion. Despite the appearance of a strange woman, Barbara remained calm and continued her previous actions, retrieving the valuable item. A very stylish piece of clothing. Barbara changed into it in front of Mantis. The latter watched the two's actions with a face full of curiosity. Come over, Aaron waved. The mantis woman walked over. Let's play billiards. Put your hands on Barbara's body. Lean her body forward, that's the motion. Hold the cue stick well. And remember to use your skills to get a feel for it. The praying mantis woman was very curious. She had never played billiards before and awkwardly imitated Barbara's movements. Then, we're inside the cave. The mantis woman possesses an exceptionally strong capacity for emotional resonance. You can perfectly share Barbara's emotions. It also shares other senses, super double. Aaron was learning to play billiards for the first time. But he was very talented and scored 2 holes in 1 shot. The speed, force, and angle were all perfect. Aaron felt this wasn't his limit and that he could definitely do another 3 holes in 1 shot. It perfectly solves the problem of other people being able to only watch when 2 people are playing. I'm a genius. Aaron was so engrossed in his newfound happiness that he had long forgotten about Nick Fury's past. He hated Hydra and couldn't stand SHIELD. So he simply arranged for them to fight like dogs. Meanwhile, he himself reaped the benefits. Perhaps Nick Fury guessed this, but what could he do? This was an open conspiracy. Even knowing there was a trap ahead, he had no choice but to step into it. Who could blame Hydra for loving them so deeply? We are all intertwined, inseparable. This kind of abnormal love is truly extraordinary. After a while, Aaron also enhanced Barbara's abilities. Super healing is a must. This surpasses Norman's cellular-level regeneration ability, making him practically immortal. It also has super immunity and super adaptability. This is enough to make her immune to all toxins and viruses on Earth. She is truly immune to all poisons. It can also adapt to various extreme environments on Earth. And even in the cold winters, you can go out wearing short sleeves without any problems. In addition, Aaron also granted her a base strength of 100 tons and a body of steel made of 3 metals. Super flexibility and temperature control are definitely standard features. The others are some common abilities, such as dynamic vision and super reaction in an instant. Barbara became a being on the same level as Hulk. While she may not be as capable as the Hulk in direct combat, her defensive capabilities and survivability far surpass those of the Hulk. With her fighting skills and intelligence, she is capable of going toe-to-toe with the Hulk without any side effects. After Barbara gained these powers, they recklessly attempted to challenge Aaron again. She then paid a heavy price for her actions. Just as Aaron was searching for the mantis again, Barbara struggled to get a super healing potion. What are you going to do? Aaron thought Barbara wanted to regain her mental strength. The super healing potion doesn't have the ability to restore physical strength. With your current abilities, open your mouth, Coo. Aaron watched as the mantis obediently drank the super healing potion. Barbara looked at her expectantly. In an instant, Aaron understood. Is this an attempt to make him a groom every single day? Don't even think about it. Norman and the others have considered this situation. Neither super healing no one nor limb regeneration no. One has the kind of function you're thinking of. Upon hearing this, Barbara had no choice but to abandon her stimulating idea. However, Aaron repeated, "But we have a secret product with this function, which is not for sale to the public, Super Healer no. One originally possessed this ability, however. In order to prevent our brothers and compatriots from being deceived by XXN, who are looking for honest people to take over. Aaron had them design this castrated version. He went to great lengths for his brothers. If genuine items were to actually circulate, wouldn't that just be inflating the price of B-grade goods?" Aaron played all day long, late at night. He then returned to the villa upon entering. I saw Savannah and Nina sitting on the living room sofa, waiting with Felicia accompanying them. Even Chin sat alone in another corner. The four of them were watching TV. But their thoughts were all different. "Brother-in-law, you're back." Savannah came skipping and hopping. "Are you all waiting for me? Are you not used to life here?" Aaron caught her feeling slightly guilty. Savannah asked, her expression showing some doubt. "There seems to be a strange smell." She didn't think much of it. "No, life here is great. Apart from the air not being as fresh and the scenery not being as beautiful. It's quite interesting. Felicia took us to explore the surrounding shopping streets, play games, and experience many things that Ulfheim doesn't have. You'll get used to it if you want to do anything. Just tell Felicia and she'll make the arrangements." Savannah and Nina had just arrived on Earth, and everything here was unfamiliar to them, naturally. A tour guide needs to take them around every day to familiarize them with the area. As for Mantis, Aaron has already instructed Barbara to take care of her. Barbara is after a teacher. Educating and nurturing students is her primary responsibility. In return, Barbara taught the Mantis about knowledge, while Aaron taught Barbara how to raise children. It was a reciprocal exchange. Each deal involves billions of dollars. It's just that I occasionally talk back to the teacher regardless of the situation. But that's normal for students, boss. While I'm away for the next few days, what about the company?" Felicia said with some concern. She wasn't power-hungry. She was worried that the company would shut down if she wasn't there. In the past few days, she has come to fully understand Aaron's hobbies. He didn't care about the company at all. Aaron was very touched. This was truly his good secretary. So he decided to teach Felicia the English language today, something Barbara had been teaching her all afternoon. Aaron gave Felicia a look, signaling her to relax. "Don't worry. I'll be looking for a secretary tomorrow to help you with the workload. I'm giving you a long vacation these few days. Have a good time. And the company will reimburse all your food and drink expenses." Felicia wasn't jealous. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens. Finally, someone can help her share the mountain of documents and the terrifying anger of a volcano. Felicia had just breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed Aaron putting Savannah down and patting her on the shoulder. "Felicia, there's something I need to talk to you about tonight." Point 219 West 47th Avenue, New York, Nick Fury, Agent Hill. Natasha Barton and Carlson sat around the round table. "You look at me, I look at you. These people are Nick Fury's most trusted high-ranking agents. Most of the other trustworthy agents are on missions in other locations. Only these few are located near New York, moreover. These things are not convenient to disclose to more people." Natasha said somewhat emotionally, "Chief, I only applied for 1 day of leaves. Could I request to change my leave to tomorrow?" Nick Fury shook his head. Carlson rubbed his head. "Sir, I drank with Thor all night last night, and I'm not quite myself. Could I rest for the night?" Nick Fury frowned. He had almost forgotten about this. "Did you find anything?" Carlson sighed. It seemed there was no holiday tonight. "Yes, I already know about Aaron's relationship with Asgard. Hill, Natasha Barton." And the others immediately became serious. Natasha, in particular, was the most upset when she heard that Aaron had become the God King. Why would someone with such a terrible personality rise to a higher rank in just a few days? In less than a month, he went from being the president of the Osborne Group to the King of Gods in an instant. She didn't understand where she had gone wrong. Coulson continued according to Thor. Aaron is the son of Bauer, wielding the power of the Asgardian gods, and is also the son of a god-possessing divine power. In terms of his status, he is Odin's brother and Thor and Loki's uncle. So during the Mjolnir event, Odin invited Aaron to return to Asgard and share Asgard and the 9 realms with him. Coulson paraphrased what Saul had said in a more concise manner. Finally, he added without hesitation, however, I noticed that Loki seemed quite dismissive of this statement, but his respect for Aaron even surpassed that for Thor. Coulson was somewhat uncertain, but Nick Fury gave a cold laugh, Odin's brother. Son of Bur. It's said that Odin is almost 5,000 years old, and Thor is over 1,500 years old. From this perspective, Bauer has been dead for at least 3,000 years, and Aaron is only 22 years old. Is he really Odin's brother? Could it be that Paul crawled out of the grave and was born? Nick Fury shook his head. He didn't understand how capable those so-called gods really were. However, according to basic reasoning, Odin's words are completely untenable. This is probably just Odin's excuse. As for his true thoughts, Nick Fury didn't think about it in detail because it wasn't important. To outsiders, Aaron was the king of Asgard, the king of the 9 realms. Wait. Could it be that Odin values Aaron's strength and wants to use his power to intimidate others? Odin seems quite old. Can gods die? The thought sent a chill down Fury's spine. Did that mean Aaron was stronger than Odin? It seems we'll have to escalate Aaron's threat level again. Damn it, that guy, why is he so perverted? The others had different thoughts upon hearing this. All right, let's get down to business. Nick Fury tapped on the table. Drawing everyone's attention, this surprised everyone. What could be more important than Azerbaijan and Asgard? Those are legendary gods and 9 kingdoms. Nick Fury understood their thoughts. But there was nothing he could do. Asgard was important, but the crisis of returning to SHIELD was imminent. He selectively shared only a portion of the information Aaron had provided. In an instant, the entire enclosed space suddenly became exceptionally quiet. So what do you think? Seeing that they had almost finished digesting, Nick Ray spoke up. Hill remained silent. Coulson's head cleared up, Natasha's brows furrowed, and Barton, who was looking at his hands, also fell into deep thought. Coulson patted his still slightly flushed face. Sir, when do we pack our bags and go our separate ways? Nick Fury looked over with a stern face. Coulson shrugged. Sir, if things are really as serious as you say, then SHIELD is already a terminally ill patient beyond cure. His meaning was clear. SHIELD was finished. And before Hydra could make a move, everyone should divide the assets and go back to their own homes. However, under Nick Fury's death stare, Coulson touched his receding hairline and smiled wryly. Okay, I was just making a little joke because the atmosphere was so heavy. Natasha, I'm thinking about where I should sleep tonight. Natasha sighed. Oh dear, my vacation is over. Even if she did, she wouldn't dare to play with it without worry. Who knows if there's a Hydra watching her? Barton. Nick Fury asked a question, and seeing that Barton was still deep in thought, he looked at the paper he had taken out and the busy Zainai. Fury's eyes lit up when he saw this. Hill, do you have a plan? Hill didn't say anything, but Coulson peeked out and stared wide-eyed. CV. Hill looked up and said, I'm going to apply for a job at the Ospington Group tomorrow. Everyone is currently. Only the Osborne Group seems safe. So I need to find a new partner in advance. Nick Fury's lips twitched. Not kidding, are you? Good grief, I'm telling you guys something. And you're all thinking about running away. Coulson and Barton seem to be deep in thought. The former is considering continuing to cultivate a good relationship with Saul, while the latter is pondering what special abilities he might possess to successfully secure the job. Natasha felt a pang of resentment. Everyone else could choose the Osborne Group, but she couldn't. All right, now is not the time for jokes. We need to think about what we should do. No one spoke. No matter how you look at it, there's no solution to this problem. How many Hydra members are actually within SHIELD? Has it exceeded half? What percentage of these are civilian staff and field agents? How do they determine whether the person next to them is friend or foe? They couldn't even be completely sure whether the five of them could fully trust each other in this small space. Hydra had been lying in wait for at least several decades. They probably had already gone undercover long before they joined SHIELD. From this perspective, everyone present is a suspect. Nick Fury took out a document and handed it to everyone. SHIELD communication protocols. If I am attacked, you should inject me with tetrodotoxin B immediately to lower my mental state and induce a state of suspended animation. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. We must turn this situation around to turn defeat into victory. This was a temporary solution that Nick Fury had racked his brains to come up with. While he can use more resources openly, his actions will be noticed by those with ulterior motives. This also meant that he was unlikely to make any further arrangements. He had actually considered collaborating with Aaron. He thought about it for a long time and realized that this was Aaron's open scheme. He wanted to put himself in direct conflict with Hydra, using someone else to do the dirty work. No, Aaron didn't need to do that. Perhaps he simply wanted to have some fun. Coulson hesitated, then said, I think we can think of a better way. For example, seek Aaron's help. Barton shook his head. He won't agree. There was something else he didn't say. Because Nick Fury deliberately delayed repeatedly. The things that had been agreed upon long ago were never fulfilled. This also means that cooperation between the two sides may be minimal. Nick Fury understood this principle as well. He was filled with remorse. If he had known Aaron was this freak, he would never have deliberately delayed. Hill, where are those things? Nick Fury asked. Now that the crux of the problem has been identified, the best solution is to mend the relationship between the two parties. Even if we can't get Aaron's help, it's not a big deal. All they need to do is ensure that Aaron's relationship with SHIELD is better than that with Hydra. Upon hearing this, Hill, who was engrossed in writing his resume, pulled out another document and handed it over. Nick Fury glanced at them. These were all SHIELD. Prized possessions. Countless precious lives of outstanding agents have been lost there. However, the thought that some of these agents had Hydra blood made him feel a little better. Subsequently, Nick Fury and several others further refined their plans regarding the communication protocol. This conversation lasted all night the next day. Fury, Coulson, Hill, and Natasha stood in the doorway, all sporting dark circles under their eyes. He stared intently at the door. Coulson glanced at the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Sir, he said he'd be coming today. Nick Fury said with certainty, if he says today, then it's today. Is it possible that it's afternoon? Coulson felt a bit dizzy. He spent the whole night drinking with Thor and Loki, and apparently even picked up a girl. Then he was called back to discuss things all night. As Coulson entered middle age, he felt increasingly powerless and began to feel that he couldn't hold on any longer. Fury shook his head. According to his schedule, he usually doesn't do anything productive in the afternoon. Aaron never does anything productive. The group waited and waited, and before they knew it, 10 o'clock had passed. Just as the group was beginning to doubt whether Aaron would actually arrive in the afternoon, the figure like a savior descended from heaven finally came into view. The group breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This gentleman has finally arrived. As soon as Aaron stepped one foot through the door. Welcome, Mr. Aaron. Natasha, Coulson, and the others laughed. Aaron was surprised. What are you guys doing? He looked around and then withdrew his foot. Then they stepped back in. Welcome. When did SHIELD become a supermarket? Nick Fury felt the faint gazes cast upon him from the hall and coughed twice. Mr. Aaron, what you need is inside. Please follow me. Although he is thick-skinned, this excessive flattery is still too shameful. Aaron followed behind them, looking around the SHIELD headquarters. I must say, the atmosphere here is really different from other companies. People coming and going were all in a hurry, occasionally. People would discuss it, but they would speak very quietly. No one is resting. They wish they could split themselves in two. Excellent efficiency. Just as Nick Fury and his group arrived on the 8th floor, a man with short blonde hair and glasses walked over from the other side of the passage. Seeing Nick Fury and the others was quite unexpected. "Oh, Nick, what happened to you guys? Didn't you get a good night's rest last night?" He looked up at Aaron, even more surprised. Then, with a bright smile, he took the initiative to walk. He came up and shook hands with Aaron. "Isn't this the God of miracles? My God, I never expected you to come to a place like ours." In the past, Nick Fury would not have doubted why Pierce was there. But today, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Pierce never comes here normally. He goes to the Trident building instead. Why did the other person suddenly appear in New York after they had only been talking here for one night? What's even more coincidental is that Pierce happened to run into them just as they brought Aaron up. Fury and the others exchanged a silent glance. "Sir, do I know you?" Aaron asked, feigning confusion. He had never actually seen the other person before. Pierce's smile was slightly awkward. "I'm sorry, I'm just too excited to see you in person. I am Alexander Pierce, former director of SHIELD, and currently working at the United Nations Security Council. I've heard a lot about you, but I never expected to run into you here today. It's such an honor, Mr. Aaron. I'm a fan of your talent. Like your handsome appearances unattainable." Pierce shook hands firmly, almost too enthusiastically. Seeing that Pierce was about to steal the show, Nick Fury suddenly felt a sense of crisis and quickly went over to him. "Alexander, I brought Mr. Aaron here today on the President's orders to seek inspiration. If you have other things to do, please go ahead and take care of them." Pierce laughed heartily, so it was the President's order. Although SHIELD never allows outsiders to enter freely if it's Mr. Aaron, then there's no problem, zero. I had finished taking care of my business and was about to leave. But Mr. Aaron came, so I took the opportunity to show him around. "You old B**********, get out of here." Nick Fury increasingly felt that there was something wrong with the other person. Could it really be the leader of Hydra? Nick Fury gave him a wink. Coulson realized what was happening. "Mr. Pierce, I have something very important to report to you." "What could be more important than keeping Mr. Aaron company?" Pierce asked with a displeased expression. "It might be related to the United Nations." Coulson looked troubled. Seeing this, Pierce knew he couldn't be too enthusiastic, since the topic of international security has come up. If he doesn't make a statement, it will arouse Nick Fury's suspicion. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Aaron, I'll definitely show you around properly next time." Pierce apologized again, but Aaron didn't give him a very friendly look. He simply nodded slowly. He then left with Nick Fury. A hint of displeasure flashed in Pierce's eyes. But things quickly returned to normal, and he discussed UN security issues with Coulson. It simply means that the existence of Asgard has been confirmed, and they may establish an embassy on Earth. Even though Pierce was unhappy after hearing this, he listened very attentively at this moment. This matter is of paramount importance. On the other side, is this all the 84 objects you've collected? Aaron looked at the closed boxes one after another, his tone full of suspicion. Before Nick Fury could speak, Hill had already spoken. "There are 157 objects here, of which 500 belong to Object 84. There's another 84 located in the Trident building. Here's the list. If you don't find what you need here, we can head over to the Washington, D.C. headquarters right away." Hill handed a list to Aaron. Fury's remaining eye was fixed on Hill. "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. I'm the bureau chief." Thinking back to last night, he couldn't help but wonder if Hill really was considering joining the Osborn group. Aaron took the list and began to examine it. "Is there any more detailed information?" Have Hill, who was prepared, took out a laptop from the side and connected to the local network. "Stand beside Aaron and introduce him." This is a special energy engine that was seized from a Hydra base during World War II. Hill didn't say what kind of special energy it was, but Aaron had a guess. This is Object 84, Zero Matter, a dark force. Zero Matter. Aaron felt something was familiar and took a look. Peggy Carter, yes. The first person to discover zero matter was Peggy Carter, one of the founders of SHIELD. She discovered this dark power during a mission. Given its danger, Miss Carter and Howard Stark sealed it away after dealing with the zero matter individual. Hill was clearly well prepared. He knew everything about the place in great detail. Seeing that Aaron seemed quite interested, Hill continued. In 1945, during a nuclear weapons test, the Etherdam Energy Company discovered a crack in the center of the explosion that would suck in all the surrounding material. After the explosion, all that will remain is a pool of black, oily liquid. This is zero matter. Before she could finish speaking, Aaron then declared with certainty, "I want the sun." Zero matter is extremely important because it is both quite mysterious and quite dangerous. If Howard Stark hadn't developed the gamma ray cannon and closed the zero matter gate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Such a dangerous thing should be sent to the land of slingshots and thrown towards the sun. But clearly, Nick Fury is not as sanctimonious as he claims. Hill looked at Nick Fury. This is a very special item, even within 84s. And she has no right to make a decision about it. So they finally noticed me, the bureau chief. Nick Fury glanced at the laptop, meeting Aaron's unwavering gaze. He remained silent for a long time. This thing doesn't seem to be the key ingredient for making human enhancement drugs. Nick Fury wanted to make a final push. I suggest you look at more of its follow-up information. It's dangerous once touched. The human body may transform into a special quantum state. Formless and intangible, moreover. It can influence and change a person's will, driving them insane and leading them to self-destruction. The harm of zero material doesn't stop there. It also absorbs a person's life force, absorbs light, assimilates them, and even transports them to an unknown dark world. Aaron didn't waste any words with him and directly picked up his newly bought phone, which didn't even have a SIM card. No, you're doing it again. Seeing this, Fury had no choice but to back down. Okay, I'll take you there. Zero matter is not here. Instead, it was stored by SHIELD in a special glass container. It appears as a black liquid in the real universe and is suspended in the air, somewhat like a black version of the ether particle. It's not very big, about the size of a fist. This is a piece of the remaining zero matter that we later discovered. We don't have a second gamma ray cannon, so we have to keep it here. Nick Fury made a final attempt to justify himself. How do you plan to take it away? I'll say it again, it's dangerous. Before Fury could finish saying 203, Aaron had already arrived next to the glass container. He seemed to vanish into thin air, ignoring the glass, and walk straight into the container. Fury's next words came to an abrupt end. This ability. Why does it seem somewhat familiar, passing through walls? Invisibility blurring, it looks like a ghost. Fury's eyes shifted slightly, and he exchanged a glance with Hill, both able to discern each other's thoughts. The ghost's name is Ava, and her father is Dr. Eerie Hayes. During an experiment to build a quantum tunnel, the experiment accidentally exploded. The Eerie Hayes couple ascended to heaven. Only the young Ava was left behind after the quantum shock. Her body was quantum modified, giving her the ability to change her own molecular structure. It can make you invisible and allow you to pass through walls at will. However, her body cells are quite unstable and could disappear from reality at any time. That is, become completely quantized and become an invisible and intangible ghost. In 1995, SHIELD took her away from Professor Bill and trained her to be a secret agent, codenamed Ghost. Aaron's ability just now was exactly the same as the Ghost's. He absolutely cannot be wrong. Did Aaron also conduct quantum experiments? As he was pondering this, he suddenly saw Aaron reach out towards zero matter. Fury opened his mouth wide, about to shout, when Zero Matter came into contact with Aaron's right hand. It first moved closer to him, but the next moment, the Zero body, which had no self-awareness, suddenly struggled to leave in a direction away from Aaron. It was as if they had seen some kind of monstrous flood, and their instinctive reaction was to run away. Aaron's lips curled into a smirk, and he whispered like a devil, since you're already here, come in obediently. The right hand actively reached out and absorbed and smelted all the Zero Matter. Fear control, you have mastered the power of fear, capable of evoking the deepest dread in your subconscious. Dark field, you can create a dark space filled with absolute darkness, capable of absorbing any light. Those imprisoned within will witness terrifying hallucinations, experience cold fear and loss of consciousness, leading to breakdown and even deaths. Life force absorption, you can quickly absorb the life force of others. Possession, you can transform into an energy form and possess others at will. Energy absorption, similar abilities have been detected to have merged. You can now absorb light and heat energy more quickly, and even create dark shadows around you. The key to the dimension of fear, you can freely open and close the gates to the dimension of fear, dark dimension. Dark force dimension. Dark force control, dark power mastery. You have mastered dark force energy and can manipulate it at will for purposes including but not limited to flight, deformation, opening and closing dimensional gates, absorbing life, and teleportation, walking in the dark force dimension. Either dimension of fear is equivalent to walking in Earth miles 1.6 kilometers d. Etherealization, you can freely etherealize people into formless, intangible ghosts in this state. Life forms generally cannot affect the real universe, but can move freely within the real world. Note, the fear dimension contains unknown dangers, and ordinary people who enter it may suffer unknown effects. Good heavens, it's a huge hit. Aaron didn't know much about Zero Matter. I just think this thing should be considered a decent, mysterious substance. But now it seems this is absolutely no less than a divine artifact like Thor's hammer. No. It should be called a demonic artifact. After the smelting, Aaron learned what Zero Matter was. Zero Matter is a specialty of the fear dimension, which in turn is a product of the fusion of the dark dimension. Dark power and fear power, in fact. The dimension of fear can also be described as an alternative dimension of darkness. Both exist simultaneously within the split realm, with the dark dimension being the largest fragmented space within it. From this perspective, Dormammu can also control the power of fear and darkness, and his domain probably contains Zero Matter. In the Marvel Universe, Cloak's Black Vision Staff of One and the Cohen Rock are all related to the dimension of fear. Now, he has mastered some of the characteristics of the fear dimension. As long as he's willing, he can now even abandon his physical body and transform into an invisible, intangible energy-based deity with infinite life, to achieve immortality through spiritual means. Or it may possess another person's body and control their actions. In other words, these abilities are enough to create a powerful dark god. For Aaron, the improvement was also significant, however. Aaron did not want to become a divine being projected from the dimension of fear. He was already a god himself for others. This was a shortcut to godhood, but for Aaron, it was a dead end with no future. After digesting the Zero substance, Aaron stepped out of the container. Are you all right? Fury quickly asked a question, but then he remembered how Zero Matter had tried to escape from Aaron's right hand, and realized that his question was completely pointless. What on earth is Aaron? Zero Matter was dark and eerie enough, but Aaron was even darker. You wouldn't happen to be the legendary Lord of Darkness, would you? Fury cursed Aaron in his heart, but his body unconsciously kept a relatively safe distance from him. Aaron noticed his actions and said dismissively, "It's nothing, that thing was too dangerous, so I've already erased it from this world." Fury's eyelids twitched. "You're the most dangerous being in the world, aren't you? How dare you claim to pose zero material danger?" It was clearly just a pathetic creature trying to survive. Aaron saw through his thoughts and sneered. You don't believe me, I believe you. Fury nodded repeatedly, he dared not disbelieve. Believe it or not, that thing could open a portal to another dimension at any moment. Once whatever escapes from there, not only your base, but the entire Earth will be doomed. As Aaron spoke, he took Hill's laptop. Let me see. I can sense other similar auras inside. Nick Fury glanced at the empty container, then at Aaron's indifferent expression. Does he believe it? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Since the zero matter had already disappeared, no one could refute anything Aaron said. Let's believe it for now. Aaron surpassed some of the data. I selectively chose several objects that might be useful, but whose purpose I didn't know. In fact, most of what's here is remnant of Hydra. Many of them are related to the energy of the Space Stone. There aren't many things with special properties like zero matter. There's no gravity sieve here. Aaron frowned slightly from the depths of his memory. He recalled that the initial discoverers of gravitational indium were not S. HILDIT was dug up by a man named Ian Quinn. Gravitonium is a very rare element that can create a gravitational field when electricity is applied, thus enabling the development of anti-gravity technology. In the Marvel Universe, there is a character who gained the ability to control gravity after absorbing gravitonium. That character is Emperor Wanli. At his peak, he could use gravity to destroy the Earth. Although Aaron had already mastered gravity in Asgard, he wanted to see if he could further enhance it after fusing gravitational onyx. Thinking of this, Aaron abandoned the graviton and instead searched for two other special objects, the Kree Stone and the Cohen Stone. The former has the ability to travel through space. The Cohen Stone, however, consists of three, each possessing the abilities of space-time and creation. Since he was already there, Aaron naturally wanted to get his hands on all the useful 84 objects in one go. Anyway, SHILD doesn't have the capability to use them. Continuing to keep it in their hands will not only fail to achieve its intended purpose, but will also cause more trouble. The Kree Stone. This must be it. After browsing through the area, Aaron only saw the Kree Stone, but did not find the Cohen Stone. Bring me these two things. Hill glanced at the number and immediately turned to leave. Nick Fury opened his mouth, noticed Aaron's gaze, and then closed it again in resignation. Forget it, let's find a way to get rid of this jinx. Not long after, Hill came in carrying a briefcase. We only have the obelisk here. As for the other megaliths, it is currently located in the Trident building. It seems Mr. Pierce values that item quite a bit. How can we not take this seriously? Aaron knew that the boulder was related to the ancestors of the Hydra. Once the giant stone is activated, it will teleport you to the Death Star, the Inhuman Hive. The object of Hydra's worship was exiled to the Death Star for over 1,000 years. His admirers were always trying to bring the Hive back, and gradually it evolved into Hydra, but now, Hydra is no longer the Hydra it once was. They split into several camps, Baron Strucker of Europe, Alexander Pierce of the United States, and so on. As the current leader of Hydra's most powerful branch, Pierce has no interest in bringing Hive back. His current sphere of influence even surpasses that of the Red Skull during World War II. As long as the Insight plan succeeds, he would then be able to lead Hydra to become the master of the world. And what ambitious person would want another master to appear above them? That's why Pierce paid so much attention to the Kree Rock, keeping it under his watchful eye at all times. Nick Fury's expression changed again. He hadn't thought of it before, but now, if something is related to Pierce, then there's definitely something wrong. I'll go get that stone myself. Nick Fury immediately assured him. I will find out the details of the rock and get the stuff to the Osborn group as soon as possible. Aaron nodded and took the suitcase from Hill. There was another document on top. He glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. After thinking about it, Aaron said to Nick Fury, "You haven't forgotten what you promised me yesterday, have you?" Fury sensed something was wrong. He wanted to deny it, but he didn't have the courage. You tell me. The Osborne Group is currently short 2 secretaries. Aaron glanced at Hill. I think she's very capable. What do you think? Fury forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for Hill to be the deputy director of HILD, and also the person designated by the United Nations Security Council to assist me? Upon hearing this, Aaron picked up his phone and pressed a few buttons. In reality, it directly intrudes into the signal network. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched violently. You're back. Soon as his cell phone rang, Fury slowly answered the call. Yes, that's fine. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. I'll absolutely meet all of Mr. Aaron's needs. I guarantee it. Put down your phone. Fury looked at Aaron with a helpless expression. How come a god like you comes to Earth and only learns the dregs of culture? They've mastered the art of using power to intimidate others on Earth to an unparalleled degree. Is it going to work? Aaron said with a half-smile. Fury nodded. I'll have someone arrange Hill's resignation immediately. Fury wanted to refuse, but Hill's abilities were undeniable. He was the best administrative deputy and had helped him handle many troubles. But what could he do? He was desperate too. I called him just now and he was still the president. But it's different from before this time. The president represents not only the United States, but also the will of the other 4 permanent members of the UN Security Council. They bypassed Alexander Pierce of the United Nations Security Council and directly intervened in HILD's personnel arrangements, normally SHI. ELDIS, a direct agency of the United States. But in reality, from its inception, SHIELD has been under the jurisdiction of the Allied Forces, later. In order to obtain global special operations rights, SHIELD naturally came under the management and supervision of the United Nations. Otherwise, how could a purely US-based organization arbitrarily carry out armed missions in other sovereign states? He couldn't resist the US president alone, moreover. This reflects the overall will of the United Nations. He's the real Alexander. Life is tough, Fury sighed. Very good, Aaron was 0.8 points satisfied. Taking someone away without using force, that's the highest level of skill. He'll take everything I need. As for the rest, I'm sure Fury will take care of everything. Aaron dusted himself off and left. Sorry, Fury, I'm Aaron's man now. Hill shrugged and immediately followed Aaron. Even she was somewhat surprised. Hill hadn't really decided whether she wanted to leave SHIELD, but she didn't expect Aaron to suddenly become so powerful. She wasn't given much time to think before the matter was decided. Now, regardless of the circumstances, leaving SHIELD is a done deal. The higher-ups have already spoken. Are they supposed to change their minds every now and then? Damn it, what a bunch of incompetent teammates. Nick Fury was so angry that he started cursing. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Your Majesty, why have you betrayed us to the enemy? Coulson and Natasha then walked in from outside. He hurriedly said, Commander Hill, she's Aaron's now, looking at the warehouse that looked like it had been robbed, and at Nick Fury, who looked like a raging bull. The two promptly shut up and left. They exchanged a glance, and both saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Aaron, don't mess with him. On the other side. Aaron sat in the back seat. Hill quickly got into character. Boss, where are we going, Osborne? Aaron thought about it and decided to get down to business. At the very least, Hill should be put to work immediately. The group company is still very busy lately. With Felicia gone, Norman is unable to make decisions. And it is difficult to operate normally without a leader. Hill's driving skills are quite good. It's clear that she practices regularly. Given her high position, Aaron felt the car was going fast and the ride was smooth throughout the journey. Great review. Aaron then opened the suitcase, revealing the object inside, an obelisk. Aaron did not take Hill's presence into consideration. He reached out with his right hand to touch the obelisk. Wait, this thing is dangerous. Hill slammed on the brakes and came to a stop on the road. According to reliable intelligence, At least 100 people have died from petrification after touching this substance. We haven't figured it out yet. Aaron ignored what Hill was saying. Although he did not fuse Sky's inhuman genes, it does not mean that he would fear this petrifying power. He's an ultimate life form. They are naturally immune to over 99% of the negative effects in the universe. Moreover, having combined the powerful characteristics of a celestial being, an Aesir physiquined the survival of the fittest, his body possesses strong magic resistance. Are you still afraid of mere petrochemicals? Even if this thing is technologically advanced, could it possibly surpass the primordial forge? Under Hill's worried gaze, he approached the obelisk with his right hand and devoured and melted it without any hindrance. Petrification: you can petrify life forms that do not possess inhuman or Kree genes. The petrification effect is affected by the opponent's strength. Genetic evolution: you can activate the alien genes within the human body, allowing them to complete their evolution, well, compared to zero matter. The properties of the obelisk are practically useless. Aaron guessed that this level of petrification ability would only work on beings below the level of gods. But it's not a big problem. His body is being continuously strengthened. In particular, the energy absorption is further enhanced, absorbing the surrounding energy like a whale swallowing its prey. Aaron's body temperature was several degrees lower than the rest of his body. When his body absorbs enough energy and reaches a critical value, he will achieve a glorious evolution at that time. His inherent characteristics will also be enhanced. This is the power of infinite evolution. The strength of the characteristic is not important. All his traits will be continuously enhanced as he evolves, until one becomes omniscient, omnipotent, and all-powerful. Hill looked at Aaron as if he were a monster. Then he quietly focused on driving again. Seeing that Hill didn't ask, Aaron didn't bother to explain anything. Then he picked up the other boxes that were placed to the side. Aaron continued to absorb and refine. Aaron then mastered a special kind of energy. That is the isotopic energy of the space stone. After this elemental property was incorporated into the core of the eternal phoenix, the little sun became even brighter. The power it emitted was even more terrifying. Feeling the more active cells, Aaron's lips curled slightly. This feeling of getting stronger every single second is just amazing. He doesn't even need to deliberately exercise or absorb nutrients. Even while he sleeps at night, he gets stronger. Perceive it carefully. Aaron discovered that his cells had undergone a dramatic change compared to a week ago. Each one is incredibly full. Each one radiates boundless vitality. The energy inside seemed to be overflowing. Well, how should I put it? He felt that the energy contained in every cell of his body was now comparable to, or even surpassed, that of Tony's first-generation arc reactor. It's not far from being a second-generation reactor. And his own physical strength. It has probably reached a point where it is difficult to detect with current technology. Perhaps even the world's heaviest aircraft carrier would be like a toy in his hands. Aaron thought for a moment and tried to use the primordial furnace to create a second eternal sun core and put it into the second cell. His body temperature suddenly rose several degrees. But soon, the energy emitted by the little sun was devoured and absorbed by countless cells. The body returned to normal. Hill glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Aaron deep in thought with his eyes closed. Then turned back and continued driving, however soon. The temperature inside the car has risen several degrees. Hill was puzzled. Opened the car window. It finally cooled down a bit. But when I glanced in the left rearview mirror, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Aaron seemed to be glowing all over. She blinked. Aaron returned to normal. This puzzled Hill. Something's not right, driven by his agent's instincts. Hill sensed that Aaron was undergoing some unknown transformation. But Aaron didn't say, and his subordinates were absolutely forbidden to ask. This is her experience working at SHIELD. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Hill always felt that Aaron had a more profound and robust aura. At that moment, she felt like the sun in the sky. It inspires a sense of awe from the bottom of one's heart. The fifth one, just put it on your forehead. Aaron released 4 extra Eternal Phoenix cores in one go. They are located in the middle of the left and right hands, the middle of the left and right feet, and the forehead, respectively. The brain consumes the most energy in a person, and Aaron is no exception. While the body continues to strengthen, his brain needs to absorb more energy every moment in order to evolve to a more perfect state. This requires a massive amount of energy, after all. He now possesses too many abilities, once he evolves, it will be a comprehensive evolution. But after placing a total of 5 Eternal Phoenix cores, Aaron discovered that at the current cellular level, it was already difficult to digest excess energy. If another one is released, his body can withstand it. But the excess energy released through his body will cause unpredictable damage to the outside world. For example, turning New York into nothingness in an instant. The temperature in the area centered on him could rise by several hundred degrees. We need to wait a little longer, until the cells are further strengthened, or energy absorption is further improved, before placing more small suns. Aaron thought to himself, in order to prevent excess energy from dissipating, he deliberately closed his pores. In conjunction with other abilities, he controls the power of the little sun within his body. Otherwise, Hill was the first to suffer. I'm so full. But this failing is amazing. He's getting stronger every moment. His evolution speed is more than 10 times faster than before. One day of his work is probably equivalent to over 100 of Henry's. More, not less, soon. Rolls-Royce returned to the Osborne group. Aaron led Hill in and had her face scanned. Everyone knows that Aaron has a new female secretary. As the passing employees greeted Aaron, their eyes were filled with curiosity and envy as they looked at Hill. The female staff at the front desk in particular were eager to replace her. After the two of them walked around, almost everyone remembered Hill's face from now on. When Hill comes to the company, no one will be so blind as to stop him. I've already had Norman take care of your onboarding file and documents. Now I'll take you to our next office location. The company is expanding rapidly lately, and there's no time for training new employees. So you'll start getting used to the work today. Any questions? No problem. Hill looked confident. The data she was in charge of at SHILD came from all over the world. She also has a dedicated, extra-large office to better handle various data and information. What storms haven't we weathered? It's just the Osborne Corporation. Is it really that harder to manage than SHILD? Oh, great. I really appreciate your serious attitude towards work. Aaron led her to a room, seeing the door open automatically. Hill took a special look. However, no smart facial recognition devices were seen. Not a smart door. Her expression was strange, however. Once inside the office, Hill had no time to think about anything else. Looking at the piles of documents stacked like mountains on the luxurious desk, Hill looked around, pointing to a slightly lower desk next to a pile of documents. He asked, "Is that my workspace?" "No, this is the right place." Aaron pointed to several mountains and said. Hill was taken aback. "And you, mine is here." Aaron then pointed to another empty desk. "Either I have a problem or you do." Hill gaped. "I'm really a secretary." "Administrative secretary, is there a problem?" Aaron pressed a bell. "Call Norman Overs." He then lazily sat in the boss's chair, crossing his legs. "You can start working now. There are new documents to process tomorrow." Hill was dumbfounded and swallowed hard. "These are only for one day." Aaron shook his head. Just as Hill's hope was rising, Aaron said again, "Let me think. This is yesterday's amount and half a day's amount today. A day and a half, there's more later. Let's get down to business, my dear boss. Even SHILD doesn't have this much work for me to handle." Hill felt that the future was bleak. Aaron also knew that this task would be very difficult. "Don't worry too much, it's okay to slow down a bit. Take this small mountain of problems first, and deal with the others later." You know this is a small hill. Hill was speechless. Aaron continued, if you follow me. I can't guarantee anything else. But your safety and benefits will be top-notch. Believe me once you're familiar with this job. You'll reap unimaginable benefits. Hill rolled his eyes. It was another flatbread. She was already tired of it. Ahem. I'll find another secretary to help you in a couple of days. Hill was immediately filled with hope upon hearing this. But considering the sheer volume of work, even if it were reduced by half, it would still be a mountain of tasks. Unscrupulous capitalists should all be hung on streetlights. Hill gritted his teeth and prepared to adapt for 2 days first. If you really can't handle it, then run away. Aaron was quite satisfied to see Hill get into work mode. Look at this is talent. Without needing any instructions, they could quickly get into the work environment and process various documents immediately. In the midst of busyness, Norman quickly came up. Boss. Norman came and greeted them, and then quickly glanced at Hill. After memorizing the appearance of the new secretary, he then handed a document to Aaron. Miss Hill's onboarding documents have been processed. He then produced another document saying, this is the initial demand for the new product. Currently, dignitaries from all over the world are waiting for the first batch of new products to be manufactured. A group of late-stage cancer patients have also contacted us, hoping we can sell a batch of anti-cancer drugs as soon as possible. Boss, I suggest the company hold a recruitment fair soon. Our customer service department has been working 24/7 for a whole day and night. Aaron glanced at the densely packed data. He only saw a page full of zeros. The popularity of the regeneration potion is simply unimaginable. Super healing potion painkillers and limb regeneration potions are all right. As for anti-aging drugs and anti-cancer drugs, the marketing department anticipates orders totaling tens of millions of units. This is still the first batch. The demand will continue to increase. Countless billionaires are waving their cash in an attempt to buy it. The newborns have not yet left the market, however. On the black market, the price of anti-aging drugs has already reached billions of US dollars. The anti-cancer drugs are also pretty much the same. The main reason is that some wealthy people are in the final moments of their lives and are about to pass away. Anti-cancer drugs and anti-aging drugs are their last hope. Among them is the gambling king, who is 89 years old. There are many similar wealthy individuals around the world. Someone even approached Tony Stark, hoping to buy one from him first. But Tony kicked him out immediately. Although Tony has now lost his title as the world's richest man, Stark Industries remains a behemoth to other companies. With Aaron at the helm, Osborne was like Mount Everest, towering above all others, unshakable by anyone. Even though these wealthy individuals wield considerable influence. But when faced with the Osborne Group, they could only wait anxiously at the door like ordinary people. Aaron recalled the situation when the door opened. No wonder there are suddenly so many luxury cars around. If Osborne hadn't increased security, people would probably be sleeping on the floor outside the company right now, waiting for the first batch of new students to be born. You can handle these small matters. Aaron glanced at it and then stopped worrying. Hill glanced up at the two of them, then looked down at his documents. She realized that Aaron was just not doing his job properly. Did her previous secretary suddenly die at her workstation? Thinking about this, you feel a chill run down your spine. Boss, students and faculty from Imperial State University will be visiting the Osborne Group. Are there any things we should be aware of? Norman wouldn't have cared about such a trivial matter. But when he heard that Aaron had personally made the decision, he immediately took it to heart and supervised the entire process of handling 960. We strive to avoid any mistakes for this reason. He even turned down several invitations from powerful and influential people. Norman's entire future will be dedicated solely to Aaron. Aaron's business is his business. Everything else must take a backseat. Even the new student program is not as important as a single sentence from Aaron. Aaron nodded and said, as long as they don't get into the most important departments, There won't be any problems. Norman nodded, indicating that he understood. I valued this matter even more, by the way. I heard that one of the students visiting Imperial State University this time is very talented. You should keep an eye on him. I'm short a few secretaries. Norman suddenly realized, boss, I understand. I'll go down and select right away. Hill pursed his lips, then buried himself in his work again. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with smart people was easy. There's one more thing. Find me a man named Ian Quinn who has supposedly started a Quinn Corporation. I need to know his information. Aaron could have gone to find them himself, but he figured he might as well use his subordinates. If you do everything yourself, what's the point of having subordinates? Norman kept this in mind just by hearing the name. You know it's a man. You can tell without even thinking that he's a loser. First find the female secretary, then find Ian Quinn. And finally deal with the freshman issues. Norman silently arranged the order in his mind and slowly retreated. Aaron then left the office and went to the storeroom. After smelting various plants and animals collected by the Osborne Group to enrich the primordial furnace database, he turned his attention to the biological department. He suddenly realized that he hadn't had a full physical examination in a long time. I recently started working as a personal health doctor. Aaron thought he should go find Wu Jiaqi first and examine her carefully. Inside and out. It is best to conduct thorough checks in turn to ensure that nothing is overlooked. Aaron also had something to deal with. He's a bit irritable today. We need to find a way to cool him down physically. On the other side, SHIELD. Headquarters in New York, Ghost. Are you sure you were the only one who survived in your room? Nick Fury frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him, who was wrapped in a white uniform. Ava said uncertainly, I asked Mr. Bill. And there shouldn't be a fourth person here besides me. Nick Fury was somewhat uneasy after hearing this. He gestured for the ghost to come forward. Look at this person, is his ability the same as yours? Nick Fury pointed to Aaron in the video. Ava stared wide-eyed as Aaron suddenly became ethereal and successfully entered the sealed container. She looked at it carefully again and again. His abilities are the same as mine. This is quantum phase capability. Who is he? Ava looked at Nick Fury with excitement. She wasn't concerned with zero matter. She only cared that Aaron could perfectly control his quantum phase ability without any equipment or side effects. He is Aaron, Nick Fury said casually. Then fell into deep thought, completely unaware that Ava's eyes were shining. Biological Experimentation Department, Zhao Heilun, Wu Jiaqi, and Sky were deep in thought around a plant cultivation box. Zhao Heilun muttered to herself, why is this happening? This alien plant has absolutely no biochemical characteristics. It's like a pure energy body. Aaron's voice came from outside. The three of them looked up at the same time. Their expressions varied. Zhao Heilun's face showed surprise, while Wu Jiaqi was somewhat excited. Sky was a little scared. Was it time to pay off her debts again? Thinking of Aaron's violent actions, she felt both fear and anticipation, however. The thought that there were now three of them on his side made Sky feel confident again. Yes, it's an energy entity. Its genes are completely beyond the comprehension of current technology. It seems to exist on another level. Zhao Heilun spoke rapidly, her eyebrows raised. If we can figure it out, then humanity may usher in another Cambrian evolution. I need more. Zhao Heilun's voice gradually faded away, because she saw another, even more dazzling flower appear in Aaron's hand. She was somewhat confused. Want to study it? Aaron's lips curled into a smile. This flower is more perfect and more powerful than the one you studied. It contains the path to becoming God. He is right here, right before your eyes. Zhao Heilun's gaze was fixed on the dazzling plant. Moving with Aaron's hand, she nodded subconsciously. Aaron smiled, then looked at Wu Jiaqi. Doctor, I feel really irritable today. Norman had clearly done the groundwork beforehand, and Wu Jiaqi instantly understood, chuckling lightly. I have two methods here, throat plugging to lower fever and internal cooling. Which one would you like to try? As she spoke, Wu Jiaqi walked over, gently touched Aaron, and opened her mouth slightly. It's really hot. Her expression instantly turned serious. You need to receive treatment immediately. And I recommend using a combination of methods. Sky rolled her eyes as she watched Wu Jiaqi, a doctor with a kind heart, work hard without regard for the occasion. What could she do? She could only step forward and lend a hand. Wearing a white coat, she was serving as an assistant nurse. After 3 hours of busy work, Wu Jiaqi swallowed the steaming hot milk to quench her thirst, wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked exhausted. Her face was flushed red from being overworked. Even though it wasn't during her period, Wu Jiaqi felt quite unwell. Are you feeling better now, doctor? Wu is indeed a miracle worker. Aaron's anger subsided temporarily. He rolled over and said, your skills are good. So I've decided to give you your onboarding benefits ahead of schedule. Wu Jiaqi was about to refuse. After all, she was a doctor. Wasn't it her duty to treat patients? But then, oh my God, my body. Wu Jiaqi felt itchy all over. The wound that was accidentally torn during the surgery healed quickly. At the same time, she also felt her whole body filled with power. All my fatigue vanished, not just Wu Jiaqi. Zhao Heilun also noticed the anomaly. Their skin was even whiter, and their bodies had returned to their peak condition. Only Sky, while she gained the same power. A strange power enveloped her and she turned to stone. What happened to Sky? Zhao Heilun stared at the stone sculpture in surprise. Wait a minute, Aaron stopped the two from getting closer. He could sense the astonishing changes taking place inside Sky's petrified body. Not long after, a peculiar shockwave suddenly blasted the stone sculpture apart from the inside out. Sky emerged from her petrified state unharmed, tearing away her confusion as she looked at her own hands. She seemed to have just... That's a shockwave, your genetic material. Aaron began to explain. He walked over to the person who had been torn open and directly plucked out a hair to melt it down. The next moment, a familiar stream of light appeared. Shockwave. You can create shockwaves at will, or use them to trigger earthquakes, while being immune to the effects of any vibration. Genetic ability. Sky was even more confused. Who are you? Am I a mutant? Aaron shook his head, raised his hand and aimed at a glass bottle in the distance. With a thought, an invisible shockwave was precisely shot towards the target, shattering the glass bottle with a crack. You're not a mutant, you're an inhuman. Someone with a special genetic ability. Sky was drawn to Aaron's actions. After a moment's hesitation, she tried aiming at a glass bottle in the distance as well. With a focused attention, the shockwave instantly covered a distance of about 10 meters. And almost simultaneously, a series of explosions erupted in front of us. All the glass bottles on one wall shattered. Sky immediately stopped on the verge of tears. That's it. We owe even more nows, including some precious experimental equipment worth at least several million US. It looks like we'll be negotiating a few more deals worth hundreds of millions. Put this on your tab, Aaron said as if he could read Sky's mind. Sky looked utterly desperate and eventually gave up entirely. Oh well, we have already discussed billions. What's a few hundred million more? There's no need to worry about having too many lice. Since we can't fight them off, let's learn to enjoy it. How did you do that? I mean, Aaron tapped it gently. He passed on the ambidextrous fighting characteristic to Sky. This is the gun-firing coordination ability from the octopus, which can perfectly execute any action. In addition to muscle control, even patients with ALS can expect some improvement. If this were a sport requiring technical skill, he would be the Usain Bolt of sprinting, killing the game the moment he stepped onto the field. In the blink of an eye, Sky seemed to have activated her Ren and Du meridians. She felt every muscle and every cell in her body move according to her will. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,463,481. She also seems to be able to precisely control the direction of her abilities by manipulating her muscles. This time, Sky aimed at another spot and activated her ability. Although he still didn't achieve Aaron's precision this time, he only destroyed 3 nearby glass bottles at the same time, demonstrating a tenfold increase in control accuracy. I tried holding my breath again this time. She had perfect control over the body and could activate her abilities at will, my god. Sky couldn't believe she could pull off such a miracle. The look in Aaron's eyes was filled with shock. What's the underlying principle behind this? Could it be the so-called blessing of God? Zhao Heilun was deeply amazed by all these changes. It completely violates the scientific framework, the law of conservation of energy, and various biochemical principles. Equally shocked by the changes in her body, Wu Jiaqi came to her senses. Yes, this is a blessing, a divine command. Wu Jiaqi's eyes were filled with adoration. Aaron is a god, my god, then your majesty. Could you show your great mercy and offer your own body as a sacrifice? As she spoke, her lips parted slightly. Sometimes it curls up, sometimes it stretches out. And sometimes it coils into a circle. You wicked monster, I old son am awesome. Lord Aaron was kind-hearted. Even when he encountered a demon, he was willing to offer his own body to help the female demon be saved. He then casually added the ability to fight with both hands to Wu Jiaqi's wits. Ambidextrous fighting can not only improve control and coordination. Sometimes it can unleash even greater power, def. That's interesting, Aaron had to admit. These fully formed banshees are indeed very powerful in combat. Unfortunately, there are always people more capable than you. And there's always something beyond your understanding. The next day, Aaron parted the soft, boneless bodies of the 3 octopuses. Seeing that no one noticed, Aaron smiled smugly. In the end, he was slightly better. I glanced at the time, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Aaron hadn't slept all night, but he remained energetic and composed. He shuddered and all the dust on his body vanished. With a single step, he appeared in President Osborne's office. At this time, Hill was working diligently, hearing the noise. He glanced at Aaron and then bought at a low price. Less than 3 seconds later, it suddenly lifted up again. It rose so suddenly. When did it arrive? Hill blinked. What are you looking at me for? Get back to work, I have important business to attend to now. Aaron opened the door and left without batting an eye. With the heavy sound of the door closing, Hill was slightly bewildered. Had he already become completely dazed after only half a day and night of work? Had all his agents' alertness vanished? Could it be that the stress is causing mental problems? Hill looked around and ran to check Aaron's office chair. It was ice cold. After a moment's thought, it dawned on me. What a convenient feature. Then he went back to work hard. And at this moment, the second floor of the Osborne Group. Welcome to the Osborne Group, or soon the Asia Group. Professor Connors, one of the leading biological research directors, personally hosted the students from Imperial State University. However, unlike the original plans, besides Imperial State University, another group of people joined the crowd of visitors. They were among the top-performing students selected by Midtown Middle School. Peter Parker and Harry Osborne were among them. There are over 32,000 species of spiders in the world, which are further divided into 3 main categories. All these spiders possess different abilities that help them hunt. For example, this Australian spider has a remarkably strong jumping ability. Peter shared all the knowledge he had with Harry. As if it were his own treasure, Harry, however, was yawning. He wasn't interested in these things. As the former Norman heir, he didn't need to know these things. He only needed to learn how to manage a company and how to deal with people. Of course, no, he has changed his direction again. All he needs to do is figure out how to serve the boss ahead. Professor Connors glanced at Peter, surprised that the little boy knew so much about biology. When he saw Harry, smiled and nodded, and continued with a planned explanation. This time he was quite serious about his preparations. Norman had already explained Aaron's intentions to him. Connors scanned the crowd and spotted Gwen Stacy precisely among them. Miss Stacy, Professor Connors, Gwen was surprised. I need your help with something. Professor Connors amiably picked up a badge from the side. I need an assistant to help me maintain order during this visit. Is that all right? Gwen was immediately overjoyed. Of course, I'd be happy to help you when she took the ID. In addition to her photo and names, it also said Osborne Group Intern, this is. I've reviewed your file, you are exceptionally talented. And the Osborne Group needs someone like you. Connors could not possibly say that this was at the behest of the top boss. Gwen, unaware of the truth, nodded excitedly. Everyone outside was desperate to get in. But there was no way to enter. Gwen Stacy is no exception. Imperial State University's decision to entrust Otto and Connors with this matter was also based on a let's give it a try mentality. If Imperial State University can further cooperate with the Osborne Group, it will go even further and become one of the most prestigious universities in the world. Upon hearing this, the other students looked at Gwen with envy and applauded her. The air was filled with a sour smell. Among the crowd, a few people stood out. A woman with long red hair and exaggeratedly sinister-looking eyes looked at Gwen Stacy, who was surrounded by a crowd. Although she was smiling, her smile was forced. Peter and Harry stared blankly at Gwen. Peter muttered to himself, "Oh my God, she's so beautiful." And Peter couldn't help but feel a little jealous, saying she actually got a job at the Osborne Corporation. Harry nodded in agreement. She is indeed very beautiful. Recalling the hint Norman had given him, Harry seemed to realize something. Turning to Peter, said, "Dudes, you are not into hair, are you? Take my advice, don't go near her." Haha, no way, how could she possibly be interested in me? Peter's smile was awkward. He seemed quite flustered after his thoughts had been exposed. Harry looked at Peter seriously. I mean it, that woman will never be ours. Why? Although Peter was self-aware, he couldn't help but ask at this moment. Harry patted him on the shoulder. Peter, she doesn't belong to mortals, she belongs to God. Harry was more serious than ever before. He didn't want his hard-won best friend to go astray. Although his academic performance was average, he had a keen political sense. It was no accident that Gwen was chosen by Connors as his second-in-command. Gwen walked up to Professor Connors and tried to take the documents from his hands. But Connors wouldn't dare actually assign Gwen any tasks. He shook his head. I'm healthier than ever before. And I want to experience more of a perfectly normal life. You just need to keep an eye on them and help me with some small tasks. Gwen nodded. She did not doubt that Connors had other motives, after all. Everyone knows that Connors itself is one of the miracles created by Aaron, the president of the Osborne Corporation. Guys, come closer. Welcome to the Osborne Corporation's Tree of Life. Connors pointed to a 3D projection of a super tree of life in the center of the venue, shimmering with golden lights, and gestured for everyone to come up. This tree is illuminated by the technological achievements, noble good, developed by the Osborne Group. Each point of light is a crystallization of wisdom, embodying the efforts and sweat of countless people. The Tree of Life then transforms into a complex network of blood vessels. I'm sure you're all very curious about what this is. Oh yes, what appears before you is the working principle of our company, and also the miracle created by the most legendary figure in the world, Mr. Aaron, known as the God of Miracles. Whenever the name Aaron is mentioned, everyone gasped in surprise. The name Aaron became a household name in just one day and one night. Everyone knows that Aaron is about to create a perfect world unlike any other. He made a giant leap forward in biomedicine, single-handedly propelling humanity forward. Gwen was also very excited, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Perhaps one day, she too will be able to serve that legend personally. Gwen was looking forward to it. Everyone was completely absorbed in the legendary story Connors was telling. As they heard the test results and principles of the limb regeneration drug, they were all amazed by Aaron's brilliant ideas. Without realizing it, Connors looked up and suddenly noticed Aaron's figure behind them. Aaron gestured to him, signaling him not to speak. Connors immediately understood and continued, recounting the interesting things that happened in the laboratory. As a legend worshipped by others. To be honest, Aaron felt immense pressure. He knew only his own family's affairs. He didn't actually know much about these things. If he were to actually show up, he would probably know nothing about it, perhaps. I should spend some time each day learning more. Aaron pondered deeply, realizing that with his current brain power, 1 hour a day was enough to achieve the same results as several months of hard work for an average person. At least maintain some semblance of a public image, right? As Aaron was thinking, he suddenly noticed a gaze look up. A red-haired girl at the back of the crowd was covering her mouth and staring blankly at him. It must be said that this girl is also very beautiful and has a very voluptuous figure, just one glance. And the child will have no trouble getting milk. Mary Jane is a student at Midtown Middle School and a classmate of Peter and Harry. She was the neighbor Peter Parker had dreamed of since he was 6 years old. She is beautiful and sexy, but her family situation was quite bad. She lived with her father since she was a child, and her father was an alcoholic who would often scold her. This kind of life made Mary Jane yearn for a better life even more. From a young age, she aspired to become an actress, gain everyone's attention and reap wealth and fame. To achieve this goal, Mary Jane taught herself dance and took some acting courses. She also works odd jobs at convenience stores and other places to make ends meet. And she tries to present herself as a successful girl. To outsiders, she appears very lively and cheerful. However, no one knows her true self. Mary Jane envies Gwen Stacy, who works for the Osborne Corporation. What an honor that is in the past 2 days. If someone tells others that they work at the Osborne Group headquarters, they will inevitably become the object of everyone's praise. Moreover, Gwen Stacy has won the admiration of Professor Connors. No one doubts her future from this day forward. Gwen's starting point may also be the end point that they can never reach in their entire lives. There's nothing they can do. Everyone's life circumstances are different, and they can only watch wishing they could take their place. Although Mary Jane wanted to be a big star, it would be perfect if she could become an employee of the Osborne Corporation and Professor Connors' assistant. Throughout her high school and college years, everyone in the school would look at her and point at her with envy, saying, "Look, that's Mary Jane." Just imagine how wonderful that would be. She will surely escape that terrible family and get rid of her nightmare-like childhood. Unbeknownst to her, Mary Jane had fallen behind the crowd. Her mind wasn't on the amusing stories Connors was telling, until she noticed Connors' momentary daze as he looked behind him. Sensing something was wrong with Connors, the perceptive Mary Jane instinctively turned around to look. To their surprise, they discovered that the legendary figure Aaron was right behind the crowd. Watching them, Mary Jane was clever. Remembering Connor's reaction, she immediately covered her mouth to avoid screaming and attracting other people's attention. Really, Aaron put a finger to his lips, and Mary Jane nodded excitedly. Good heavens, Bing Lillan is waving at me. Mary Jane felt dizzy. What an honor it was to be able to make eye contact with such a person, or even to be noticed by him. If anyone else heard this, they'd go crazy for her. Mary Jane subconsciously wanted to present her most perfect self. She deliberately puffed out her chest, revealing her ample bosoms. He gestured with his right hand as if zipping up a zipper near his mouth, indicating that he would definitely not say anything out of line, and then smiled at Aaron. Aaron nodded to her, then continued looking at the crowd. Mary Jane was very happy, but then she subconsciously looked at the crowd. Suddenly she realized something was wrong. Aaron's gaze seemed to linger on Connors' side, or perhaps on Gwen Stacy, who was standing next to Connors. Mary Jane's mood instantly soured, to be honest. She was confident in her beauty and had a fantastic figure, but Gwen was subtly more beautiful than her. But Mary Jane's strengths are also very obvious. She is confident that her figure is definitely better than Gwen's. Mary Jane is a very goal-oriented person. She knows her strengths and what her goals are. In order to achieve her goal, she kept her most precious possessions so that she could sell them for a good price. Despite her outward appearance of being very skilled, and even saying things that make other girls envious and surprised. But in reality, these were all experiences she heard from the convenience store owner. If I really had to say I'm worse than Gwent, perhaps it's related to academics. Mary Jane's high school grades were not good, and she needed to spend a lot of time dressing up and working. Leaving aside how good the results were, they were simply a complete mess unbearable to look at. Gwen, on the other hand, is a renowned female academic star at Imperial State University. He is frequently active in school, participating in various activities, and stands out with his excellent management experience and academic performance. Without a doubt for a super corporation, this is exactly the kind of talent they need. Mary Jane bit her lip, looking at Gwen with envy. No, I didn't lose. I understand my strengths better than you do. Mary Jane felt a surge of competitiveness and a desire to outdo others. She wanted to express herself and gain recognition from others, especially Aaron. Mary Jane clenched her fist and slowed her pace further. When no one is looking, slip away quietly from the crowd. Gwen, who had been maintaining orders, noticed Mary Jane's unusual behavior and was about to speak when two noticed another person in front of Mary Jane. That's Mr. Miracle Aaron. For a moment, Gwen forgot to call out to Mary Jane. She saw Mary Jane come to Aaron's side and say something ingratiating. Could Aaron be in contact with that woman? Gwen couldn't help but wonder when she looked up again. She saw Aaron smiling and nodding at her, and Gwen instinctively smiled back at this time. Mary Jane took a pen out of her bag and said excitedly in a low voice, "Mr. Aaron, I'm a fan of yours. Could you please sign my autograph?" Aaron glanced at the rather voluptuous girl, smiled, and nodded of course. He vaguely guessed who the other person, say DDD, was. Midtown Middle School, red hair, not bad looking at Gwen. Mary Jane. Aaron was quite surprised. He had thought that Gwen would be the biggest winner of the day, but he didn't expect that there would be a bonus Mary Jane. So where would you like me to sign? Aaron couldn't find the papers. Mary Jane rummaged through her bag, looking utterly dejected. Oh no, I forgot to bring paper. Aaron raised an eyebrow. He clearly saw a notebook at the very bottom of the bag. And I remember just before Mary Jane came over, she deliberately pressed herself down. He vaguely sensed something. Her smile became even brighter. Perhaps we can sign elsewhere. Mary Jane bit her red lips and thought for a moment. Wouldn't it be a bit too conspicuous to sign it on the outside of the clothes? They will definitely see you. How about we sign it somewhere we can't see it? Mary Jane asked cautiously, straightening her body as if the earth were shaking. Upon hearing this, Aaron lowered his gaze. A good idea, but here's, come with me. Aaron put away his pen. It seemed he was about to win a second round, however. Dealing with these small, easily handled dishes is a piece of cake. Aaron led Mary Jane from a less crowded area to a more private restroom. After realizing that no one else was around, Lee Lun led the way inside. Mary Jane looked back, pressing her trembling heart. She felt as if it were all a dream. She never imagined that such an opportunity would arise today. Oh my God, taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart. She quickly entered the bathroom but did not see Aaron. Just as she was wondering, Aaron suddenly hung upside down in front of her. Keep your voice down, you don't want anyone to see us. A man and a woman hurt third you. No, that's exactly what I want. Just as Mary Jane was about to say something, Aaron suddenly leaned in. Oh my God, this feeling. Mary Jane paused for a moment, then took the initiative to hug him. While she was still unfamiliar with the material, she tried her best to adapt, quickly learning and digesting the stories and experiences she had heard from others. It must be said that Mary Jane's learning ability is, to some extent, quite remarkable. She seems to be a born RBQ sexual predator, easily turning it into instinct a long time. Mary Jane's mouth dropped open. It's incredible. This feeling is so wonderful and crazy. looking at Aaron, who was still lying in the sky. Mary Jane swears that those B** have never experienced this feeling. I was probably standing for too long, because my legs were trembling and I was exhausted. Perhaps we can sign the papers before we get down to business. Aaron landed lightly, took a step forward, and forced Mary Jane against the wall. He supported himself with one hand looking down at her, and held a pen in his right hand, indicating that Mary Jane should do it herself. Mary Jane's eyes were moist, and her skin was fair with a rosy glow. Giving her a unique charm, she obediently began to work. After Aaron signed his name on Zainai's snow-white skin, he threw down the pen and lowered his head, tilde. The screen suddenly switched from the cost channel to a program about kneading dough and the famous physics experiment of piston movement. 1 hour later, Aaron helped Mary, who had fallen, back home. Perhaps I can have someone take you home. Mary Jane shook her head instinctively. No. I can hold on, then I'll take you there first. Seeing this, Aaron did not insist. Mary Jane was still an ordinary person, and it was her first time. She used less than 1/10 of her strength, yet she still managed to finish the match. However, Mary was exceptionally gifted, even though her body was weak. She could still walk. What a fertile land. Mary Jane gritted her teeth and persevered. She wanted to appear stronger and more independent in front of Aaron. It would be terrible if the other person thought I was a casual and materialistic woman. So she insisted on going back, persisting until the very last moment. At that very moment, Peter Parker, who was always engrossed in the ocean of biological knowledge, felt a slight pang in his heart when he occasionally talked to Connors. And he always felt empty throughout the conversation. Not bad, Peter, you have a real talent for biology, to the point that you can understand it to this extent. Peter was puzzled when he suddenly heard Connors's praise. I really hope to work with you someday. Don't waste your talent in this area. Peter scratched his head and chuckled, while the others looked at him with envy. At that moment, Peter felt a wonderful feeling he had never experienced before. He realized how amazing it felt to be admired and envied. He has always been a loser, a failure, an invisible person. No one knows how much knowledge he has secretly learned or how many books he has read. In biochemistry and physics, he is no less capable than a senior genius, Harry chimed in, speaking up for his friend Professor Connors. Harry has also read Mr. Norman's research report on nanotechnology. He even wrote a report on it. Connors was even more surprised. Can you understand it? Peter's smile became even more awkward. He nodded and said, yes, that's very interesting. It makes me obsessed with him. Connors patted Peter on the shoulder. Good, I'm growing to admire you more and more. I heard you're planning to apply to Imperial State University. Dr. Otto is currently on a temporary assignment there, and I can introduce you to become his student. Thank you, Professor Connors. Peter exclaimed excitedly. Professor Connors, it seems. Have you found a student to carry on your legacy? Aaron's cheerful voice came from afar. All the students looked over in surprise. My God, that's Mr. Aaron, the God of miracles. Wow, we can't believe we're so close to the God of miracles. I must be dreaming. Oh no, I'm about to faint, Master. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Aaron approached Connors and glanced at Peter and Harry. Uncle Aaron's. Harry bowed slightly to Aaron with a respectful smile on his face. What? Aaron is Harry's uncle? This is unbelievable. Harry had just transferred to Midtown High School, and not many people knew his true identity. Only a very few people, including Peter, knew that Harry's last name was Osborne and that his father was Norman. Harry, is this your classmate Peter? Harry nodded. He's Peter Parker, a genius. Good. Aaron patted Peter Kappa on the shoulder like an elder. Amidst the latter's overwhelming smile of excitement, he offered encouragement. Keep up the good work, Peter. I want you to work for me. I will definitely try my best, Mr. Aaron. Peter felt lightheaded. This was absolutely the most glorious moment of his life. He is the protagonist of the world. He has earned everyone's recognition. Boss, I have high hopes for Peter's talent. Perhaps I can bring him into my lizard potion research. He just gave me some inspiration, I think. It is precisely because of the boundless imagination of young people that they are able to find that easily overlooked point from complex research. Connors said from the side. Aaron glanced at the other person, not expecting that Connors still hadn't forgotten his lizard serum. After thinking it over, considering that he had slept with Mary Jane and was also going to take Gwen as a concubine, let's give Peter a chance so he can take a different path. Perhaps there's still a chance to become Spider-Man ahead of time. Aaron nodded. You can make the decision yourself. I've said before that professional matters should be left to professionals. You are fully responsible for your research project. Connors nodded. He had high hopes for Peter and decided to make him the main force in the research of lizard potions, to help him achieve his final breakthrough. He was thinking, could combining lizard potion and limb regeneration potion produce a more powerful effect, thus leading to the development of an upgraded version of limb regeneration? No. 3. Even more so, to wield immense power and make the world a better place. Certainly, the lizard potion was merely a research project he undertaken in his spare time. What he really needed to do was the task Aaron had assigned him. There are still many areas in biomedicine that need to be explored. For example, more advanced anti-aging drugs, and the human body enhancement reagent that everyone dreams of. He still has a lot to do. From now on we will train Peter, hoping that he can take over his mantle and continue to contribute to the Osborn group and Aaron. By the way, boss, this is Miss Gwen Stacy, a very capable assistant. I was reminded that Yao boss are still short a few secretaries. I think Miss Stacy is absolutely capable of handling this position. Connors abruptly changed the subject, bringing the conversation back on track and recommending Gwen to Aaron. Gwen herself was also bewildered and very surprised. Me, Aaron's assistant secretary. Aaron looked at Gwen and nodded. Senior file. You remind me of my first secretary. Is this Miss Felicia? Gwen knew about Aaron's legendary story and also knew about Felicia, who was known as Aaron's shadow and the second in command of the Osborn group. Some even say that under Aaron's authorization, Felicia could control the entire Osborn group. What's even more amazing is that Felicia is also a student at Imperial State University. I applied to graduate early a few days ago, but the school refused and said I didn't need to worry about my studies and grades. For outstanding alumni, the school leaders will make proper arrangements based on the actual situation. In this respect, Gwen even has to call Felicia senior sister. Everyone took Felicia as a role model and felt proud of her. Gwen was no exception. Aaron nodded. When I first met her, she impressed me with her actions. Aaron reminisced about how Felicia was not as good as she used to be, but she worked very hard and diligently. You give me the same feeling I had when I first saw her, so. Sarah, don't mind me, you were also very outstanding. Definitely no less than Felicia, if you'd like. Could you have a good chat with your senior about your work experiences? I think she'd also love to work with you. Happiness came too suddenly. Gwen was completely unprepared. She nodded repeatedly. I do. Stacy just became Mr. Aaron's secretary like that. Damn it, why not me? I'm just as capable. A chubby black girl said, her face full of resentment. I'm so envious. Stacy got Professor Connors and Mr. Aaron's attention on her very first day, and she'll be spending every day with Mr. Aaron in the future. Is she some kind of illegitimate daughter of Lady Luck? I will study hard in the future, get into Imperial State University, and then join the Osborn group. Everyone envies Gwen. Compared to her, Peter from earlier was nothing special. OHMPH, even though you became Aaron's secretary, I'm no less impressive. I've already become his woman. Mary Jane leaned against the wall, holding a mirror to touch up her makeup. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Gwen, but her expression showed no sign of jealousy. Anyway, she's already far ahead. Even though she was just Aaron's lover, Gwen still had to call her boss lady when she saw her. Just thinking about that scene makes Mary Jane incredibly excited. After quickly touching up my makeup and straightening my slightly wrinkled clothes, I pulled up my collar to cover my discolored neck. Despite her physical discomfort, she stared intently at Aaron, her eyes brimming with tears. He's so strong, like a wild bull. She couldn't possibly handle such a powerful man on her own. Mary Jane, of course, wouldn't think about anything unrealistic. It's simply not feasible. She was certain that if Aaron were all alone, someone would die. Peter then played a tune nearby. Hey Mary, where did you go just now? What a shame you missed out on so many cool things. Peter felt that Mary Jane was more charming and alluring, whether it was his imagination or not. With every frown and smile, she seemed capable of stealing your soul. Peter glanced at Gwen on the stage, then at Mary Jane. They were both quite nice. Harry also came up, glanced at Mary, and was immediately captivated by the girl. He hadn't even noticed such a wonderful woman before. Based on Harry's experience, Mary Jane is practically every man's dream girl. He was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that Mary Jane's gaze was a little strange. Following the line of sight, those watery eyes were looking at Gwen Aaron. Harry immediately put his mind to business. Mary Jane gently lifted her fingers and tucked the fiery strands of her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and rosy cheeks, which had just been moisturized. Really? That's such a shame. I had to go to the restroom, but I happened to see Mr. Aaron and we chatted for a bit. Mary Jane had a smile on her face, but there was a subtle attitude that kept people at a distance. She continued to look at Aaron, as if he were the only person in the entire world. Eileen Chang was right. The path to a woman's heart is the X-path. Aaron had conquered her body and soul inside and out, leaving her no room for anyone else. Peter, oblivious to the change, exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Connors just said he wants me to join his research project and even recommend me as doctor. Otto's student. Oh my God, I feel like I'm dreaming. Congratulations, Parker. You've finally gotten what you wanted. Mary Jane offered her insincere congratulations, saying ambiguously, you're absolutely right. Everything that happened today feels like a dream. It was wonderful. Peter nodded emphatically, and Mary Jane agreed with him. Harry's lips twitched. Seriously, boss. You've already slept with the best girl in our class in just a few tens of minutes. He suddenly realized why Mary Jane had been leaning against the wall the whole time. My dear uncle, you must have been kicking wildly when you stood up just now. You really showed no mercy to the ladies. Peter, let's go. Perhaps Professor Cons doesn't need to talk to you. Harry pulled Peter away, completely oblivious. Didn't you hear everyone calling you Parker? He doesn't even look at you properly. Harry knew just how powerful his uncle was. There are only two kinds of men in this world, Aaron and everyone else. What? The path he has walked is one that no one else can possibly follow. The size and depth alone are enough to make one despair. No woman could look at other men with the same eye after being with Aaron. Peter Parker was a little reluctant. He wanted to show Mary Jane more of his masculine prowess and demonstrate his abilities. But Harry covered his face and pulled him away. What's wrong, Harry? Peter was puzzled. Harry sighed. Don't you think Mary has something on her mind? Never disturb a woman when she's deep in thought. Otherwise, she might distance herself from you because of it. Peter nodded in agreement. That makes sense. He glanced at Mary again. Harry, Mary seems to be looking at Mr. Aaron. He hesitated. You finally realized it. Harry shook his head inwardly and said truthfully, after all, no woman can resist Uncle. His talent, money, and handsome appearance are enough to drive any woman crazy. Peter felt somewhat upset upon hearing this. Well, compared to Aaron, he's still a loser. I really hope he can also become the center of attention. By the way, Harry, why do I feel like you're so strong? This wasn't the first time Peter had felt this way at school. Harry once knocked down the school bully with one punch and single-handedly beat up Districts 7 and 8. Harry shrugged. Because I have a good uncle. He did not give a reason. It's best not to tell outsiders about this without Aaron's permission. Because of Aaron's arrival, Gwen left the event early. She no longer needed to stay and maintain order. Because there was no need, Aaron led her back to his office. Hill looked up and her eyes lit up when she saw Gwen. But then he muttered to himself, a girl is in trouble. This is another of my working secretaries. Her name is Maria Hills, and she used to work in a government department. This is Gwen Stasia, student at Imperial State University. A very capable genius. Aaron gave a brief introduction to the two. Gwen took the initiative to shake hands with Hill. Due to certain reasons, there's a backlog of personnel appointments within the company. You need to get back to work as soon as possible, okay? Gwen glanced at the mountain of documents, but instead of backing down, she was eager to get started and ready to make a big splash. No problem, boss, it's just that the school. Don't worry, I'll have Norman communicate with them. You can work on the documents with Maria. If you don't understand anything, just ask her. Aaron simply dumped the troublesome task of leading people onto Maria with a single sentence. The latter rolled his eyes. Boss, have you forgotten? I've only been with the company for 1 day, to be honest. I'm a newbie too and I need someone to mentor me. And you're asking me, newbie who's only been here for a day, to mentor another newbie. Good heavens, this is outrageous, unheard of. Although Maria was inwardly cursing, she still nodded and said, leave it to me, boss. I happen to be short-handed. If you have any other candidates, please let me have them. In any case, Maria still hoped to have more helpers. No problems. No problems, you can get the hang of it with a little training. This also implies something else, boss. When are you going to call Secretary Felicia back? The two of us are really not enough. Aaron pretended not to hear. Then it's up to you. How about this, given the special circumstances? You'll be promoted directly from interns to full-time employees. All salary and benefits will be paid as regular employees, with an initial annual salary of $5 million. Plus various year-end bonuses. What do you think? Maria immediately perked up. No problems. $5 million is not a small amount. Even though she is the deputy director of SHIELD. The total salary and benefits she receives do not reach that amount. This isn't just a secretary. This is a full-fledged professional manager, however. In some ways, what they have to do may be more important than what professional managers do. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Of course, Seth is also because Aaron doesn't value money. Yet he's not short of it, otherwise even if Tony heard it, he would definitely yell that it was a waste of money. Gwen was completely stunned by the sudden surprise. A $5 million annual salary. Since when did a secretary's salary become calculated on an annual basis? Is she really a secretary? Gwen suddenly felt that the money was burning her hand. Boss, I'm afraid I don't have that ability. Gwen, I said you have the ability, so you have the ability. I treat all my secretaries the same. Do you expect them to voluntarily take a pay cut because of your personal issues? Upon hearing this, Gwen immediately fell silent. But deep down, I was thinking that I must work hard and earn as much money as possible for Aaron. But as a secretary, does she have the ability? Maria pulled Gwen away. Although she wasn't particularly interested in money, she figured she might as well make some. Moreover, this job is actually not easy. Seeing this, Aaron nodded in satisfaction and left. I glanced at the time. They've already been working for over an hour. That concludes my morning check-in time. Now it's my personal leisure time. Just then Felicia called, saying she wanted to take Savannah and Nina to the amusement park. Aaron thought about it and, since he had some time in the afternoon, he decided to personally take the group out to play, including Chengli. The group of 5 went to the Coney Island waterfront amusement park in Brooklyn. The 5 of them had a great time playing all afternoon, deliberately refraining from using their abilities. During the trip, the Ferris wheel at the amusement park malfunctioned, and it was Kingsley who used her telekinesis to rescue a child who was trapped on it. Although no one noticed their actions, Savannah and Nina, however, still expressed their gratitude for Jean's righteous actions and offered her the blessing of the light spirits. Yes, that is to make Chin feel more relaxed and happy. Chin felt her brain was much more relaxed. whether it was her imagination or not. Upon seeing this, Aaron glanced at Savannah with surprise. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Savannah blinked. Suddenly, they noticed that Aaron also had the same light in his hand. Savannah and Nina opened their eyes wide at the same time. "Brother-in-law, how do you know how to do this?" "Maybe I have a strong learning ability," Aaron smiled. Theoretically, he possessed all the abilities and characteristics of Savannah and Nina, so he could naturally cast blessings as well. This force surged into Chin's brain, and the international sense of relief made her involuntarily let out a soft moan. Aaron could sense that the Black Phoenix personality deep within Jean's mind seemed to have improved, and that resentment had dissipated somewhat. It seems that the power of the light spirits can only mitigate the Black Phoenix's berserk mind. To completely resolve the situation, the primal forge is still needed. My problem is still not solved, Qin realized something, and her expression turned somewhat worried. It's nothing serious, wait until you've thought it through. It can be disposed of at any time. Aaron wasn't worried about the Black Phoenix. On the contrary, Qin hesitated quite a bit after learning that there was another version of herself in her mind. Although it was the power of the Phoenix, it was also another version of her. The Dark Phoenix personality didn't do anything wrong. She was simply imprisoned for too long, making her more wary and cautious of the outside world. Therefore, Qin should try to find a way to reach an agreement with Black Phoenix. Bruce Banner, an ordinary person, can get along with the Hulk, so there's no reason why she can't. Aaron didn't care. Anyway, is constantly getting stronger, so Phoenix has no chance of causing trouble. As dusk fell, Aaron intended to take them home, but on the way, he received a call from Norman. "Boss, there's something you might be interested in." Just now, one of the Life Foundation's rockets lost contact and made an emergency landing in the San Francisco area. According to intelligence, the Life Foundation has always been committed to finding extraterrestrial life other than humans, and their recent behavior has been quite strange. I suspect they may have what happened. Norman was not initially interested in other companies, but Aaron specifically instructed him to pay close attention to intelligence on other technology and biotechnology companies. That's why Norman specifically established an observation department. The Life Foundation is one of the entities under observation. When Norman learned of the news, he immediately contacted Aaron, the Life Foundation. "Who's their boss?" The relevant memories were resurfacing, and Aaron's expression was somewhat strange. "Their leader is Dr. Carlton Drake." Hearing this, Aaron was absolutely certain Venom had arrived. "Tell me all the information about the Life Foundation." Aaron said something and then hung up the phone. The Life Foundation is quite powerful in the Venom universe, but it's just a small fry compared to the Osborn Corporation. Aaron had never paid any attention to such an ordinary company. Unexpectedly, they gave me a pleasant surprise soon. Norman sent over information about the Life Foundation. A casual glance revealed that the Life Foundation had surprisingly good expertise in biochemistry, at least in the San Francisco area. This company is a local power, with connections to various politicians. After seeing Drake's picture, Aaron fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Felicia said, "Boss, you'll go ahead and do what you need to do. Leave the rest to me." Aaron nodded. San Francisco is on the west coast of the United States, facing New York across the sea. Since Venom exists in this universe, I might as well go and take a trip there. After saying goodbye to Savannah and the others, Aaron contacted Daisy and Jane Foster. Since returning from New Mexico, Jane Foster and Daisy settled down in New York. The two men received high salaries and conducted astronomical research within the Osborn Group. He also has a group of interns under him, and he assigns many tasks to them, so they live a very comfortable life. While Daisy was studying, she was also consciously learning about flight attendants. She purchased various flight attendant uniforms from all over the world. It was also that Aaron could have a similar experience to Feifei while at work. Daisy originally thought this day would take a long time. To this day, I can finally show myself properly. Daisy leaped up from inside the villa, plunged into the closet, and quickly put on her flight attendant uniform. Jane, what do you think of me? Jane Foster looked up and was immediately drawn to the profound sin. She glanced down again, her tone slightly bitter. Very good, Hull, definitely like it. Look what I've prepared for you, ta-da. Daisy draped herself in a thick coat to cover up all the scenery, then took out another flight attendant uniform. Jane shook her head repeatedly. I'm not here. We're best friends who have fought side by side. How can we not be together? James, you wouldn't want me to die on the plane, would you? Jane Foster's eyes widened. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded. Half an hour later, when Aaron boarded the private luxury jet, two women, one tall and one short, stood side by side. Master, welcome home. Aaron glanced around, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It was so white and so big. This corrupt lifestyle deserves scathing criticism. At this time, San Francisco. Drake directed his men to quickly reach the rocket's crash site. The fully armed men retrieved one sealed test tube after another from the wreckage, each containing a special non-Newtonian substance. Boss, a test tube has been broken. Drake's heart skipped a beat. Where's the stuff inside? Nothing was found, damn it. Drake cursed under his breath, then received a phone call. His expression changed after hearing that. Oh no, someone's coming to pick the peaches. Hurry up, move the stuff back immediately. And be careful, all of you. After receiving the call, Drake hurriedly ordered his men to retreat. As a local power in San Francisco, the Life Foundation is undoubtedly very powerful. They even have their own private security force. They cooperate with the police and the military. But this time, the president of the Osborne Group made a surprise visit to the Life Foundation. Even Drake had to treat it with caution. That's Mr. Miracle Aaron. He can drink and chat with the president, talk on equal terms with members of the United Nations, make countless powerful people bow down, and make billions of people cheer for him. The Life Foundation may seem powerful, but it's insignificant compared to that kind of being. He might be able to get a major to take action, but someone else can mobilize an entire armored brigade with a single word. Drake's sharp gaze swept over everyone present. He was searching for who had betrayed him. The news of symbiotic extraterrestrial life is known to only a very few people. The news of the spaceship crash was brought under control immediately. Who informed Osborne at this time? And Lord Aaron to come in person. Drake was deep in thought the whole way. He was unwilling to accept it for this day. He devoted countless hours of effort to it. The Osborne Group is indeed enormous, but he also believes that as long as his experiment is successful, the Life Foundation will definitely become number one. He will also pave a new path for humanity in aviation, but now Aaron has arrived and he's about to pluck his peaches. How could Drake accept this? 4 hours left. The experiment must be conducted as soon as possible. Now Drake can only race against time. Dr. Dora, prepare for the experiment immediately, Mr. Smith. It is I, Drake. I would like to personally donate 100 million to your company. Yes, I'm not kidding. I heard that Mr. Aaron is about to arrive. Well, I have arranged a luxury convoy to welcome him. Haha. Of course, I've also prepared some good things for Mr. Smith. I'm sure Mr. Smith and Mr. Aaron will have a wonderful night. As a local bigwig, Drake's influence in San Francisco goes without saying. One phone call after another was made. He has mobilized all his connections to the fullest extent possible. It covers major sectors including government, police, airports, military, entertainment, and media. Even so, he still felt insecure. That's Aaron. With just a single sentence, he can determine the life, death, and future of an individual or even a nation. Even though he contacted the mayor of San Francisco and the governor of California, but he wasn't sure if Aaron would give them face. Time, I need time. The convoy sped forward, using helicopters for transport along the way, and quickly returned to the Life Foundation, and began experiments on alien possession. At this time, a figure staggered to the perimeter of the Life Foundation. He looked up and sensed a familiar presence inside. His shadow quickly lengthened, soon transforming into a gigantic humanoid creature. He nimbly traversed the obstacles and patrols. Slipping inside at this moment, perhaps it was fate. Eddie Block reminded by doctors. Dora also came to the Life Foundation. We've finally arrived. Time Management Master Aaron struggled to pull himself out of the mountain peak. Heard the captain's announcement and, with a snap, slapped out circles of flesh and waves. Tilda, stop fooling around. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Daisy changed her position and continued to sleep soundly. Jane opened her eyes, glanced at the screen, mumbled something and then went back to sleep. Aaron rolled his eyes at the sight. He shook his head and said, "You're the worst batch I've ever dealt with." Although Daisy and Jane also received enhancements, their combat strength was still weaker than that of the trio of Kai. Zhao Haixian and Wu Jiaxian admittedly. He used a little too much force. But that cannot cover up the fact that their fighting ability was too poor. After quickly tidying up, Aaron raised his hand and helped the two of them put on a set of armor with self-protection capabilities. Then stepped out of the plane alone. The luxury plane is still too slow. Perhaps we should switch to a faster aircraft. Speaking of which, the Marvel Universe also has a Transformers universe. If there's a chance we could get the Allspark here. As Aaron pondered this, he left alone through the VIP passage. However, as soon as they stepped out, he raised an eyebrow as he looked at the rows of men in black standing outside. Good grief, he thought he had stumbled into the Matrix, Mr. Aaron, a middle-aged white man, trotted over. Dear Mr. Aaron, you must be tired from your journey. Welcome to San Francisco. I am Mayor Smith. We learned of your arrival and have prepared some small surprises for you to welcome you. We hope you have a pleasant time in San Francisco. Smith cautiously approached, a warm smile on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I have some important matters to attend to. Aaron refused Smith's invitation outright. Smith wanted to say something more, but suddenly looked up and met Aaron's gaze. In that instant, he felt like he had no secrets left. Those seemingly smiling eyes held an unknown magic that made Smith swallow all the words he wanted to say. Aaron ignored him. Smith and walked out of the crowd. At this moment, a group of men in black formed a human wall and showed no intention of making way. Aaron tilted his head slightly. Good dogs don't block the way, get out of my way. Aaron was still smiling, but his smile contained an undeniable tone of authority. It was as if a terrible disaster would occur if they dared to say no. The men in black felt a chill run through their bodies, as if needles were piercing their very bones, filling them with a deep-seated fear in that instant. They seemed to be in a dark world. Fear etched all over their bodies. Yes, I'm sorry. The men in black felt a chill run down their spines and immediately made way for them. After Aaron left through the passage, they belatedly wiped their foreheads and looked down to find that they were soaked in sweat. What an incredibly powerful sense of oppression. Seeing this, Smith sensed something was wrong. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,493,040. It seems like he was being used as a pawn. Smith's expression changed several times. Drake, you damn B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** came outside. After scanning the surroundings, he headed straight for a bulletproof Rolls-Royce. Along the way, people tried to get close to Aaron and interact with him. But Aaron only glanced at it. The other person stood frozen in place. Their entire body plunged into absolute darkness, their soul trembling. Although they quickly emerged from the darkness, they never dared to speak to Aaron again. Tex. One of the eyewitnesses spoke tremulously. Aaron turned around. The man immediately exclaimed, "He is the God of miracles." Seeing Aaron turn around, get into the car, and drive away, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, what are they doing? How dare they stop that mysterious and miraculous man? The Rolls-Royce had just left the airport. Traffic congestion occurred ahead. The driver got out and took a look. Boss, there's been a car accident ahead. This road may be impassable for a while. Aaron wasn't surprised. Let's take another route. Okay, boss. The driver immediately changed course and took another road that was a little further away. However, this time it didn't last long either. Another traffic accident has occurred ahead. Is the traffic and safety situation in San Francisco really that bad? Aaron's lips curled into a smirk, his tone enigmatic. The driver was also puzzled at this time of day. There shouldn't be this much traffic. A gunfight is more likely than a car accident. As one of the most important financial centers on the West Coast, San Francisco has much stricter gun control than many states. The likelihood of a gunfight is also much lower. According to the drivers, the fact that there were several car accidents today was clearly abnormal. Drake, is this all the trick you're going to use to stop me from coming over? Aaron had known all along that this trip to the Life Foundation would be somewhat fraught with difficulties. But he never expected that Redek would resort to such a ridiculous tactic. Go down and tell them that whoever clears the road will get the 500. Yuan. Aaron produced a briefcase. The driver looked at the briefcase in surprise, wondering where it had come from. But soon he had no time to think about it. When the box was opened, the stacks of rice bills inside dazzled his eyes. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately took the box away. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed another sum of money and threw it out. In an instant, a dozen burly men, shouting and pushing their way through the crowd, pushed aside the wrecked car from the cherry blossom country. Then, a dilapidated pickup truck accelerated and rammed the car. The old pickup truck was undamaged, but the already damaged vehicle was totaled on the spot. You can't do this, you bastards. The car owner was on the verge of tears as he looked at his completely totaled vehicle. However, when he looked up at the tattooed men, he hesitated and dared not utter a sound. The driver handed over a box containing $500 to the other party. The burly men casually grabbed a handful of rice and tossed it to the driver, then cleared the road and saw Aaron off. As for the police, he originally wanted to stop the farce, but when he saw the man inside the Rolls-Royce, his remaining rationality made him wisely shut his mouth. Then a similar problem arose ahead. At this point, the driver also noticed something was wrong. Boss, should we contact the local police immediately? Aaron shook his head, indicating that he should wait. Not long after, familiar old pickup trucks and several motorcycles roared past. These burly men were overjoyed when they saw the traffic accident, and then the Rolls-Royce's window rolled down. We've got a job, brothers charged 3 minutes later. Surrounded by a dozen temporary bodyguards, Aaron passed through the accident scene and drove away without incident. In a capitalist world, there's nothing money can't solve. If there's a problem that can't be solved, it's definitely because there's not enough money. At the Life Foundation, Drake was speechless when he heard the results reported by his subordinates. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected that Aaron would use such barbaric and unreasonable methods to shatter all his plans. But Mr. Miracle, even if you come, so what? I'm no longer the person I used to be. I am's a rioter. A black liquid substance appeared on Drake's body, and two deep voices merged at that moment. That powerful force gave Drake endless courage. The god of miracles and ordinary mortal. That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Weak and laughable humans only by merging with us. The symbiotic species and you usher in a true new life. A deep, resonant voice echoed in my mind. Drake gave a sinister smile. Right. Humans are too weak. Only by merging with the symbiote race can we become gods and survive freely in space. This is a glorious evolution, a flawless rebirth. And Aaron, it's nothing but a joke. Drake burst into laughter. Aaron was a genius, but wasn't he too at the age of 19? He discovered a gene therapy that could double the lifespan of pancreatic cancer patients. At the age of 24, he founded the Life Foundation, which, in the next 20 years, has grown into one of the most prestigious groups in San Francisco. Although he couldn't compare to the Osborne group, he was still a renowned genius in the field of biomedicine in the United States. However, everything changed when Aaron, who was only 22 years old at the time, made his debut. Sometimes geniuses don't appreciate each other. They may even repel each other. As fellow experts in the field of biomedicine, the Life Foundation was forced to confront an awkward reality after Aaron presented new life. The cancer drugs they spent decades researching became a joke overnight. The newly developed anti-cancer drugs are so perfect that they are far behind them. If they don't do something soon, the Life Foundation will be like a dam bursting, collapsing completely. Drake pinned his hopes on one last plan. He had previously sent a spaceship into space and discovered a comet. It's home to millions of organic life forms, the kind that can survive in space. He had the astronauts bring back some samples in an attempt to break the shackles of life. Now he found the answer to the evolution of life. As long as it can perfectly fuse with the symbiote, humans will have longer lifespan, stronger bodies, and better healths. Millions of symbiotes could enable the evolution of millions of humans. At that time, when humans and symbiotes unite, they will be invincible. And the Osborne group's rebirth will also become garbage. What goes around comes around, and today, it's Drake's turn to rise to power. He made a deal with the symbiote leader Riot, that he would bring back all the symbiotes and merge them with humanity. He represents the king of humanity, while the Riot represents the king of the symbiote. Let's dominate the new world and become its gods. Drake was lost in thought. The alarm suddenly went off. Test Zone No. 3 has been invaded. Repeated silver alert for security breach. All security personnel proceed immediately to Test Zone 3. Drake's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Which B********D is it? Ignore him. We have more important things to do, Riot said. That's right, when our army arrives, everything will be settled. Drake calmed down. He began mobilizing 4 of his men to supply energy for his private rockets. He needs to personally travel to space and bring back those symbiotes. Aaron's arrival forced him to act ahead of schedule. Certainly, if Aaron is too young to understand, he wouldn't mind sending this rising star of humanity to meet God before his birthday arrives. Drake seemed to remember something and paused in his tracks. You said, a genius's brain must taste much better than an ordinary person's brain. Right, that's a great idea. I can't wait to taste the brains of the smartest humans on Earth. The symbiote needs phenylethylamine to maintain vital signs. And this substance is found more in the brain and chocolate. In some ways, humans are food for symbiotes. Drake didn't feel much aversion to this kind of thing. As a scientist working for the future of humanity, if sacrificing the lives of some people can lead to great scientific progress, then it is all worthwhile in his eyes. Human beings are divided into only useful people and useless people. Useful people are subordinates, the elite of humanity. Useless people are poor people, they are waste materials. Aaron is absolutely the elite of the elite. But Drake hates him as the future new king of the world. He doesn't mind including Aaron in the food category. Let's go meet Aaron. Let's see if he knows what's good for him. Not long after, Aaron arrived at the Life Foundation, looking at the security system riddled with vulnerabilities, and hearing the echoing alarms. Without hesitation, he strode forward, right at the door. He saw someone, Drake. Aaron, the god of miracles. Welcome to the Life Foundation, I am the host here. Drake approached Aaron with a fake smile. He was about to adopt a condescending attitude and thoroughly ridicule the other party. However, at this time suddenly a rioter shouted, "Wait. Something's wrong with him, run, Riot. What are you doing?" Drake originally wanted Aaron to kneel down to greet the great god. But unexpectedly Riot, who was about to emerge, suddenly screamed, "Oh shit. This is much worse than I imagined. This guy's suspicious, let's get out of here. He's just an ordinary person, I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of? You're the leader of the symbiote." Drake was stunned. What happened to our promise to conquer the world and dominate the Earth? Ordinary person, you idiot. He is a god, he is a great god. I can't be mistaken that aura. Gods, you idiot, what are you doing? As one of Nar's creations, Riot never witnessed the battle between Nar and the Celestials. But he had been in the void and seen the enormous head of a god. That was the aura of a god, so terrifying, so maddening. Admittedly is the symbiote leader Riot, and possesses formidable power. But the Celestials are a formidable opponent who defeated Nar. In fact, as Nar's creations, they were aware of Nar's cruelty and the sins they had committed. They joined forces to ambush Nar and imprison him. But that doesn't mean they can beat Nar. They only managed to imprison him at great cost after he was defeated by the golden armored god and lost the Black Death Sword. Putting aside other things, Nar also has a type of subordinate called alien phages, who are the nemesis of symbiotes. Those guys alone are beyond their ability to deal with. And the Celestials are great deities who surpass even Nar. In a one-on-one situation, how could he possibly dare to mess with a god? We should leave here immediately and never come back. At this moment, Riots should be taking over Drake's body. But he didn't. He tried his best to hide himself, completely lurking inside Drake's body. I just hope that when that idiot Drake dies, he doesn't reveal it. Drake was talking to himself there. Drake, what were you trying to say? Aaron seemed not to hear their conversation and continued forward. Drake forced an awkward smile and knelt down with a thud. And nothing, gulped Tilda on behalf of the Life Foundation. I welcome His Majesty Aaron, really. But why don't I feel like you're welcoming me? Aaron glanced around at the empty space, his gaze carrying a meaningful meaning. Drake felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had left behind many inexplicable clues. 23 Those car accident scenes were all deliberately staged at his behest. The purpose was to obstruct traffic as much as possible, so that Aaron would slow down even further. And now how? How could this be? Drake wiped the cascading sweat from his forehead. For some reason, he felt very hot. I had originally planned a grand welcome party, but because someone infiltrated Test Zone 3 So what? Aaron walked over to Drake, bent down slightly, and patted Drake on the shoulder, causing the latter to flinch instinctively. Actually, you could have stood up to speak. This is modern society, and kneeling is no longer acceptable. Drake forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. No need, I prefer to speak while kneeling. You are my idol. And my admiration for you is like a surging river, flowing endlessly. Actually, I have prepared a gift for you, so. As Aaron looked down at him, Drake felt as if he had been completely seen through, with no secrets left to him. His smile became even more abstract. We've discovered a group of alien creatures that may change the future of humanity. I want to dedicate them to you, because only a miracle as great as yours deserves to have them. What fuck, Drake, you be *****D. The rioters were furious upon hearing this. I treated you as a business partner, but you turned around and betrayed me. Everyone looks out for themselves, I just want to live. Drake thought to himself, oh, you mean symbiotes? Drake abruptly looked up, you knew all about it. Come out. Aaron straightened up and looked down at him. Drake, puzzled, pretended not to know. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Aaron didn't speak. But suddenly crimson flames erupted from his body. The flames were filled with an aura of endless destruction. Even the surrounding space was scorched by the high temperature, creating ripples. Drake was terrified. Wait. He's an idiot. I'm coming out right now. The riot forcibly took control of the body, and black liquid flowed out from within, covering the entire body. The body suddenly grew taller and stronger, however. In front of Aaron, this enormous symbiote was as docile as a domestic dog. Could you please put this away safely? The rioters looked at Aaron, who resembled a fire god. With fear. Basically, all symbiotes are afraid of ultrasound and fire. This is a permanent weakness left over from the original forging of the Black Death Sword. The ability of heterophagosomes to suppress symbiotes is partly due to their ability to release ultrasonic waves. no matter how many symbiotes there are. They are like lambs to the slaughter in front of the alien devourers, powerless to fight back with this one move alone. The rioters knew they had no chance of winning. Be a good boy and it will be over soon. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Aaron extinguished the flames and placed his arm around Riot's shoulder, who dared not move. Then a powerful force tore a large chunk of his body apart. The riots were painful, but he endured them. The aura of death loomed over him, yet he dared not move. We can't beat them, we really can't beat them. He glanced at the missing section of his shoulder and felt as if he had completely lost contact with that part of his body. This made the riots even more terrifying. Damn it, this isn't a humanoid alien beast. Shared symbiosis, you have gained parasitic abilities, allowing you to transform into a special liquid substance and freely attach to the surface or body of other organisms. Providing them with equal power, the specific strength depends on the compatibility. Form change, similar ability has been detected, gigantic growth. You can easily change your body size and mass. As long as you have enough energy, you can grow infinitely larger. Note, you cannot shrink to the millimeter level. Life replication, you can back up your own or the memories and genetic data of the host, storing them in a high-dimensional lattice, enabling infinitely perfect healing and revival. Super simulation, your body can easily simulate any object you've ever seen, possessing certain physical properties. Absolute control, similar abilities have been detected. Muscle control. Ambidexterity, super learning. You can perfectly reproduce any image or action you see. And multitask, performing various high-difficulty moves simultaneously. Hive mindset, you can integrate into the hive consciousness of a symbiote and share the memories of other symbiotes, unavailable. In standby mode, wow. I never expected that a mere symbiote could provide him with so many abilities. Aaron admitted that he had underestimated these gadgets. Despite their seemingly weak strength, they actually provided him with considerable support abilities. What is a high-dimensional lattice? Aaron made connections to something similar from distant memories. In Venom, the final chapter, it seems that the core of the symbiote is a high-dimensional lattice, a special kind of four-dimensional crystal, which is not found in the three-dimensional world. I wonder where the higher dimensional lattice is. If only we could melt it down. Unfortunately, we don't know where the higher dimensional lattice is located. Aaron thought about it and decided not to use this ability anymore. His physical data and memories cannot be stored anywhere else at will. What if Nar or someone else discovers a higher dimensional lattice? Wouldn't that allow for mass replication and piracy? Moreover, once memories and genes are incorporated, then the blood he drips may give birth to a symbiotic Aaron with self-awareness. Even though he could control the process, the thought of it was disgusting. As for the honeycomb mindset, once we find Nar, we'll melt him down. This will allow him to fully activate the hive mindset, which is centered around him. He may even become the new Dark Emperor, god of symbiotes. Aaron was slightly hopeful. Boom, with a loud roar. Another equally enormous black figure burst through the wall and appeared on the scene. Haha, they're finally out. Eddie, now transformed into Venom, screamed excitedly. I told you it would be fine, it's just a bunch of rioters. Who is behind the riots? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Eddie then saw a similarly tall black figure ahead of him. According to youth, rioters are the leader of our symbiote. They have an arsenal powerful and unstoppable. Although it was their first meeting, Venom developed the same strong interest in Eddie after reviewing his memories. He's a loser among symbiotes, and Eddie is a loser among humans. They're a match made in heaven. He likes Eddie, but the problem is, look, your leader seems to be kneeling there. I saw it, damn it, who is that human? Facing the riot and Aaron's gaze, Venom sensed something was wrong. Eddie also sensed something was wrong, and revealed the human form inside. I was just passing by, you guys keep talking, don't mind me. Hey, you're really smart, Venom exclaimed. And the two of them slipped away to the side without thinking. Stop, run, Eddie yelled. and Venom instantly took control of his body and ran. However, as soon as he took a step, he was fixed in the air by a powerful force. With nowhere to gain leverage, Eddie was puzzled. Run. Why are you posing like this? Venom cried out, I want to run too, then. A powerful suction force pulled Venom and Eddie away. By the time the two realized what was happening, they were already in front of Aaron. Impossible, you. You are Aaron, the god of miracles. Eddie was dumbfounded. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected that the person who made Riot, whom even Venom feared, Neil obediently and completely powerless to fight back, was actually Aaron. Aren't you human? Aaron retorted, aren't you human too? This. Eddie paused. Right. No one says humans can't have superpowers, right? Although his abilities all come from the alien Venom. Mr. Aaron, humans don't harm other humans, right? Eddie smiled ingratiatingly. Of course you're not worth me hurting, are you? Aaron is not a serial killer. And he is not interested in Eddie. They had no intention of breaking up this true love. His sexual fetishes are normal. But things like symbiotes are still hard to accept. Of course, this is all on the condition that Eddie and Venom don't come looking for them. It's troublesome for me. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing him off easily. Aaron also put his hand on Eddie. Oh no, he's devouring me. Venom screamed in Eddie's head. Eddie's eyes lit up. He could separate from this strange guy. That would be great. Eddie and Venom haven't yet developed the deep bond they'll have later. He felt quite uncomfortable with the presence of another uninvited long-term tenant inside him. However, Aaron quickly lost interest and gave up. He had initially thought Venom would be more special, but he found nothing. Aaron said to Eddie and Venom with some regret, although I'm a little disappointed, I want to say that I wish you happiness, then. Looking at the Riot said, you should know what you should and shouldn't do. The rioter stuck out its tongue and nodded repeatedly. Like a lapdog by the time the riots resurfaced, Aaron had already disappeared from sight. Phew, tilde, how scary. The rioters felt such a terrifying sense of oppression for the first time. It was as if Aaron would instantly die if he raised his hand. Earth is too dangerous, I want to go home. Without hesitation, Riot scrambled to his feet and tried to run. But suddenly he looked at Venom. Venom, what did you just see? Venom was taken aback. Then quickly shook his head. I didn't see anything. The rioters were very satisfied with this answer. Very well, then you'll come back with me. Venom hesitated for a moment. I don't want to go back. I want to stay on Earth. He looked up at the riots, but the other side disagreed. However, the rioters grinned and exclaimed, haha. That's even better. I mean, I respect your decision. Venom, you know I've always had high hopes for you. 777. You have great potential. You'll settle down here from now on, and we'll come back to visit you whenever we have time. Never again. After saying that, Riot ignored Venom and ran away. Your leader is so good. Eddie was stunned, however. No sooner had he finished speaking than Riot grabbed a security guard who had just come out from the side, slew him, and then turned around and swallowed Drake's head whole. Although Aaron didn't say it, the rioters understood what the great man meant. The moment Drake began to fantasize about replacing him, the ending was already sealed. Eddie. Wait, didn't he just say goodbye? Venom scratched his head. He used to call me trash. In fact, on our planet, I'm about as trash as you. I think he probably doesn't want me to go back and tell other people about his disheveled state. Eddie suddenly realized, but quickly had a bad feeling. You're not going to stay in my body car forever, are you? Venom replied matter-of-factly, isn't that a good thing? At least with me, you can become very strong. And didn't you hear that person just say, I wish us happiness, you want to go against his wishes? Eddie was dumbfounded seriously. He'd been trapped like this. But something even more shocking happened. After he left the Life Foundation and came outside, a man in black approached. Are you Mr. Eddie? You are. Eddie asked, puzzled. I'm an employee of the Osborn Corporation. Our president wants to ask you and Venom a question. Would you like to have some buffet food? Buffet, it looks like something, a brain. Eddie was about to refuse when Venom nodded repeatedly. We agree, haha, I love buffets, Aaron after leaving. I went straight back onto the plane and glanced at Jane and Daisy. They weren't still half asleep after the pilot takes off. He then summoned the Emperor armor, then. The characteristics of the Phoenix Force, as well as features such as form change shared symbiosis, and super simulation were incorporated into it. Accompanied by scorching flames and dazzling light, the Imperial armor underwent a dramatic transformation. In terms of power, the Menghuang armor already possesses the might to destroy stars. It contains the energy of an eternal Phoenix core, which will not be extinguished even if it operates at full power for 100 years. The symbiote's abilities also allow it to perfectly fit its host. When not needed, it can be integrated into the body. The outfit can be put on in an instant, making it even more convenient than the original Emperor armor. Aaron donned the Emperor's armor once more. The once gleaming golden Imperial armor suddenly lost its divine light. It will automatically change into regular clothing. But from the outside, it has no distinguishing features. But its defensive capabilities are enough to instill despair. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. This made things much easier. Speaking of which, now that I've mastered the power of darkness, I can easily forge another set of Asura armor. The Asura armor contains the 4 powers of Windfire, Thunder and Darkness, and Aaron happens to possess these abilities. This has potential. Do it if you want to. This is Aaron's consistent style of doing things. Based on the image in his mind, Aaron began to construct the design of the Shura armor. With his current super brain features, his brain is like a tightly integrated computer. It can clearly simulate every detail, the lines, colors, and complex structure of the Shura armor all took shape in his mind. Combined with his super simulation ability, he can easily bring his ideas to life in a one-to-one fashion. In just a short while, a set of Asura armor took shape in his hands. However, the Shura armor only has an appearance and no real power enhancement. Aaron then infused his subjects with numerous characteristics, including the ability to control Fear Dark Force Field, Energy Absorption Dark Force Control Etherealization, the key to the dimension of Firth Power of Thor, the Atmosphere Fire of the Phoenix, Shape Change and Shared Symbiosis, Dark Energy Transmission and Particle Beam Control. Unlike the originals, his Shura armor abandons the phone transformation feature and does not require activation through an external device. Instead, like the current Imperial armor, it is directly integrated into the body when needed. The armor can instantly cover the entire body in an instant, providing all-around protection. It is portable and requires no additional energy supply. It is also powered by an eternal sun core inside. It can also continuously absorb external energy to recover. And it will evolve automatically. The original Shura armor was the royal armor of Emperor Yan, the ruler of Yan Star, and was known as the strongest armor in the galaxy. Although it is called Shura, it is not an armor with evil attributes. Conversely, the summoner must possess the strongest energy in the world in order to unleash the full power of the Asura armor. It is neither good nor evil in itself, whether it is the extreme of righteousness or the extreme of evil. It can unleash its full power. However, Aaron's Shura armor naturally didn't have such stringent requirements, but in some ways its requirements were even stricter. This Shura armor was enchanted and underwent multiple master recognition processes. You must obtain its approval before you can actually use it. Otherwise, even if an outsider obtains it, they will not be able to pick it up or put it on. The so-called approval naturally refers to Aaron's approval. Only those who have had close contact with Aaron can gain his barely acceptable approval and exert his power to a certain extent. To unleash its full power, Aaron's personal permission is required. However, once you put it on, anyone could unleash the power to destroy stars. Crossing the universe is a piece of cake. The universe is vast and there is much to explore, Aaron. wearing the Emperor's armor, nodded in satisfaction. So handsome for Aaron. Whether it can bring a powerful boost to his strength is one thing, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. Aaron smacked his lips. It's a pity we can't fully experience its power now. Earth is too fragile, Aaron sighed, the stronger you are, the more restrained you become when it comes to fighting. No way. He could trigger an apocalyptic disaster with the slightest exertion. When you have time, go to Camertage and get your hands on the mirror space. The real universe simply doesn't allow me to fully unleash my potential. Aaron murmured to himself, then hugged the two large dolls and fell into a deep sleep. The following day, Aaron arrived at the Osborne group as usual. He greeted Hill and Gwen's. I had just sat down and my bottom hadn't even warmed up yet. Norman Osborne hurried in, holding an invitation in his hand. Boss, this is an invitation from Professor Charles. Norman respectfully handed over the invitation. Aaron glanced at it casually. Charles hoped that Aaron could visit Xavier's School of Geniuses and give some lectures on biological genetics to the students. At the same time, it is hoped that he can set a good example and a good goal for those mutant children. Let them feel the warmth of this world in response. Aaron wasn't actually interested. He's really not good at lecturing. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered that there might be some gains to be made at the Mutant Academy. Aaron narrowed his eyes, carefully reviewing the mutant series. The most powerful is undoubtedly Phoenix Harp, followed by level 4 mutants such as Apocalypse Professor X, and Magnetoned, then level 3 mutants such as Wolverine. Iceman and Pyro. Although he considered most mutant abilities to be commonplace, there were some exceptional ones among them, for example, Rogue and Shadowcat, who are mutants with special abilities. Although these abilities are more or less flawed, but his primordial forge could completely discard these negative characteristics and retain only the positive ones. By the way, there are also certain special organizations that specialize in studying mutants. They collected a large amount of mutant genes. If all of them can be melted down, there should be some unexpected gains. Aaron didn't really think much of the mutant's abilities. Unless he possesses Omega potential, he won't receive a significant boost in combat power. But even a mosquito's leg is meat. Something readily available shouldn't be turned down. He'll go search for a man named William Stryker. And also the Alkali Lake Dam. Let professionals handle professional tasks. Norman used to arrange these things. But now he has a better candidate as a former SHILD agent. Hill is clearly better suited than Noah to handle these intelligence tasks. Oh, and while you're at it, take another look at the Sentinel robot project. Gather all the information I need it, Aaron added. Upon hearing this, Hill immediately agreed. During her work, she subconsciously wanted to report to Nick Fury. But then I thought, I'm already an employee of the Osborne Group, and it would be a bit immoral to take Aaron's salary and then betray them. Although Hill could no longer mobilize SHILD resources, her long-established network of contacts still allowed her to learn what Aaron wanted to know at a faster pace. Half an hour later, boss, this is what you need. Hill came over carrying a thick stack of files. The top one is a simplified version that I've summarized, and the rest are detailed information. She didn't ask why these things were needed. After putting them down, she waited for Aaron's next instructions. Well done. Aaron highly approves of Hill's work ethic, it must be said. They made the right decision to poach talent from SHIE LDIN handling these matters. Hill was much faster than Norman, far surpassing Felicia and Gwen, the data collection, organization connection, and summarization were completed in half an hour. This alone puts him ahead of more than 99% of secretaries. Moreover, Hill is beautiful and capable with a unique charm. I glanced at the documents casually. The combination of eyes and brain is like a hilarious scanner. He could skim through 100 lines at a glance, completing a page in less than 0.01 seconds. Then turn to the second page. Just keep turning the pages one after another. Hill's eyebrows twitched at the sight. Boss, would you like me to briefly explain their intelligence? Hill couldn't help but ask as a secret agent. Her basic skill was to quickly summarize and note down the key points from countless documents. However, Aaron shook his head, no need. He closed his eyes and quickly analyzed all the data in his mind. He quickly gained a general understanding of the current situation of mutants. William Stryker has not yet become Secretary of Defense. He remains a military colonel. According to reliable intelligence, he is now at the Alkali Lake Dam site, which has been abandoned for many years, conducting some unknown experiments. Sentinel robots are a key national research project aimed at combating mutant groups, which are seen as a major threat, however. With Hill's current access level, he is unable to access detailed information about the Sentinel robots. But it is certain that they are currently still at the stage of the first generation of Sentinel robots and are trying to carry out research on the second generation of Sentinels. The Sentinel project is primarily managed by Trask Industries and the Sentinel Special Service. Established by the United States, there is evidence that Trask Industries has recently received a mysterious injection of funds, and research on the second-generation Sentinels has been put on the agenda. Perhaps it won't be long before they develop a more powerful and sophisticated Sentinel robot. The image of Hydra instantly flashed into Aaron's mind. It's no wonder he thinks that way. Hydra was already infamous. Wherever there are inhumane experiments, there will inevitably be the shadow of Hydra. In short, they just don't do their jobs properly. Is it to rely on Sentinel robots to deal with mutants, or to deal with me? Aaron sneered inwardly. He knew how much pressure his presence put on certain people, whether in terms of wealth, power, or personal strength. His appearance was like a towering mountain reaching into the clouds, suppressing everything in the world, whether it was Hydra, which was using his nest to incubate its eggs, or SHIEL, which was at the height of its power. They were all overwhelmed by his pressure. They would naturally try every means to resist Aaron's immense pressure. But that's too naive, but that's just right. Aaron was thinking about how to collect mutant genes. Isn't this something that's already readily available? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Thank you. Aaron opened his eyes and met Hill's questioning gaze. It's obvious that Hill is suspecting him of not doing his job properly again. His appearance, just no matter who saw it, would make it seem like he had been seriously reading through the pages. Aaron didn't explain. Instead, he asked, speaking of which, Colonel Stryker and Trask Industries have no connection to SHIELD, right? Hill fell into recollection. Based on the information I have, the two are unrelated. The former is funded by the Department of Defense, while the latter should be funded directly by the President. William Stryker's research involved a large number of human experiments, and on the surface, governments would try to avoid associating with him as much as possible. But in reality, William, as a colonel, had the ability to build a huge experimental base. So there must have been someone supporting him behind the scenes. The Ministry of National Defense is his backing. The Sentinel project was initiated when Traskox was assassinated in public by Mystique during the signing of the Paris Peace Accords, prompting the government to take the project seriously and thus gaining strong support from the upper echelons. So does this mean that a future reversal will happen soon? The thought flashed through Aaron's mind, but he quickly put it out of his mind. There's no need to overthink it because with him around, the sentries can't cause any trouble. However, since both Trask Industries and William Stryker are backed by the United States, it seems like it's just a matter of him saying a few words. Aaron tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing this, Hill instantly realized that someone else was about to be in trouble. At this moment, Alkali Lake Dam Base. Yes, Mr. President. I will fully cooperate with Mr. Aaron's needs. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. William Stryker gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. His face contorted with rage as he recalled the instructions the president had just given him. With a slight exertion of force from his right hand, The phone shattered with a crack. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Disgraceful thief. Stealing my research results just as my plan was about to be completed. This is utterly shameful and despicable. William Stryker was in a fit of impotent rage in his office. Just now the president and he discussed, or rather, the Reese Group's current research project that had reached a critical juncture. They need support from above, but they don't want money. They only need some small amount of genetic data. Therefore, this important task fell to him. They need to provide each other with all mutant genes. Although the president was discussing it with him, he was actually informing him. He could not refuse, nor did he have the right to refuse. The president also inquired whether their research needed funding. How isn't this just blatantly telling me that if I agree, I'm all right, and if I don't, I'm out of here, damn it. A bunch of short-sighted, incompetent teammates. William Stryker unleashed the same angry outburst as Nick Fury. It's not that I'm afraid of enemies who are gods. It's that I'm afraid of teammates who are pigs. Who the hell doesn't know? Aaron has a mutant right next to him. Even Aaron himself could be a mutant. William Stryker's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Damn it. Do they really think I'm going to just surrender like this? I won't let you have your way, absolutely not. But just as I was thinking that, another phone call came in. This time it's the satellite phone on the table. He is the army commander. William Stryker immediately sensed something was wrong. Before the call even connected, he felt immense pressure from the mountains. That is the mountain of power and capital. It made it hard for him to breathe and hard to resist. Aaron didn't lift a finger, merely spoke, and this boss, who had nearly wiped out the mutant race, was already in a state of utter chaos. They were powerless to resist after finishing the call. William Stryker flipped the table over. You be asterisk 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 D. If you've got the guts, let's have a real fight. At the same time, Trask Industries and Sentinel Services. Understood, Mr. President. I'll prepare the things immediately. Just as you instructed, compared to William Stryker. The head of Trask Industries also launched into a tirade of profanities. Aaron's blatant act of robbery is nothing short of banditry. But they had no other choice. They could not refuse the demands of their superiors. While internally screaming, Fei wondered if she had prepared all the research data and genes. Then they also need to proactively deliver the goods to the Asia Group. Is this reasonable these days? They even have to deliver things to robbers' doors. This is absolutely outrageous. Such things, of course, cannot be hidden from those who are interested. The Trident Building, headquarters of SHIELD. When Nick Fury learned of Aaron's actions, he stood there stunned, déjà vu. Nick Fury sighed inwardly, but a smile appeared on his lips. He was professionally trained and would never laugh unless he couldn't help it. Sometimes happiness doesn't disappear, it just moves on. It would be a sad thing if I were the only one who got robbed. But if everyone gets robbed, then it becomes a happy thing. Nick Fury was very happy and even drank an extra bowl of soup at lunch. Certainly, watching a joke is watching a joke. Nick Fury was thinking, what exactly is Aaron trying to achieve with these actions? Is he planning something big again? Forget it, what else can I do in this situation? Nick Fury shook his head. After he returned, he checked the internal situation. He was shocked when he found out what he hadn't done. Alexander Pierce actually bypassed him, the director, on several occasions and gave orders directly to his subordinates. Moreover, some actions were not recorded in the archives. It makes it impossible to investigate. He now feels uneasy even when he's in his office, as if someone might burst in with a giant pineapple at any moment and give him a passionate baptism. How could he possibly feel at ease investigating Aaron under such circumstances? If I hadn't already gone bald, my hair would probably have turned white overnight. Nick Fury is worried. Aaron's side, however, was completely different. As it turns out, power and capital are indeed good things. If it were any other time traveler, they even went door to door, trying every possible way to collect all the genes. But as long as he opens his mouth, everyone will come to him without fail. The call was made in the mornings. The items arrived in the afternoon. The service was attentive and efficient. 5-star review. It was still that same private storage room on the square. Sturdy wooden table. Test tubes and Petri dishes are neatly arranged in close proximity. Each bottle here represents the life of a mutant. Aaron couldn't help but sigh. Hell is empty, all the devils are here on Earth. Human empathy often depends on visual impact. Those tragedies that we haven't witnessed are often just cold numbers, failing to touch people's hearts. Only when these cruel realities are laid bare before one's eyes can one feel sorrow and pity, and develop compassion and compassion. The cruelest side of this world is right before our eyes. At times like these, those who have experienced it firsthand always lament the fragility of life. Although mutants possess extraordinary abilities, they are still part of humanity, their offspring. Like those of ordinary people, still possess the ability to reproduce. From a biological perspective, they are no different from ordinary people in essence. However, it is precisely this extraordinary power that has aroused human greed and fear. The higher-ups feared their power. Ambitious people coveted their abilities, and ordinary people rejected them out of jealousy and fear. This is reality, a cruel and stark reality. All Aaron can do is become stronger, not become one of them. After thinking about it, Aaron took a picture of the things here and sent it to Chin. He knew that Charles would soon see these things too. Aaron didn't care what action the Mutant Academy would take. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. But if even mutants themselves weren't thinking about resolving their own problems, wouldn't it be like an outsider like him meddling in their internal affairs, meddling like a dog trying to catch a mouse? Certainly, if Charles and his men wanted some help, Aaron wouldn't mind providing some intelligence support. Considerate compensation for these genes. After sighing, Aaron began to focus on the task at hand. He absorbed bottle after bottle of reagents into the primordial furnace for smelting. Energy absorption shockwave. Black Emperor Shaw, similar abilities have been detected to have merged. You can absorb and store various types of cosmic energy, including radiation, electromagnetic, and thermal energy, as well as magical energy, either to temporarily strengthen yourself or to permanently evolve yourself. Energy conversion shockwave. Similar abilities have been detected to have merged. You can easily convert energy within your body into one another, including but not limited to plasma explosions, light energy, heat energy, electrical energy. Ultrasonic wave siren. You have gained more powerful ultrasonic abilities, allowing you to create ultrasonic waves that destroy the structure of matter and even use them for flight. Mental immunity diamondization trait. You can transform your life characteristics into a lifeless state, thereby gaining immunity to all mental energy zones. Wind control. A similar ability has been detected. Atmospheric control. You have complete control over the power of the wind, and can create tornadoes and hurricanes at will to destroy any target, or even fly. Teleportation. A similar ability has been detected. You can now use your stamina to teleport short distances without consuming energy. Super simulation. Similar abilities have been detected. Venom simulation. You can freely alter tissue structure and body cells, transforming into the appearance of any person or animal, including fingerprint, skin texture, reviceris, and even gender as well as clothing. You can also change the size, strength, hardness, mass, and density of your body. Although there is a wide variety of mutant genes here, not many of them actually provide a boost to LUN. According to the mutant's design, most mutants' abilities remain at the useless level 1 or the barely useful level 2. This group experiences more physical changes, for example, variant abilities such as being covered in thorns, being abnormally obese, being covered in feathers, having a bird's beak, having chicken claws. Aside from being uglier than ordinary people, their abilities are no different from ordinary people. They struggle to survive in human society and are often seen as outcasts. Second-level mutants don't look much different from ordinary people, and can barely integrate into normal human society. However, their superpowers are more or less flawed, or very weak. They have some special advantages compared to ordinary people, but they are not very useful. This group's genes constitute the majority, and for Eren, most of them do not have positive traits. It can only enrich the primordial forge database. Only when they rise to the level 3 mutants do their abilities and characteristics have any value. Even so, many of the abilities have lost their appeal to Eren. For example, psychic abilities, Darwin's survival of the fittest, the super brains and super strength of wild beasts, the corrosive saliva and insect wings of the female angel El Salvador, and so on. Although the harvest wasn't much, Li Lun was still very satisfied after. It was just a result he mentioned casually. So what's there to complain about? Eren then turned his attention to Stryker and the Mutant Academy, especially the former. Both are mutant research institutions. But look at how efficient the Sentinel Special Operations Unit is. And what about you? There's still no news. Most importantly, everyone else gave gifts but you didn't. Are you looking down on me? Eren is unhappy and the consequences will be severe. After making a phone call to the Ministry of National Defense and having a friendly exchange with the minister, William Stryker was then forced to confront an awkward fact. He lost his funding. The Department of Defense, with its limited budget, considers William Stryker's experimental project pointless and has decided to conduct a new round of evaluation before considering whether to continue funding it. During the conversation, the minister also mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that the efficiency of the Sentinel service was very satisfactory. So he decided to increase investment. Upon hearing this, how could Stryker not know the reason? Damn it. What a bunch of scoundrels with no principles and no bottom line. William Stryker was so angry that he started cursing. Eren Group Erens. Do you think you can control me like this? I will absolutely not compromise with any mutant. Absolutely not in other situations. William Stryker might have given it more serious consideration. But now, Eren has demonstrated extraordinary abilities and is also very close to the mutant school. So he is most likely another mutant. How could William accept giving his research to a mutant? This is aiding the enemy. This is handing over your weaknesses to the other party. He absolutely will not allow it. Bring that devil up here. It's time for him to prove his worth one last time. On the other side, after seeing the images and information Eren sent, the information was immediately sent to Charles. After learning about Trascott's research, Charles quickly summoned the X-Men to discuss countermeasures. After Eren finished his work and went back, they found Chin alone in the living room. He appeared dazed and depressed. Jin, are you worried about Project Sentinel? As Eren approached, Jean Grey looked up bewildered and asked, do mutants still have a future? Why can't the world tolerate the existence of mutants? We didn't intend to do anything. We just wanted to live in harmony with ordinary people. Eren walked over and plopped down next to Chin. He could vaguely sense a certain power within Chin that was eager to exert itself. And even Chin's eyes turned a little red. Black Phoenix was already getting restless. This is when Chin's emotions are most unstable. And it is one of the few opportunities for Black Phoenix to influence the outside world. Eren put his hand on Chin's shoulder. And Chin no longer rejected this kind of close contact. Completely immersed in their own world. Mutants certainly have a future. There are actually many ways to change your situation. Hearing this, Chin looked up and asked, what method is it? As Eren continued to forge the power of the Black Phoenix, he casually remarked, the current situation of mutants is also related to yourselves. There are many mutants, but you have not united all the forces that can be united. Whether it's high-ranking officials and politicians, ordinary civilians, or even you mutants yourselves. As far as I know, the only mutant forces at present are the Brotherhood of Mutants and your Xavier School. However, Revan, if you add all of you together, the total number of people is only a few hundred at most. Many more mutants are still living in other places, either enduring the strange looks of others or trying their best to hide themselves. And you hundreds of people are divided into two factions, unable to even offer help to your fellow mutants when they are persecuted. How can you possibly make your voices heard? Upon hearing this, Chin retorted. But the professor said that if we gather too many mutants, it will cause panic among the authorities, which will only make things more complicated. Aaron scoffed. Why would you think that? With Charles's abilities, surely he could gather mutants together without anyone noticing. Well, there are at least hundreds of thousands of mutants worldwide. If you don't unite, this force will be a disorganized mess. So how can you inspire fear in others? Chin was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Cha Urki's version couldn't really be done. With his brainwave enhancement device, Charles's telepathy can spread throughout the world in a very short time. CDDB, but Jean hesitated then said. The professor said that instilling fear in others is not a good way to solve the mutant problem. It will only make it easier for the higher-ups to make a full-scale crackdown on mutants. Aaron shook his head speechlessly. The professor said. Does that mean everything he said is true? Aaron looked intently into Jean's ruby-red eyes. Do you really think that by portraying yourself as completely harmless, you can gain others' favor and sympathy? Ask them to be lenient, Aaron scoffed. Even kindergartners know that peace isn't something you beg for. It's something you fight for. This has always been the case without exception. Unless what? Chin pressed. You mutants are willing to become knives in other people's hands. To become their weapons to completely lose your freedom. And to be controlled by others at this point. Aaron added sarcastically. You have to fawn over them like a pet dog, constantly enduring their exploitation and unreasonable demands. No matter how they treat you, you have to take the initiative to lick their pants legs. Completely entrust your life to the other person, and let them completely control your destiny. Chin felt quite uncomfortable with this description, and then frowned slightly. Doesn't that sound disgusting and cruel? But that's the truth. Look at the relationships between countries. Isn't that how it is if you are useful? And you are willing to kneel down and sacrifice yourself for the other party. And you do not have the strength to threaten the other party's position. You can obtain a certain degree of peace, and occasionally even get some bones. Either you possess immense power, enough to threaten the other party, in which case the other party will suppress you but dare not act rashly, because they cannot afford the consequences of taking action. What do you think? What kind of mutants are they now? Chin pondered for a moment. He shook his head. None of them. She hesitated for a moment. It's more like a combination of the two, Aaron nodded. The problem of mutants is complicated. You clearly have the strength to become the second choice, but you lack the corresponding courage. You want to choose the first one, but you are too powerful for the other party to trust. And you can't let go of your pride and freedoms. No one wants to accept the surrender of a group of people who are stronger than themselves, who may threaten them at any time, but who are not obedient or loyal enough. Chin opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. What could she say? Should we tell Charles and Magneto? For the future of mutants, please die. Then let your compatriots send their own necks to the executioner's block. Their lives and deaths depending on the whim of others. That's all unrealistic for the first time. Jean began to question the correctness of Charles's approach. As Aaron said, no one wants subordinates who are more capable than themselves and who have their own ideas and ambitions. What they want are obedient weapons, not treacherous wolves who could harm them at any moment. Human nature is complex. Chin had studied some psychology, but she had deliberately ignored this point in the past. Or rather, she couldn't accept the cruel reality, however. After Aaron, the most intelligent human, peeled back the cruel truth for her bit by bit, Jean had to admit that mutants seemed to be on a dead end. Chin suddenly brought up another matter. Regarding Trask Industries and the Sentinel Service, Charles has instructed us not to act rashly. This is another reason why Chin is confused. They knew perfectly well that the Sentinel Special Operations Unit was researching weapons to deal with mutants, and that they were harming their own peoples, however. They could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything about it. Doesn't this behavior just embolden the other party? But Charles also said that they did not have complete evidence to prove that the other side was conducting inhumane experiments. The information Aaron sent over only contained records of mutant genes collected by the Sentinel Special Operations Unit. Even if Trask Industries were incredibly stupid, they wouldn't hand over any evidence of illegal or criminal activity. As expected, Aaron smiled after hearing this. In fact, the X-Men had known about the existence of the Sentinel robots for a long time. They even conducted corresponding combat training internally, with the target being the Sentinel robots. But they haven't taken any further action. The reason is simple. They were worried that this would provoke discontent among higher-ups, thus exacerbating the problem. However, they did not expect that the Sentinel robots would develop to an uncontrollable extent within 2 years. Even when Charles and Eric joined forces, they offered no resistance. Actually, they brought all this on themselves. The powerful mutants were all killed in the Civil War. He's a prime example of someone who's incompetent in foreign affairs, but a master at domestic ones. Even the Empress Dowager would give him a thumbs up and exclaim 666. Once all the capable fighters are dead, who else will die if not you? Are Sentinel robots powerful? They are powerful in some ways, but they're not that great. If the Dark Phoenix were still around, or if Apocalypse were to emerge, the Sentinel robots would be no match for them. No matter how many sentries there are, they are all cannon fodders. A single thought can be reduced to sand, unfortunately. A reversal of the future has occurred. Just when things were starting to look better, Wolverine 3 happened. However, it still died in the end. Thinking of this, even Aaron shook his head speechlessly. Actually, you have another option. Chin was invigorated after hearing this. What choice? Escape. Aaron glanced at the puzzled Jean and continued. Since mutants are not tolerated by others, why don't you all leave human society and go elsewhere? For example, other planets or other worlds. In a purely mutant universe, mutants do not have this option. But in this world, they could easily escape. Is this possible? Chin felt it was outrageous and sounded like a fantasy. Aaron then looked up at the sky. Do you know what's there? Chin looked up and saw only blue sky and white clouds. Nothing at all. That's the moon. Aaron didn't keep them in suspense, but instead started talking about the Inhumans. At the same time, he used sensory sharing and farsightedness to forcibly connect with Chin. In an instant, Chin felt her vision was infinitely expanding. It's a strange feeling, like experiencing the unreal world of AR. Before she could think further, her gaze followed Aaron's movements. It passed through rooftops, through white clouds, and through the boundless sky. She saw the moon orbiting the Earth as well as. My God, there are cities on the moon. That sky's kind. The Inhumans, an inhuman civilization living on the moon. Is all of this true? Kin looked at the city in surprise. It looked quite prosperous. The residents, who are occasionally exposed to view, are indistinguishable from humans in appearance. But their technology seems to be a level higher than Earth's. Chin subconsciously felt that perhaps all of this was an illusion. But her telepathy did not report any sense of unreality. This is the power of the all-seeing eye. The Acer used this power to monitor the 9 realms and even the Milky Way at all times. What you are seeing now is what you see on the moon right now. That's the city of the Inhumans, living in isolation on the moon. Aaron's field of vision moved, and Jean's field of vision followed suit. She saw all sorts of buildings, including the palace of the Inhumans. Black Bolt sat on his throne with his mouth closed, nodding or shaking his head from time to time. This is the king of the Inhumans on the moon. You can call him Black Bolt. They have been living on the moon for a long time, living peacefully and stably for many years. As Chin listened, a question came to mind. Do the Inhumans on Earth Know about the cities on the moon, Aaron shook his head. Compared to mutants, inhumans are rarely seen in the public eye, unless they accept the Terrigen Crystal's activation ability. Ordinary inhumans are no different from ordinary humans. So they were abandoned. Chin's gaze was complicated. Upon hearing this, Li Lun knew what Chin was thinking. He said quipped, nothing can be perfect, not even God. And do you know how many people in the world have the X gene? Mutants will continue to be born. Either we build a world where only mutants exist, or we completely separate them from ordinary people to solve the problem once and for all. Of course, if you have invincible power and many allies, you might also be able to protect mutants from discrimination and slaughter. Invincible power, Qin thought about it for a moment. Is such a thing even possible? There are limits to mutants unless they become inhuman, etc. A powerful force and numerous allies. Isn't there one right in front of us, with a wave of the hand? One can create the Sunan the blink of an eye. One can gaze at the moon and even the 9 realms. He is also a rising star in the world and has a strong voice in the United Nations. Many times, even the US president's words don't necessarily carry as much weight as Aaron's. As long as we have new students, he represents the people of the whole world. Moreover, Aaron is not human, he is a god. Is there any protector in this world greater than Aubameyang? Chin looked up and met Aaron's gaze. Aaron raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled as to why Chin suddenly seemed to have shaken off her worries and gotten out of bed. It's like someone who has strayed into darkness and yearns for light, and after a long time, finally sees the long-lost warm sunshine. I know what to do. Chin said, her lips pursed, her expression resolute. You really knew, not bad. Aaron was suspicious. His underlying intention was for Jean to focus on developing her own power. As long as she can control Dark Phoenix's personality and power, then she will possess a relatively invincible healing power. Even if we don't talk about dominating the world, it's more than enough to protect the mutant race. Sudden, Chin lifted her red dress and stood up. Her slender hands rested on the shoulder straps of her long dress, slowly sliding down. Wait, what do you know? Aaron was astonished. This art style is off. What was Chin thinking? Why would she offer herself to him willingly? Although Aaron was pleased to see this, Chin's condition. Calm down, don't let the Black Phoenix take over your mind. Aaron looked into her eyes. But they weren't the red phoenix he had imagined. They were perfectly clear and normal, Mr. Aaron, please protect the mutants. As the shoulder strap slipped down, Chin slowly leaned forward. Hiss Aaron, who had pressed the F key and entered autoplay mode, finally understood what Chin meant. She misunderstood, mistakenly believing that Aaron was implying that he could help mutants. Okay, there's nothing wrong with thinking that way. Although Aaron is a person who dislikes trouble, but forget it, let's talk about it another day. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Living rooms, bathroom, bedroom, gardens. Until 2 hours later, Aaron returned to the living room. Then I saw Savannah, Nina, Felicia, and the other 2 who had just returned, etc. 4 people. Aaron glanced around and saw another woman wearing a green dress. She wore a longemerald green silk dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, as if sensing Aaron's probing gaze. Her green eyes winked mischievously at him, their captivating charm radiating from them. Her rosy lips curved into a captivating smile, seemingly possessing a certain magic that made people involuntarily intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. She was a beautiful and alluring woman. Aaron made his judgment with just one glance. Brother-in-law, this is a witch from Asgard. Her name is Amora, and she possesses powerful mind magic. Savannah enthusiastically introduced Amora to Aaron. Amora stepped forward with light and graceful steps, slightly bent her knees and performed a standard curtsy. Thank you, merciful God King, for it is because of your kindness and magnanimity that my poor sister has finally been able to escape from the endless prison of the Celestial Palace. Please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to you. As that enchantingly gentle tone rang out, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Aaron, in particular, was the most affected. Amora's voice was like an invisible thread, winding around his heart. Savannah and the other two were completely unaware. But Aaron clearly sensed that it was a power called allure, attempting to penetrate his mind. Amora's charm magic is indeed very powerful, anyone else. Even Thor would probably be seduced with just a glance. However, for him, who was immune to psychological manipulation, these little tricks were nothing more than a gentle breeze, adding a touch of fun to Tusk. If Amora made that gesture in a situation like that, it would feel really good, right? Aaron's eyes were clear as water. Amora was somewhat surprised, then he winked at Aaron. Perhaps distracted for a moment, Amora paused, tripped on her skirt and cried out, "Ouch," before her body uncontrollably fell towards Aaron's direction. Those delicate, white hands instinctively gripped Aaron's wrist tightly. She let out a soft moan and barely managed to support her frail body. Amora smiled apologetically. "Oh dear, how rude of you." "Your Majesty." It amplified the power of its allure once again. However, Aaron's eyes remained completely unmoved. With a smile on his lips, he watched her perform quietly. "Miss Amora, it seems you've neglected your combat training. That won't do for a qualified mage." Aaron used a little force to help Amora up. Amora lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling down to cover her slightly constricted pupils. "Oh no, I've met my match." As an alluring witch, she is definitely a man's nemesis. A single glance or a single word can make someone lose themselves. Centuries ago, she stirred up great turmoil in Asgard. Within days, he used magic to bewitch a large number of people and the army, and attempted to bewitch Odin in order to seize the power of the God King. But she was defeated by other goddesses. Because she instigated unrest, she was sentenced to solitary confinement deep in the prison. Until 2 days ago, Odin granted a general amnesty and she was thus freed. After she came out, she originally planned to return to her old profession, expand and strengthen it, create new glories, and become the first female god king. However, at the banquet, it was learned that Asgard now has a new king who is even more powerful and younger. Moreover, is a male deity, currently residing alone in the central courtyard. Upon hearing this, she immediately had other ideas. Odin is old and frail, while Aaron has a bright future ahead of him. Instead of attacking Odin, it would be better to come to Midgard and subdue Aaron. Therefore, after Amora lured Heimdall to Earth, he immediately contacted Savannah and the others. However, to her surprise, Binglun was immune to her magic. Amora bit her lip. "No, I still have one more trick up my sleeve. The kiss of an enchantress is the most deadly poison in the world. That's the ultimate magic that can bewitch any man. As long as Aaron is under control, he will belong entirely to me." Savannah and Nina looked at Amora and Aaron with surprise. This situation is completely different from what they expected. My gaze swept over the two of them still holding hands, and I couldn't help but feel envious. Felicia, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. "This woman, she doesn't seem like a good person." Felicia looked at Aaron for a consultation, and found that he met her gaze. Felicia nodded as if they were telepathically in sync. "Sisters Savannah and Nina, can you teach me how to take care of the garden?" Before Savannah could say anything, Aaron spoke up. "By the way, I noticed the garden was a bit messy when I passed by earlier. Savannah, Nina, you two can take this opportunity to properly teach Felicia a lesson." Savannah and Nina were both confused. Should they do this now, however? The Light Elves are always innocent and naive, with almost no scheming since Aaron has said so. They had no suspicions and took Felicia to tend the garden. In the living room, Amora's heart was pounding. Aaron, did he notice what I was doing? "Lorelei, how long are you going to keep up this act?" Seeing the three leave, Aaron stopped pretending and stared straight at them. Amora's expression changed. "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. You've been imprisoned for hundreds of years, and you still haven't made the slightest progress." Aaron shook his head, his tone leisurely. "Lorelei, How many more years do you think the enchantress god king Dudu will be imprisoned? Lorelei appeared delicate and helpless, looking pitiful and pathetic. My lord god king, I was wronged. I shouldn't have used the charm magic on you. Can you forgive me this time? I'll do anything. Lorelei licked her lips, her small hand slowly caressing her face as she leaned forward, gently moving closer to Aaron's. Aaron let her do as she pleased. As Lorelei drew closer, her small hand suddenly grasped it. Oh, it's done. The two were in direct close contact. That was the most deadly poison of the enchantress. The alluring power kept drilling into Aaron's head, but it was like a clay ox sinking into the sea, gone forever. Lorelei's heart skipped a beat. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've painstakingly honed my magic alone in prison for hundreds of years. And I've failed, then don't want. The Encyclopedia of Magic. Lorelei, you have mastered magical properties such as charm. No member of the opposite S*X can ignore your allure. Enchanting kiss. Your kiss is the most terrifying poison in the world. Those with weak mental abilities will instantly fall for you. A long time. Aaron stood up, drew his long whip, and looked down at her. Which you've gone too far. The oppressive aura of the gods relentlessly enveloped Lorelei, making her tremble like a helpless little white rabbit. I'll stop making excuses. Given your arrogance and insane ideas, I will, in the name of the king of God, severely punish you. Lorelei's eyes widened. You're using this as a form of motivation. That's terrifying. Outside, Savannah and Nina heard Aaron's solemn voice and Lorelei's painful cries. They couldn't help but shrug their shoulders. Oh my God, what did Sister Amora do? Why is she so angry? Savannah was puzzled in her memory. Aaron had always been very gentle. They were perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden outburst of rage? Nina was also puzzled, listening intently to Lorelei's screams. The screams of the Asgardians. Are they really that special? Felicia's cheeks flushed slightly, her mind racing. And then a sudden idea struck her. Did you hear that? The boss is calling for Lorelei. Could it be that the witch isn't Amora but Lorelei? She's the criminal who just got out of prison. So that's how it is. Savannah, upon hearing this, said indignantly, she took advantage of our kindness, deceived us, and even used us to get close to my brother-in-law. Lorelei is truly wicked. No, I have to go help my brother-in-laws. Felicia quickly grabbed Savannah. Didn't you hear the boss punishing the witch? I believe he can handle everything. Shouldn't we take care of the garden now and show her its beauty? Savannah and Nina exchanged a glance and nodded. But they were still very unhappy. The thought that her actions had caused Aaron trouble filled her with deep unease. Will my brother-in-law, the God King, be angry with me? Felicia breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the two had finally calmed down. Goodness, being a secretary is really not an easy job. Savannah was genuinely worried that if she saw Aaron urging Lorelei to change her mind, the perfect idol of the young girl would crumble. Felicia looked back. Aaron was still whipping Lorelei, and the screams were so horrible they sent chills down your spine. Just thinking about them was terrifying. The whole process lasted a full hour. Savannah and the others waited outside for an hour as well. After the sound completely disappeared, the three of them then cautiously walked in. Upon entering the living rooms, they only saw Aaron sitting on the sofa with a blank expression. Brother-in-law, I was wronged. Savannah kept her head down. Nina followed suit and did the same. When they weren't looking, Felicia looked up and gave them a resentful look. Aaron coughed twice. This is none of your business. She is not Amora but the enchantress Lorelei. After this profound lesson, Lorelei has reformed and will never dare to act recklessly again. The frail mage fell into a deep sleep after Aaron unleashed his full power for an hour. Of course, this kind of firepower is only effective against people like Lorelei. He certainly wouldn't be so rough with his own woman, especially since it was the other party's first time. For a moment, Aaron worried that he had gone too far. They've all been whipped until they're swollen. All right, everyone, go to bed early. Felicia, come to my room. I have some things to do here. Upon hearing this, Savannah and Nina obediently went upstairs. Aaron was about to invite Felicia upstairs suddenly. Aaron and Felicia turned around at the same time to look back. Felicia's expression was grave. "Boss, it seems like something's come in from outside." She also has spider senses, which allow her to anticipate certain dangers. Aaron sensed it more than she did. It seems some people are unwilling to obediently listen. Aaron looked in one direction, seemingly amused. "There's here." Felicia sensed something rapidly approaching ahead. Although she couldn't see anything, she didn't hesitate to shoot out spider silk, weaving a large net in front of the two of them. In that instant, a rapidly advancing afterimage suddenly stopped, but then disappeared again, there behind. Aaron didn't make a move, but Felicia keenly sensed the sense of danger coming from behind her. She turned quickly, simultaneously delivering a sharp kick. A blue figure seemed to deliberately invite a collision, only to be kicked more than 10 meters away by Felicia. Felicia did not use her full strength. She vaguely sensed that although this enemy possessed some kind of teleportation ability, his physical strength was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, her strength, often exceeding 10 tons, would be enough to flatten the opponent with a single punch. Even so, the blue figure was also kicked so hard that it couldn't get up for a long time. Mutant Nightcrawler. Aaron approached the other person, a blue-skinned mutant who was none other than the teleporting mutant who attacked the president in X-Men 2. His tilde as Aaron approached. The Nightcrawler bared his teeth at him, his sharp teeth gleaming coldly like those of a ferocious beast. Aaron's face hardened and he slapped her across the face. Smack asterisk. The Nightcrawler's left cheek was bulging, and his mind was filled with stars. "I hate it when people bare their teeth at me." Aaron placed his hand on his head and tapped it gently. The primordial forge smelted a portion of the genes, but did not yield any new gains or improvements. "I'll have someone investigate his background right now." Felicia picked up her phone to contact someone. "No need, I'll tell you his background." Aaron turned the Nightcrawler's head around. There were several pinholes on the back of his neck. This is a hallucinogenic drug injected by William Stryker, extracted from the brain fluid of the Master of Illusions. The Master of Illusions is a mutant who can create illusions that are flawless in every way. Using sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, it can trap others in a dreamlike state from which they cannot escape. And what's even more terrifying is that his illusions not only deceive ordinary people, but have an even greater impact on those with strong minds. Even if those people know they are being influenced by hallucinations, they will still treat them as reality. Even someone as powerful as Professor X was controlled by the illusions of the other party, and almost destroyed all mutants and humans. It's worth mentioning that the Master of Illusions is the son of William Stryker. Now it has become the most important tool for the other side to control mutants and sell the August 1st future plan. William Stryker. Aaron chuckled coldly twice. He was originally too lazy to meet William Stryker in person. But since the other party was planning to send mutants to assassinate him, he wouldn't mind going through the hardship to send the other person to heaven to reunite with his wife. Oh, he probably won't have a chance to go to heaven. It seems they are destined to be separated forever. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name William Stryker, Felicia immediately understood. "Boss, should I call the police now?" "Call the police." Aaron shook his head. "Felicia, some things can't be solved by calling the police. We need to use some special methods." Aaron's eyes flashed with golden light, and the raging darkness gathered together. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated apartment in San Francisco far away, Eddie is arguing with Venom about whether or not to go to a buffet. "That's enough, we can't just eat people. And we certainly can't go to a buffet. At most, we can only let you eat 2 villains. Then let me eat 2 people now, I'm hungry. Venom kept muttering. He felt that if he didn't eat brains to supplement phenylethylamine, his brain would go crazy. "No, please. We're in a very dangerous situation right now. The police are monitoring us because of the Life Foundation. We absolutely cannot let them find anything unusual, especially since you're an alien who eats human brains. Eddie shook his head repeatedly. He had seen Venom eat the brains perfectly clearly. Eddie felt nauseous every time he thought about the bizarre feeling of a brain being swallowed whole and sent down his stomach through his mouth. Didn't you say Aaron is the president of the Asia Group? With him on the case, wouldn't those damn cops behave themselves? Now all we have to do is go to him and we can have a free buffet. Oh my God, I can't wait any longer. Eddie was about to refuse, however. A golden light suddenly shone through the window and enveloped him. Eddie was still in a daze, feeling dizzy and disoriented. When he quickly found himself in an unfamiliar place, Mr. Aaron. Eddie stared in astonishment at the familiar Asian face. Meanwhile, Venom was yelling in his head, "Buffett brains. I'm going to eat my fill, shut up," Eddie yelled, his head spinning from the noise. But he quickly saw Felicia's darkening face and immediately explained. "Sorry, I wasn't talking to you guys, I was talking to Venom." Eddie pointed to his head. Felicia's expression remained displeased. "Even if you're mentally ill, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Venom, I have something to tell you to do. Go and kill someone for me," Aaron's eyes flashed. And William Stryker's face appeared in the void. Eddie's expression changed drastically. "He's a colonel. That won't be the case for long." Aaron could see the fear in the other person's eyes. "William Stryker will soon be discharged from the army for conducting inhumane human experiments without authorization." Oh wow, I love it. Just hearing his name makes me think he's an evil and terrifying villain. I want to eat his brains. Venom was extremely excited. "I love Aaron is so handsome." Eddie ignored Venom and hesitated, asking, "What exactly is the time killing a soldier? Especially a colonel has unimaginable consequences." "Probably after he died." Aaron's smile carried a hint of coldness, and Eddie felt a chill run down his spine. Drake from the Life Foundation could make him and his girlfriend lose their jobs with just one sentence. And he already thought the other party was scary enough. So Aaron could decide the fate of a colonel with just a few words. Is the world really that dark? Can I refuse? Not long ago, Eddie asked Drake some inappropriate questions during an interview, which led to him and his girlfriend being fired and even breaking up. Eddie, having already suffered the harsh realities of society, is unwilling to easily get involved in disputes at this level. But Eddie, this isn't a discussion, it's an announcement. Aaron spoke in an unyielding tone, then added playfully, "Besides, I don't think Venom will refuse this opportunity. Many of his accomplices were there. Party members equal brains, I like my comrades. Venom is eager to have a big meal." He burst out of Eddie's body and forcefully took control of him, raising both his hands and feet high. "Yay. I'm supporting myself with both hands and feet. Where is he? I'm going to eat him. Wait a minute, soon." A faint engine sound came from outside the villa. Following several orderly steps, a group of burly men in black by Norman arrived at Villa C. Boss, they are all retired Navy SEALs, currently working in the security department of the Asia Group. They only care about money, not peoples. Norman came up and said something in a low voice. Aaron nodded, opened his right hand, and used the power of the primordial furnace to create 10 symbiotic tissues of riot and venom. Symbiotes reproduce asexually. If a part of their body separates from the host and promptly parasitizes another person, it can quickly grow into a new individual. They are complete individuals, not subject to the control of parents, and they do not possess any of their parents' memories. They typically possess different abilities depending on the host they are hosting. After Aaron combined the properties of riot and venom, he could easily replicate different individuals from the database. Aaron then placed the 10 symbiotes into the bodies of the 10 security personnel. These people had been informed in advance of what they would face and knew that Aaron would grant them great power. So none of them resisted. Eddie and Venom stared blankly at each other. Eddie asked in disbelief, "Aaron is a symbiote too?" Venom shook his head repeatedly, "Impossible. He doesn't have any symbiote characteristics. He actually resembles that man." That man is none other than Nars, the Dark Emperor who created the symbiote race. The way Eren casually created the symbiote gave him a feeling of facing now. But he was certain that if Eren really was Nar, then the other party would not be so amiable. Although I don't know where he got the symbiotic organism, he won't succeed this way. The offspring will have different personalities, and sometimes some oddballs will be born. Moreover, the symbiote and the host may not be compatible, and it often happens that the symbiote eats the host. Venom doesn't approve of Eren's actions. Eddie nodded after hearing this, then immediately realized. How compatible are you and me, to be honest? Eddie's heart skipped a beat and perfect. It seems we're the perfect partners. Eddie breathed a sigh of relief while saying things against his will. However, things did not turn out as Venom had hoped. When these symbiotes grew up, no maladaptation or neurological disorders occurred. Owner, the 10 symbiotes shouted at Eren in unison. Venom was stunned. Something was off about this art style. Looking at these symbiotes again, their white eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Venom suddenly realized it's not that they are gentle. It's that they are all afraid of Eren. It perfectly embodies the characteristics of that cowardly rioter. They all seem to be descendants of rioters. No wonder it's like this. Venom comforted itself in this way, deliberately ignoring the fact that 5 of the symbiotes shared certain similarities with itself. He's no coward. So those symbiotes are definitely not his children. And he'll never admit it. Eren explained William Stryker's situation to the others. Although they are all retired soldiers, the past is the past. And the present is the present. Now Eren is their provider. Moreover, it granted them immense power. Who is William Stryker? I don't know him. Moreover, William was a scoundrel in the army. They were acting on behalf of God. Eddie's, you and the other 10 are traveling together. I'll teleport you to the mission location now. Eren glanced at the time. You have 3 hours left. I don't want him to live past midnight, understand? Don't worry, Master. The 10 symbiotic entities responded in unison. Seeing this, Eddie had no choice but to agree. What could he do? He could no longer control the urge of Venom to feed. Even if he disagrees, why will agree? Eren then activated the dark energy teleportation, sending all 11 people to the outer perimeter of the Alkali Lake Dam. Norman hesitated for a moment and said, Boss, if you have any plans, I can actually do them. Eddie is an outsider, and those bodyguards, they might not be reliable. Eren gestured for him to sit down and wait patiently. I don't care whether they are reliable or not. The symbiotic relationship will teach them loyalty. From beginning to end. Eren never trusted any security personnel. He only trusts himself and his woman. He wouldn't trust any of these outsiders who have emotions and desires. What he had to do was use both kindness and severity to make them obey. As long as the symbiote doesn't cause trouble, these people, no matter how disloyal they may be, won't be able to do anything. These symbiotes were born from the primordial forge, and from the moment of their births, Eren instilled them with endless fear. They feel a deep-seated fear upon seeing Eren and cannot muster any rebellious thoughts. Coupled with the fear of Eren's immense power inherited from Riot and Venom's memories, these symbiotes will be incredibly obedient, at least in the short term and at this very moment. Alkali Lake Dam Base. 11 symbiotes stealthily moved under the cover of night. The dam base defenses built by William Stryker were utterly ineffective against the symbiotes. While dams can block water flow, they cannot block air. As long as there are vents, the symbiote cannot be stopped. In the dim nights, patrolling troops were repeatedly having their heads devoured by suddenly expanding symbiotes. It only took a few minutes. All the symbiotes successfully infiltrated the base. The 10 symbiotes created by Eren caused large-scale riots in different regions. The base security's individual weapons were completely ineffective against these symbiotes. Hundreds and thousands of bullets tilted and fell on the symbiote, passing right through it. The symbiote's body is like a liquid, spreading out and then coalescing. making it practically an alternative form of immortality. Eddie and Venom, on the other hand, quietly slipped past the security personnel and headed deeper into the base. At this moment, William Stryker awaits news from the Nightcrawler. However, before the Nightcrawlers could return from their mission, unrest broke out within the base. What happened? William was both shocked and furious, and grabbed a soldier who was on his way to the battlefield to question him. Sir, 1,000 monsters have stormed the base and are wreaking havoc. Could it be another damn mutants? Is it the Brotherhood of Mutants or Xavier's school? William's face darkened upon hearing this, and he was more inclined to believe the Brotherhood. Thinking this, he went straight into the monitoring room. When he saw the footage from the surveillance camera, he froze on the spot. Can anyone tell me where these ugly jelly-like people came from? He racked his brains, trying to recall if he had offended these jelly-like people. Mutants, that doesn't seem like it. He'd never seen a mutant so abstract. Her body was as supple as if she had no bones. Yet she could easily lift and move instruments weighing tons at will. He watched helplessly as his soldiers, like cannon fodder NPCs in a game, had their gun barrels glowing red-hot but couldn't harm the enemy in the slightest. Even if someone throws a grenade, it will be quickly slapped back by the other side. Even if 1 or 2 grenades explode occasionally, it has no effect on them. Where did this monster come from? He suspected that he had conducted too many human experiments, and that the mutants who died had returned from hell as ghosts. Sir, we're about to lose this position. Our weapons are having no effect on them. The assistant's panicked voice came through the headset. William's face was contorted with rage. Damn it, what on earth is going on today? First, funding dried up. Then a hellish demon launched a surprise attack. Aaron's image flashed through his mind instantly. No, that's impossible. Have someone activate the base's self-destruct mechanism and simultaneously transfer the data rapidly. We boom before William could finish speaking. A flurry of gunfire erupted outside the door, but only lasted a few seconds before the door was kicked open. William turned his head and saw Venom's tall, ferocious face standing in the doorway. It was carrying a headless corpse in its hand. Seeing William looking over, Venom opened its mouth wide, exclaiming surprise, damn it, without hesitation. William grabbed the submachine gun from the soldier next to him and pulled the trigger. But only by facing the symbiote up close could he truly understand the despair of the soldiers on the front lines. Within seconds, hundreds of bullets were fired, leaving Venom riddled with holes. But it recovered completely in the blink of an eye. His hands, as if made of rubber, transformed into sharp, supple spears that extended several meters. And all the soldiers were strung together and brought before him. Then Venom's head suddenly grew larger, and in less than a second, it transformed into a blur and devoured all the heads. At the same time, he stuck out his long tongue and licked the corners of his mouth. Haha, a buffet, this is awesome. William was filled with terror. He had never seen such a horrifying monster. Even mutants aren't half as terrifying as them. Could it really be a demon from hell? Venom came to William and lifted him high in the air. William's legs trembled. What kind of monsters are you? Venom's face seemed to dissolve, revealing half of Eddie's face. Eddie and Venom said at the same time, "We are Venom, Mr. Aaron, please give us your greetings." William's pupils contracted, and before he could speak, a large mouth rapidly approached. And then only darkness remained. 1 hour later. Mission accomplished. Those who needed to be killed have been killed. Those who needed to be arrested have been arrested. Hiccup tilde, today's buffet was absolutely fantastic. Venom chatted with the other symbiotes. Hey, who's going to call the boss or something? Father, I'm here to make a phone call. A burly symbiote with a body that flowed with a color similar to magma spoke. He then took out his phone from his waist and called Norman. Father, oh shit, don't associate me with that. I don't know any of you cowards, Venom screamed in denial. He absolutely refused to admit that he had such a cowardly child. Look at me with my perfect black body, and then look at you. Like lava, you're definitely a descendant of that riot guy. Father, no matter how much you deny it. All I have are your memories. After saying a few words, Lava began to talk to Norman. He is the captain of this security team and also the deputy director of the security department. When he heard that the big boss needed a few trustworthy subordinates to do things, he immediately volunteered originally. He wanted to acquire more money, but now that he has gained the power of the symbiote, he only feels admiration for Aaron. The immense power made him feel that his life had become perfect. This killing made his life more fulfilling. He enjoys killing after Lava finished making the call. Venom wanted to say something more at this moment. All the symbiotes, including the Lava, suddenly trembled and looked in the same direction. There a large dark door opened. A man wearing silver armor walked out of the portal on him. They felt a deep-seated fear and a sense of oppression as heavy as a mountain. That was darkness, that was death. Even Thea's symbiotes felt boundless fear at this moment. Venom also felt that oppressive feeling. It's just not as concentrated as other symbiotes because it wasn't modified by the primordial furnace. But this did not stop him from keeping his mouth shut and looking at Aaron with fear in his eyes. It looks so much like it, it looks so much like it. What does it look like? Eddie wondered to himself. Like the Dark Emperors. The other symbiotes trembled upon hearing this name. Having inherited the memories of Riot and Venom, they naturally knew of the existence of the Dark Emperor. Although Aaron's dark aura differed somewhat from Nar's, it was purer and more terrifying at this moment. Lava glanced at Venom, who was also too frightened to move. The latter saw something in his eyes. Father, I told you were like yourself, damn it. I was just respecting my boss. I was definitely not being a coward. Venom cursed under his breath but dared not move his body. Aaron walked step by step, and under the watchful eyes of the symbiote team, went straight into the experimental base. This is a cage specifically for holding mutants. It also contains genetic material containing data on various mutants. In the left-hand cell, there was a wheelchair-bound man who appeared to be suffering from Parkinson's disease. A visionary and a slender, cold-faced woman dressed in black leather, known as the Death Woman. They could also hear the commotion inside the base. But without William's password, no one opened the door for them. When they saw a man in armor walk in, their pupils constricted slightly. Open the door. Aaron ordered, read, scanning the surroundings. Upon hearing this, the symbiote team members all looked towards the lava. Seeing this, the latter cursed these people for being heartless, but fearing that Aaron and others might be involved, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward, slamming his hands heavily on the cage. With a distance of at least 10 tons and the combined effect of high-temperature flames, the door was smashed open. The lava used the same trick again, smashing open another cage. Both the Illusion Master and the Death Woman are very calm and obedient. Until Aaron got close, the woman who was about to die suddenly attacked. She extended long, slender claws from her fingertips and swiftly wrapped her body around Aaron, placing her claws across his neck. Everyone stop right now and get me out of here. The Death Woman's gaze swept over the numerous strangely shaped symbiotes. Although she didn't know what these humanoid creatures were, she knew that this armored man was their leader. If you want to leave, you must control him. The symbiotes looked at the Death Woman with idiotic eyes. She's an idiot, Eddie said. Venom nodded knowingly. Eating a fool won't make you a fool, will it? I heard that eating certain foods can make you stupid. And eating stupid food will turn you into a fool, Hatilda. The numerous symbiotes simultaneously spat in disgust. They don't want to become a symbiotic group of idiots. Aaron lowered his head looking at the long, slender claws with a strange expression. Didn't you know I was wearing battle armor? The Death Woman frowned. My claws are made of adamantium. They can cut through even steel in one slash. Don't speak or I'll kill you. She hugged Aaron from behind, the hard object digging into her sore skin. Aaron shook his head, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the Death Woman's claws. Ignoring the sharp blades, he pried her claws open with a little force. Much to her astonishment, your armor Sorry, my armor is harder than your claws, as he spoke. Aaron opened his right hand and placed it on the death woman's wrist, directly melting it. Iron body, similar ability has been detected. Your physical defense has been slightly enhanced. Fingers and claws. Your finger bones can freely extend and retract into sharp claws, and can also freely transform into even stronger metal claws. Wow, it turns out to be genuine adamantium. Aaron was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't expected to gain anything. I carefully sensed the strength of each cell in my body. The improvement was very slight, but it was better than nothing. The death woman was still struggling. But how could she possibly resist Aaron's power? Behave yourself. Aaron's cold shout struck death woman's mental world like a thunderbolt, instantly bringing her to a state of calm. Aaron then probed into the other woman's mind and discovered that William had not recently injected the deceased woman with hallucinogens. In normal times, William would inject the woman with hallucinogens, making her see him as her father, while she would act as her assistant and enforcer, helping her continue the experiment. Once he was free from the illusion, William no longer trusted the death woman, since no one likes to be controlled by illusions for a lifetime. Aaron nodded to himself. No wonder the death woman still had some self-awareness. After releasing the death woman, Aaron walked towards the illusion master. The latter remained in one position, his eyes following Aaron's movements. His mouth was slightly open as if he wanted to say something. The next moment, Aaron arrived at the Osborne Group building. At the same time, a force is trying to alter his perception, making him mistakenly believe that this world is real. Meanwhile, outside, Death Woman also fell into a delusion, mistaking the illusion master for her father, who was also the former head of Weapon X research. Her hands extended their claws again, and she moved toward the other symbiotes. However, what puzzled the Master of Illusions was that the symbiotes were not affected by his illusions. Wait, when did my ability become capable of targeting multiple targets? The Illusion Master's eyes darted around again. Looking at Aaron's, he noticed that the other person was smiling at him. He's immune to my abilities. The Woman of Death turned and headed back towards Aaron. However, Aaron flicked his finger, and an invisible air cannon blasted into the abdomen of the Woman of Death, sending her flying more than 10 meters away. A huge gash appeared in her abdomen, yet the woman still struggled to stand up. Are you worthy to use mental illusions on me? Aaron sneered. The symbiotic property granted immunity to telepathy. Furthermore, he possesses the power of the Phoenix and has extremely strong telepathic abilities. How could the Master of Illusion possibly control his consciousness? You're still not behaving yourself. Your father must have told you that naughty children will be punished. So go and keep your father company. The Illusion Master's face paled. He wanted to say something, but having had many of his brain organs removed by William, even speaking was a luxury. Worry. You don't need to thank me for reuniting your family. Aaron raised his hand. If you want to know who I am, then call me Lei Feng. Melt the entire life and power of the Illusion Master. The Primordial Forge is not just a concept extractor. It is also a powerful attack tool. With his brain nerves damaged, the illusionist, who can't even walk, us nowhere to escape. In the blink of an eye, his abilities and life were completely melted down by the primordial furnace. Aaron blew a breath, and the Illusion Master vanished without a trace like dust. Illusion manipulation. When you are close to someone, you can create an absolutely realistic illusion in the brain of a single target, which even ordinary psychic cannot distinguish from reality. It's alright, though not very useful, but it'll do. Aaron never had high hopes to begin with, and now he's more like a collector. The real purpose of this trip is to get to the next step. Aaron looked toward the cryogenic storage facility, where Stryker had collected mutant genes over the decades. As the main person in charge of the Weapon X program, William can be considered one of the mutant's true nemesis. Any mutant who serves him or is captured or killed by him will have their blood and other tissues collected and stored by him. But now Aaron has accepted all his hard-earned savings. Potential energy to kinetic energy conversion. You can inject energy into other objects or living things, turning them into high-powered explosives the larger the object. The more energy it stores, and the greater the explosive power. Energy enhancement. A similar ability has been detected in the name of the King of Gods. You can unleash your physical potential by injecting your own energy or Asgardian energy into others or yourself, permanently or temporarily enhancing your physique and imbuing your attacks with kinetic energy. Puppet control. You can easily control people or objects infused with your kinetic or potential energy, making them act according to your will, limited to physical bodies. Acidic enzyme conversion. You can convert your own energy into a special acidic enzyme that effectively inhibits regeneration and inflicts continuous damage on enemies. Bone claw. Similar ability fusion detected. Finger claw. Your hand bones can freely extend bone claws or powerful hybrid metal claws, possessing the strength to cut through adamantium. Flesh bounce reflection. Your body possesses remarkable elasticity, allowing you to reflect most attacks back with slightly less force. Oh, they even have the pawpaw fruit. Aaron was quite surprised by this discovery. Surprisingly, Stryker has quite a few good things here. Upon closer examination, these abilities should all belong to the original Weapon X members: Gambit, Agent Zero, Wolverine, and Meatball. Other mutant abilities became invalid data, recorded in the Primal Forge, and there was no need to fuse them at all. Seeing that Aaron had finished his business, Venom rubbed his hands together. Boss, besides here, is there anywhere else you need me? Compared to Eddie, who wouldn't let him eat his head no matter what, Venom prefers the generous and hardy Aaron, of course. His heart will always belong to Eddie, but his body is more inclined towards Aaron. There was nothing he could do. Was stuck with Eddie, going hungry 9 times out of 3. But it was different when I followed Aaron, all you can eat. Seeing Venom's fawning expression, the other symbiotes simultaneously slapped their foreheads and turned their heads away. That's so embarrassing. Especially for certain symbiotes, Venom is their father. Aaron thought for a moment, I do have a way. But it's quite risky. Venom's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It doesn't matter if there's a risk. As long as there's food to eat, that's fine. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. To get enough to eat, you'll inevitably face risks. No problem, leave it to me, you can rest assured. Venom licked his lips, he really wanted to eat it. When they returned to San Francisco, they would have to endure hunger again. He had to eat his fill at once and store all the phenylethylamine as winter food. Seeing this, Aaron didn't stand on ceremony. Flipping through the notebook, suspected enemies include Killian's 10 Rings gang, Pierce's Hydra Senator Rudolph, peripheral members of a certain underground gang, and Sokovian mercenaries. Wow, quite a few suspected enemies. There might be innocent people among them, but Aaron was too lazy to investigate further. Regardless of whether they are the masterminds or not, they absolutely cannot escape responsibility. He copied a document from his mind and used his telepathic abilities to directly transfer it into Venom's brain. No. Eddie's brain. Then he took out a phone and threw it to Venom. There's only one phone number in here, Felicia's. If there's any movement from the target, she'll notify you immediately. Yao, on the other hand, will lead the other symbiotes to handle it. Understand? Venom nodded, looking at the phone as if the 950 was a super treasure. He's going to eat a ton of food. Anyway, these guys are all bad people. They use their own people for research, and their hearts are black. It's a good opportunity to make use of waste and let Venom eat his fill. Venom swept over the other symbiotes and whispered, "Can I handle these tasks by myself? Father, it's not a good thing to eat alone. Venom, I think we can have a good talk." Although the other symbiotes disdained Venom's fawning attitude, they were instantly wide awake when it came to food intake. Aaron glanced at it and then ignored it. You can decide for yourselves how to allocate the resources. Remember, you all know what to say and what not to say. The symbiotes readily agreed, seeing this. Aaron waved his hand, teleporting the symbiote and the Death Woman back to New York. Until the third day, the anomaly at the Alkali Lake Dam site was only discovered by the outside world at that time. When SHIELD's hardworking Carlson, who is in charge of supernatural events, arrived at the scene, he fell silent upon seeing the headless corpses scattered on the ground. "Sir, I think we're in big trouble. Colonel William Stryker has been confirmed dead. All those involved in the Weapon X experiment have perished, and video footage from the scene has been lost. Aside from the headless corpses and bullet holes scattered all over the ground, there isn't much useful information here." Carlson's expression became even stranger after a closer examination. Based on the bullet hole trajectories, the people here were likely controlled by some kind of hallucinogenic drug and fired indiscriminately. I suspect they died from some kind of cannibalistic beast. Based on the wound assessment, this incident is closely related to the Life Foundation incident. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately pictured a certain figure in his mind. "Aaron, is that you?" Not only him, but many people had a vague idea of who was behind it. However, none of them had any concrete evidence to prove it. Even if there were, no one would step forward. We're all in the same boat. Helping Aaron is helping ourselves. On that day, information about William Stryker's illegal human experimentation has been exposed. As Aaron said, he was directly dismissed from the military, and even after his death, he was subjected to military and court-martial. When Eddie saw the unspeakable crimes committed by William Stryker, he was filled with resentment. This world is terrifying. Compared to Aaron, Drake is nothing but a little Karami. Not worth mentioning. Venom, I've thought it through. Let's act now. Yeah, I'm eating at the buffet. Unlike Eddie and Venom's, after Aaron dealt with William Stryker, he then settled into a routine life between the villa and the Asia group. In the mornings, he would flirt with his secretary whenever he felt like it. And in the afternoons, he would occasionally give Kate lessons while also seeking guidance on yoga from his female teacher, Barbara. In the evenings, I'll give Lorelei a little push and help her bond with the two little elves. Aaron had originally planned to go to Xavier's Academy of Geniuses. However, the arrival of one person caused the plan to be temporarily cancelled. Looking at the bald man in the yellow robe before him, Aaron raised his cup. "You've finally come, mister." Aaron doesn't seem surprised by my arrival. The Supreme Mage Gu smiled and looked at the man who had caused him so much confusion, and said with a hint of surprise, "Surprised? Actually, I was quite surprised." Aaron nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. "I always thought you would arrive earlier." Although he's only been with Marvel for a little over a month, he's had a very fulfilling time. He punched the god ego, kicked the fire giant, dominated the 9 realms, and intimidated many forces on Earth. Logically speaking, Camertage couldn't possibly have missed him. Aaron was prepared to be greeted by the Ancient One, or receive a warm welcome from the Time Mutation Bureau. However, what he didn't expect was that it's one thing that the Time Mutation Administration didn't come, but let's just pretend it's not a sacred timeline. But Camertage remained unmoved by the commotion he caused. Could it be that he's not purely a magical being? So they're too lazy to investigate. Guya sat down, and a glass of wine suddenly appeared in front of her. The secret brew of the Celestial Palace. It seems I'm in for a treat. She picked up her glass and drank it down. It's very mellow, with a sense of intimacy that brings you close to nature. Were the ingredients for this secret brew made by the spirits of light? Aaron looked up at her. Didn't you already know? Guya remained expressionless. I know nothing. Stop pretending. Aaron, of course, didn't believe such nonsense. Everyone knows that the Ancient One often peeks into the future, examines the past, and occasionally travels to parallel universes to discuss things with her other selves or borrows energy from those dimensional demons. With the Time Stone, it's incredibly difficult for anyone to truly kill her unless they themselves decide they don't want to live anymore. Guya saw the secret brew reappear in the empty wine glass. And without hesitation, he raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Since you enjoy drinking so much, why don't you represent Earth and attend a banquet in Asgard? There are countless secret brews there, as well as specialties from various races such as dwarves, light Elvis frost giants and Vanaheim. Aaron chuckled and shook his head. The Ancient One revealed an expression that didn't seem fake. The frost giants also attended the Asgardian banquet. I thought Asgard and the frost giants were still irreconcilable enemies. Aaron let out a soft hem and leaned slightly forward. Guya's unusual behavior left him somewhat puzzled. Did the Ancient One not know about the banquet? Did she not know Laufey was in Asgard? Could he have guessed wrong perhaps for the past month or so? The Ancient One hadn't been on Earth, but rather traveling on other planets or worlds. After a moment of contemplation, after drinking a cup of wine that had been transmitted live from the banquet, Aaron went straight to the point, enough with the nonsense. What brings you here? Guya shrugged. To be honest, I don't know what I want to do either. Guya looked up and said, because I don't know what you really want to do. I came to see you because I noticed you've been resting these past few days. You're insane, don't tell me you've fallen in love with me. Aaron felt a chill run down his spine at this point. Aaron vaguely realized why the Ancient One was behaving so strangely. Excluding the possibility that she is a fake Ancient One, there's only one possibility: Guya wasn't lying. She genuinely didn't know what had happened in the past month. Or rather, she lost the ability to foresee the future. What have you been doing this month? Aaron asked, changing the subject. The Ancient One's answer was straightforward: I'm looking at you. And I'm looking at the future. But I've discovered that none of the countless possible futures I've envisioned include you. I've seen Tony Stark snap his fingers and die. I've seen Hulk snap his fingers and resurrect everyone. I've seen mutants wipe out their race. I've seen the gods revive and the earth perish. But I didn't see you. Or rather, your timeline has disappeared. Guya's expression remained calm. But if outsiders heard what he said at that moment, it would be enough to cause a huge uproar. It's as if our world only has the past and the present, with no future. I keep watching you and comparing it to the future. I try to capture your message, but it's always gone and never comes back. At this point, Guya couldn't help but break down in her composure and asked, what exactly is your background? How did you do that? Although the Ancient One was human, her thinking had transcended that of ordinary beings, reaching the realm of gods, and even surpassing planetary gods like Thor. This wealth of experience accumulated over the years allows her to face everything with equanimity. Even death. Guya thought he would not be shocked by anything. Until she saw Aaron. After, everything has changed. All the paths she knew had vanished. The timeline she originally chose also went astray because of Aaron's arrival, leading to a different branching point. Even more bizarrely, the future timeline of this universe has disappeared. Or rather, it's hidden by some powerful force. No one can find that timeline. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,543,311 certainly. There is an even more terrifying possibility. Aaron has reached the realm of all worlds where the past, present and future are one. He is unique. Yet he exists simultaneously in all points in time. But the him at these points in time is the him of today. Guya had to consider this possibility. There's something she didn't say: this world only has the past and the present. However, Aaron's past and the timeline cannot be changed. It cannot be resolved. After trying many possibilities, the Ancient One arrived. She wanted to meet Aaron now and see if he was still someone she couldn't approach. Fortunately, Aaron was easier to get along with than I had imagined. How did they do that? Aaron thought about it and realized there were only two possibilities. One is the future self who transcends everything, thus unifying the past, present, and future, unaffected by cause and effect and unbound by time. The second possibility is that he currently has no future, but the characteristics of the primordial forge make him unique. After all, The primordial forge originated outside the true fourth wall, even transcending the narrative level. And its theoretical potential is limitless. If such a thing existed at different points in time, then all the heavens would instantly explode. Guya had anticipated Erin's silence, even she herself. Doesn't she have many things she won't tell others? Guya smiled in relief. All right, I was impolite this time. Then Kaiyan Zhao will punish himself with 3 cups. Guya drank 3 cups of the secret brew in succession, revealing a look of lingering enjoyment. Erin was very suspicious. Was the Ancient One rewarding him? And why had she descended upon him 3 times right in front of him? Since you seem to really enjoy the Light Elf secret brew, perhaps you could try the Ice and Fire Twin Heavens, as well as the Dwarven tribe's secret delicacies. Erin raised his hand, and the wine glass in front of the Ancient One vanished silently. At the same time, 3 other glass wine cups appeared. Guya didn't stand on ceremony and started to taste it. Erin's left hand, which was under the table, was holding a half-finished glass of wine, which was the very glass that had been smeared with Guya's saliva. Of course, he certainly didn't have any unusual fetishes. In the blink of an eye, the wine cup in his left hand was swallowed and melted by the primordial furnace. With his current strength, his entire body could be a furnace. He just happens to be used to using his right hand. The primordial forge is as powerful as ever. In a few breaths, countless streams of light flowed down his arm and into his entire body. A discussion.